Chapter 721. P.S. Thank you to Wind Demon of the Middle Demon for the tip. Haha. Long Batian is only SOSO. The battle between Long Batian and Divine King Hao Tian could be said to be earth-shattering. The sky changed color, and the vast sky was in tatters. Boundless void was torn apart, and astral winds blew past. As Long Batian was sent flying, godly King Hao Tian seized the opportunity and executed a supreme divine art in an attempt to kill him on the spot. The dragon race was known as the #1 race in the continent. They were born strong, but their cultivation speed was too slow. Hundreds of giant dragons worked together to cast Genesis, but still couldn't stop Hao Tian. A total of 16 god kings with extraordinary combat strength. Boom! After Hao Tian destroyed Long Batian's formation, he followed up. Lin Jiqing decisively gave the order to attack. The cannon landed on Hao Tian's body. At this moment, something strange happened. Hao Tian's body was covered in a layer of light. The Shenwu cannon's attack was reflected and landed on the sky above Myth City. In an instant, Myth City suffered countless casualties and wails. Surprised, right? I expected it, but you only used one cannon. Hao Tian was prepared. He shook his head regretfully. Holy Mother Fist. Hao Tian ignored him. His aura surged into the sky as he punched. A giant Holy Mother, with her will, sent Long Batian flying again. The heaven-splitting, earth-splitting array collapsed. The God Kings worked together. They were all God Kings and Sky Immortals. In terms of combat strength, the dragon race couldn't compare to them. At the start, they were evenly matched. But as time went on, their disadvantage was revealed and they were defeated. Unfortunately, I didn't kill you on the spot. Hao Tian swept his gaze over and was somewhat disappointed. The #1 race in the continent wasn't so easy to kill. He summoned the Holy Mother's will and still couldn't kill him, only heavily injuring him. The only relief was that Long Batian couldn't be an obstacle anymore. That punch just now had injured Long Batian and the other dragons. It was no longer a threat to them. Hao Tian is too strong. He can even receive the Holy Mother's will. Long Batian was heavily injured and couldn't activate the formation. First, madam, I will protect you. Long Batian had underestimated God King Hao Tian and the formation in their hands. If not for that, they wouldn't have lost so quickly. Just because Long Batian couldn't stop them didn't mean he couldn't take them away. No, Lin Jiqing rejected. My husband has handed the Myth City to me, and I will guard it until the very last moment. I definitely won't disappoint him. First, madam, where there's life, there's hope. Long Batian added. You don't have to persuade me anymore. I made up my mind. Lin Jiqing showed an unprecedented firmness. Long Batian did not expect First Madam Lin Jiqing to be so resolute. If First Madam doesn't leave, the Dragon Clan won't leave either. The Dragon King has ordered us to protect you. Even if we die, we will persevere. Kill. Long Batian activated the 8-divisional pagoda and charged forward again. At the same time, demonic immortal Little Purple and the flaming lizard rushed up to resist godly King Hao Tian. Divine King Hao Tian, who was using his secret technique, was simply too strong. Even Long Batian, who was in the formation, was not a match for him, let alone now that the formation was not present. Bang, 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 3 figures flew out and crashed into the Myth City, turning it into a pile of ruins. Godly King Hao Tian was not in a hurry. Today no one can stop this king's determination to destroy your Myth City. Paying such a huge price for a Myth City was unacceptable to godly King Hao Tian. It would be hard to explain to the Holy Mother. Losing 11 godly kings was too great a loss. At this moment, godly King Hao Tian was invincible. Attack! With a command, the foreign race army swarmed over. First, madam, they are forcing us to use the divine martial cannon. The foreign race army came from all directions. It was obvious that they wanted to force Lin Jiqing to make a decision. Attack! Lin Jiqing was decisive. They had to fight sooner or later, so she had no choice but to use it. Swish, swish, Swish on the city wall, terrifying light beams exploded among the foreign race army, engulfing a large number of them and turning them into ashes. Godly King Hao Tian looked at the unremarkable divine martial cannon, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. When they destroyed the myth city, such a sharp weapon would definitely belong to the foreign race. At that time, they would use the divine martial cannon to attack the human sections. Ha ha ha! Kill them all. Leave no one alive. Godly King Hao Tian delayed Long Batian and the others, allowing the army to sweep over like a flood and completely destroy the myth city. Without the threat of the divine martial cannon, the myth city no longer had anything to fear. The most serious moment was about to begin. Kill! Lin Jiqing wore a set of red battle armor and was the first to attack with an immortal sword in hand. Her strength was at the 9 tribulations scattered immortal level. Coupled with her equipment, her combat strength was at the half-step heaven immortal level. Bang, 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 with a slash of her sword, sword light shredded hundreds of foreign race soldiers. The foreign race soldiers surged over and landed on the myth city. Be it the streets, the inner city, or the outer city, there were foreign race soldiers everywhere as they started a bloody battle. Weak humans, in front of our foreign race army, you are just a bunch of helpless lambs. Godly King Hao Tian shook them off once again. Looking at the one-sided situation, he said, after killing Demon Lin's woman, I think Demon Lin must be in so much pain that he would rather die. I am really looking forward to it. Godly King Hao Tian's eyes landed on Lin Jiqing. He raised his hand and slapped down. It covered the sky and covered the sun. The martial artists and foreign race soldiers below were all crushed into pieces. This palm was enough to kill Demon Lin's woman. You demonic immortal! How dare you spoil my plans? The fatal palm was blocked by demonic immortal Little Violet, who returned to her original body. Big Madam, let's go. Little Violet's huge body was torn apart. Half of her body was gone, and she was on the verge of collapsing. Purple flames burned and filled the sky. The flames tore apart the foreign race's blockade and flew out. You want to escape from my hands? Do you think that you're a Demon Lin? Godly King Hao Tian was unnatural. He reached out with his giant hand and appeared in the sky above Little Violet. He smiled and slapped down, "Go to hell." Madam, when they saw those scenes, everyone cried out in despair. No one could block Godly King Hao Tian's palm, and no one could block it. He used all of his strength and wanted to kill Demon Lin's woman along with the Demon Immortal. Just as Madam was about to die, a giant whirlpool appeared and swallowed both of them, causing Godly King Hao Tian's attack to miss. Who is going against me? Scram out. Godly King Hao Tian's gaze was cold. He wanted to grab the person and smash him into pieces. Behind the whirlpool was a small monster which caused everyone's jaws to drop. Hairball, City Lord Lin's hairball. Someone exclaimed, "Die!" Godly King Hao Tian's expression changed. He failed consecutively, and his rage turned into embarrassment. He slapped towards Hairball, who was in the air. Godly King, to think that you would bully a small fellow. The cold voice was like a nightmare, ringing in the air above everyone. After that, a figure appeared in front of Hairball, forcefully blocking an attack from Hao Ian God King. Chapter 722. The moment he said that, there was silence. The alien race warriors were all stunned. Someone dared to say such things to the God King? That person must be tired of living. Demon Lin is back. One of the alien race warriors shouted in a trembling voice. The alien race warriors who were mocking Lin Fan for overestimating himself instantly revealed expressions of fear and unease. Demon Lin's name had become a taboo amongst the alien race. Usually, no one was willing to mention it. Anyone who dared to do so would definitely suffer. Today, the death of 6 God Kings was no different from boosting Demon Lin's prestige. Who didn't know that the divine martial cannon was created by Demon Lin? They had personally witnessed the divine martial cannon shoot down God Kings like they were mosquitoes. How could the alien race warriors not be shocked when they saw Demon Lin appear? At this moment, Demon Lin's name was like a nightmare in their hearts. They were so frightened that they didn't dare to attack. He could even block one attack from the God King. His physical defense was just too strong. They were humans after all. Compared to the alien race's disappointment and unease, the humans exploded with joy. The sky above Myth City was one. In their hearts, City Lord Lin was like a god to them. No matter where or when, as long as City Lord Lin appeared, they believed that there was no threshold they couldn't cross. They were instantly filled with boundless fighting spirit. Kill all the alien races. The alien race warriors were in a daze. This gave the human race a chance to explode with unprecedented confidence. Once the human race exploded, they were a cohesive force. On one side, they were united because of Lin Fei's appearance. On the other side, they were frightened by a single name. At least 20% of their combat strength was gone, and they didn't have the will to fight anymore. God King Hao Tian's face froze. Although the alien race warriors below had yet to fully collapse, there were already signs. If this dragged on, things wouldn't be good. Lin Fei, not killing you back then is the last thing I regret. God King Hao Tian looked at Lin Fei and said regretfully, your alien race didn't come to the continent and use the human race as resources to restore your holy mother. You might not regret it today. Lin Fei stared at God King Hao Tian, but you shouldn't have attacked my woman. Today, all of you shall stay here. Heaven connecting divine tower. From the moment he learned that the outsiders had begun their counterattack, Lin Fei hadn't stopped at all. He had raised his strength to the limit, and out of fear of danger, he had asked Hairball to return first. It was fortunate that he had made such a decision, or else he would regret it for the rest of his life. As soon as the heavenly divine pagoda appeared, the sky darkened as if it was night and day. Bang, 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 countless non-humankind warriors died in an instant. It's still not certain who will kill who. Godly King Hao Tian was ready to risk it all. He did not believe that a single Lin Fei would be stronger than all of them combined. Today, only one of them would survive. Holy Mother Divine Fist. At this moment, Godly King Hao Tian unleashed his strongest fist technique. He summoned an unparalleled will and smashed it onto the heaven-reaching God Tower. The Tong Tian Divine Pagoda was a supreme treasure, but when faced with such a powerful attack, it swayed for a moment. It was as if Mount Tai was pressing down on Godly King Hao Tian, and his movements were greatly restricted. A divine sword flew out from behind Lin Fei. With a slash, the Jingguang danced in the air and transformed into a huge golden scissors, cutting towards Heavenly King Hao Tian. Crack! Heavenly King Hao Tian's formation collapsed. This scissor landed right on the flaw of the formation, using force to break force, breaking the secret technique that Divine King Hao Tian had formed. How did you know the flaw of this secret technique? Demon Lin had broken their formation. The one who found it the hardest to accept was Heavenly King Hao Tian. Even Long Batian was unable to break the formation, but Demon Lin did it just like that. I said that none of you can leave today. Lin Fei stepped forward and waved his divine sword. The river of swords swept over, vast and boundless. Everywhere it passed, the sword would surge and the sword light would shoot out. When the sword light landed on the bodies of the warriors of the foreign races, their bodies were shredded into pieces. There was no chance of survival. It was unknown how many warriors of the foreign races were killed. Just like that, the 10,000-foot sword river crushed towards them with an invincible might. The suppression of the Heaven Ascension Divine Pagoda caused their movements to be greatly restricted. They were unable to leave the area of suppression in an instant. The Sword Chi River gushed over. The God Kings fell into the Sword River one after another. Just like that, those powerful existences of the foreign races were swept away and torn into pieces, falling into the Sword River. One godly king died. 2 godly kings died. The extremely strong godly kings were killed just like that in the Sword River. At that moment, Lin Fei was like an invincible god of war. His gaze was cold, and it sent shivers down the godly king's spines. Heavenly King Hao Tian, you are one of them. I mean what I say. Heavenly King Hao Tian had always felt that the 4 godly kings were killed because of Lin Fei's sneak attack. He had never expected that Lin Fei's combat strength would exceed the limit and wipe them out with one move. Impossible. You are a heaven immortal, and so am I. How can your combat strength be so strong? Seeing the godly kings die one after another, Heavenly King Hao Tian was furious. The godly kings nurtured by the Holy Mother weren't as strong as the 10 godly kings, but they were still godly kings and heaven immortals. What did they become so weak that they could be killed? Heavenly King Hao Tian run. The water demon godly king was scared out of his wits. The Golden Sword River swept over with a sharp aura that wanted to kill everything. No matter what, he couldn't block it. His mind was blank. They didn't notice that the essence of the godly kings who were killed by the Golden Sword intent kept entering Lin Fei's body. The Golden Sword River became even more resplendent. Water, elemental world. The water demon godly king swept up Heavenly King Hao Tian and turned into a black river. He ignored the Tong Tian divine pagoda suppression and escaped. He appeared millions of miles away and fled in a panic. How could Lin Fei let a godly king escape? Heaven's splitting finger, a finger that was tens of thousands of feet long, shot out of the void and stabbed into the Black River. Above the Black River, the water demon godly king appeared. He struggled and exploded. I won't die. His voice stopped. Swish, swish, swish. The Golden River swept towards the alien army. The Black Army fell into the Sword River. Almost all of them died in the Sword River. Only a few alien soldiers survived. Cough, cough. Long Batian swallowed his saliva, his eyes wide open. Too awesome. He killed a godly king with one sword. He could be called the #1 in the continent. Long Batian knew that he had bet on the right treasure. Whoosh, a wave of energy descended from the sky and landed on Long Batian. He felt like he was bathing in the spring wind. He felt refreshed, and all the injuries he had suffered before were instantly healed. Thank you, Dragon King, for your gift. Long Batian said sincerely. Stay here and guard the Myth City. Lin Fei tore open the void and entered. I didn't expect Lord Dragon King's strength to increase so much at such a critical moment. I'm afraid the war between the alien races is about to come to an end. Long Batian looked at Lin Fei's back. As long as those godly kings don't get into a formation, none of them are Lord Dragon King's match. Fortunately, they made the best of it. Otherwise, the dragon race, wife, you've suffered. In the void, Lin Fei said with heartache. Lin Jiqing was wearing her battle armor. She looked valiant and heroic. Her face was filled with a happy smile. It's my duty. Lin Fei hugged Lin Jiqing in his arms. It's all over. The alien races are proud of their godly kings. I'll kill them all and kill my way to their lair. I'll destroy the Holy Mother and bring peace to the continent. After his overall strength increased, the difference between Lin Fei and celestial immortals kept increasing. It was already one-sided. The only thing that Lin Fei was afraid of was the Holy Mother of the alien races. She was the real boss. Lin Fei didn't believe that the Holy Mother still had the battle power to end the war between the alien races and restore peace to the continent after devouring those godly kings. Really, it's more real than real gold. When the time comes, we'll roam the world. Don't lie. Enlighten Xianxia, you traitor. I'll get rid of you first. In the sky above the Divine Sword School, the battle continued. The alien warriors and the disciples of the Divine Sword School fought fiercely. The elders of the Elder Council suffered heavy casualties. The Divine Sword School was in a sea of fire. Corpses were strewn everywhere. The battle was still going on. Enlightened Xianxia was covered in blood. He blocked the Great Elder's sword. There's nothing wrong with cooperating with the alien races. The continent will fall into their hands sooner or later anyway. Isn't it suitable? It's better than your sect being destroyed. Senior brother, let's kill him first. Let's completely destroy the Divine Sword School. Enlightened gentleman killed an elder and rushed forward. He laughed loudly as he attacked the Great Elder. Only by destroying the Divine Sword School can we have a foothold among the alien races. No matter how one looked at it, the Divine Sword School was already an arrow at the end of its flight. They wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. The experts and elders were dead. In addition, The 5 godly kings had joined forces. They practically swept through the entire Divine Sword School. Is the Divine Sword School really going to be destroyed by my hands today? The Great Elder's injuries weren't light. Call the Sword God out. I know he's definitely here. The Great Elder knew better than anyone that the disaster today was actually instigated by the Sword God. Even before he died, the Great Elder wanted to get rid of the Sword God, this scourge. You don't have to call. I don't mind telling you that young Master Sword God has already gone to kill Lin Fei. Enlightened Gentleman said proudly. I'm afraid he's already killed Lin Fei. It's a pity that you won't be able to see him. Cough. The Great Elder coughed up a mouthful of blood. That's impossible. Alliance Master Lin's strength is tyrannical. Sword God is but a defeated opponent under his sword. How can he be a match for him? Ha, you're quite smart. However, what do you think young Master Sword God and the 4 godly kings will do? Enlightened Gentleman's sword art was sharp. He kept attacking the Great Elder. PFFF, the Great Elder lost his composure. How despicable. You won't have a good ending. Wrong? It should be your Divine Sword School. You've heard so much. You can accompany them now. Enlightened Zhang Ye's sword light was resplendent. Chapter 723. Grand Elder is right. You won't have a good ending. I can guarantee that. As the cold voice fell, a tyrannical force descended from the sky and tore apart Enlightened Master Zhang Ye's sword, disintegrating the attack. The terrifying aura sent the 2 of them flying. They crashed into a mountain in the Divine Sword School. The mountain collapsed and the ground cracked. Rocks flew everywhere. Countless foreign race warriors met with misfortune. Grand Elder, are you all right? A man and a woman appeared near the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder knew that he couldn't stop the 2 of them. He wanted to drag them down with him. He was shocked when he heard the voice. Alliance Leader Lin, you're back. The Grand Elder realized that he had called her wrongly. He quickly corrected himself. Weren't you killed by the Divine Sword School? We'll talk about this later. I'll go clean them up first. When did the Divine Sword School let them run wild here? They all deserve to die. Lin Fei snorted coldly. He went straight to the 5 foreign race godly kings who were fighting not far away. First, madam, how can this be? The 5 godly kings joined hands and defeated our elders. The Grand Elder exclaimed. He wanted to help. How could Lin Fei fight against 5 godly kings alone? You should at least help. Lin Jiqing stopped him and smiled. Grand Elder, don't worry. The foreign race godly kings are nothing in his hands. Grand Elder probably doesn't know that Godly King Hao Tian and the other godly kings have already died in the hands of the Alliance leader. The first Elder's body trembled, and he cried out involuntarily, How is this possible? The Grand Elder couldn't accept this news. A moment later, his eyes widened. He saw that wherever Lin Fei passed, sword intent pervaded the air. The foreign race warriors exploded one after another. No one could stop him. The foreign race itinerant immortals and foreign race half-step celestial immortals died one after another. The 5 god kings of the foreign races were sent flying by Lin Fei's sword. The tough bodies of the foreign races exploded one after another. This was the unparalleled sword intent. Their tough defenses were nothing but a joke right now. Bang, 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 another sword strike. The violent sword intent cut the God King in half at the waist. The God King couldn't even use fleshly rebirth as he was shredded into pieces by the sword intent. He died just like that. The first elder was dumbfounded. If it was a one-on-one fight, the first elder believed that Lin Fei would be able to win. But if it was a 1-on-5 fight, Lin Fei would be able to sweep through the alien God Kings and kill them all. Enlightened Master Zhang Yi and enlightened gentlemen rushed out from the pile of pebbles. When they saw the Divine King being killed, their minds went blank. Clearly, they were unable to digest this scene. Lin Fei had actually killed 5 God Kings with a single sword strike. It was as if the heavens were playing a joke on them. The enlightened Zhang Yi and the enlightened gentlemen were certain that Lin Fei would not be able to return. He would either be killed or banished to the depths of the starry sky. There was no other choice. However, when Lin Fei appeared in front of them once again and swept through the God Kings like a god, all they were left with was boundless fear. They had lost count of how many times they cursed in their hearts. He's still not dead? There's no justice in the world. The two of them were scared out of their wits. They immediately tore open the void and prepared to escape. Don't go. The first elder was furious when he saw the two of them. How many elders had died in their hands? How could he let the two of them leave? Lin Fei's speed was faster than them. The invincible sword will turned into a beam of light and slashed at the void. A large area of the void collapsed, and two figures were forced out of the void. The two of you have committed a massacre in the Divine Sword School. Don't you want to leave something behind? Lin Fei walked forward step by step. If there was no Divine Sword School, he would not be here today. Now that the Divine Sword School had been destroyed to this extent, Lin Fei had a belly full of anger that needed to be vented. He would not let the two of them leave this place. They must pay the price for the massacre here. Alliance Master Lin, you killed the alien God Kings. I advise you to admit defeat. Enlightened Master Zhang, Yi scratched his head. He could not believe that the other party's strength had increased to such an extent in such a short time. There are dozens of God Kings in total. You can't defeat them. They were Enlightened Master Zhang, Ye's only reliance. Pooh! A beam of sword light flew over. Enlightened Master Zhang, Yi cried out in pain as his left arm flew off. The wound was enveloped by a force, unable to regenerate. Hee, you still know how to threaten me. Lin Fei found it funny. I don't mind telling you that the number of God Kings that died in my hands has already exceeded 20. That's impossible. Enlightened Master Zhang, Ye's expression changed. He thought about the God Kings he killed just now. Could it be that he really killed 20 God Kings? Could it be that God King Hao Tian is also dead? Don't worry. You will soon follow in his footsteps. I gave you a chance back then, but you didn't know how to cherish it. You colluded with the alien God Kings and harmed your alliance. After killing you, I will personally go to Celestial Gate and destroy your Celestial Gate's inheritance. Enlightened Master Zhang, Yi suddenly raised his head. His face was filled with malevolence. Gentlemen, leave quickly. This sect master will fight it out with him. A violent energy was released from Enlightened Master Zhang Ye's body. He was preparing to self-destruct. He wanted to take Lin Fei down with him. Lin Fei shook his head in disappointment. Stubborn. A surge of energy that was even thicker than Enlightened Master Zhang Ye's came crashing down. Enlightened Master Zhang Ye's energy was instantly disintegrated. It was like a huge wave suppressing a small wave. Pooh! Enlightened Master Gentleman's right arm flew off. He didn't even have time to prepare to escape. Lin Fei, you can't kill me. If you kill me, the Upper Realm Elder will definitely hunt you down. Even if you run to the ends of the earth, you can forget about surviving. Enlightened Master Gentleman's face was pale as he spoke in a sonorous voice. Lin Fei was no longer afraid of being bitten by lice. Sword God said the same thing. Even the almighty beings of the upper realm came personally to kill me. Unfortunately, they couldn't kill me. So what if it's your Celestial Gate Elder? Lin Fei laughed. For a despicable person like you, it's better to send you to hell, lest you go around scheming and scheming. Don't kill me. Enlightened Master Gentleman shouted. His eyes flashed with ruthlessness. His body suddenly exploded, and a huge force swept over. Runes flew out and disappeared into the void. Damn you, Lin Fei! The runes wrapped around Enlightened Master Gentleman's primordial spirit. I need to seize your body and be reborn as soon as possible. Once my strength is restored, I'll wipe out your entire clan. In order to severely injure Lin Fei, Enlightened Master Gentleman did not hesitate to self-destruct to escape. This was his only way. Lin Fei was too tyrannical. He was like an insurmountable mountain. Throughout his life, Lin Fei had always been like a mountain pressing down on his head. Gentlemen, you're a despicable person. You're truly full of schemes and schemes. A figure blocked Enlightened Master Gentleman's path in the void. You would have succeeded if it were an ordinary person. How are you still alive? Enlightened Master Gentleman roared. He should have been able to block his self-destruction. Chapter 724. In the void, astral winds howled, tearing everything apart. Lin Fei just stood in the void, letting the endless astral winds fall on him and bounce him away. 3 years ago, you used the power of the sacred fetus to kill me and failed. 3 years later, you were killed by my sword. You are beyond redemption. Why bother? The past appeared one by one with the wind. In this world, strength is always the most important. Schemes and tricks are nothing more than this. Lin Fei kept his divine sword, his gaze firm. I must kill without mercy. Tearing open the void, Lin Fei returned to the god of sword sect. The sudden self-destruction of Taoist gentlemen had a great impact. Lin Fei destroyed a part of the force, but the rest affected the god of sword sect, affecting many disciples. Lin Fei took out the worldly furnace and captured the fleeing foreign tribe warriors. In a short while, he collected the invading foreign tribe warriors. Even the godly king was no match for them, let alone the foreign tribe warriors. You didn't let that despicable person escape, did you? Great Elder asked anxiously. Taoist gentleman, who had always been one of the top 10 prodigies in front of everyone, was such a despicable person. On the surface, he begged for mercy, but secretly self-destructed. It really caught everyone off guard. If he succeeded, he would harm many people in the future. Don't worry, he's dead, Lin Fei said. Such a despicable person deserves to die. Lin Jiqing's gaze was cold. Many things were instigated by Taoist gentlemen. For example, he came to attack the god of sword sect under the order of the god of sword. At the mention of the god of sword, Great Elder regretted. How did the sect cultivate such a person? In the end, he still harmed the sect. Great Elder, the god of sword, is also dead. I've already killed him for the sect. No matter what, I'm still a part of the god of sword sect, Lin Fei said. Good. Good kill. Then I'm relieved. If I wasn't deceived, today's disaster wouldn't have happened. Great Elder seemed to recall something. Alliance Master, the god of sword sect's crisis has been eliminated. Hurry up and rescue the other sections. Don't let the godly king succeed. Lin Fei nodded. Good. It's time for the foreign tribe to get out of the continent. He turned to Lin Jiqing and said, You're careful. You worry too much about the matters here. I will. Just like that, Lin Fei charged towards the second location. Now that the godly kings had dispersed, this was undoubtedly an opportunity for Lin Fei. If he missed this opportunity, it would not be easy anymore. Senior brother is mighty. Senior brother is mighty. Before they left, everyone in the Divine Sword School, regardless of whether they were injured or not, shouted. Their voices reverberated in the huge mountain gate. Lin Fei's faith branch continued to increase. Who would have thought that Alliance Leader Lin would advance so quickly? He has already taken such a huge step forward. In this world, he is definitely number one. Great Elder watched Lin Fei's departing figure. In this world, there is already no one who could resist his divine might. The next place Lin Fei went to was the Ice Palace. The Ice Palace was also facing great pressure. There are also 5 God Kings here, which meant that the Ice Palace was worthy of using 5 God Kings. The Ice Palace's situation was better than the Divine Sword sects, but they might not be able to hold on for long. As Lin Fei charged out from outer space and killed the God King, the situation of the battle changed without a doubt. Ice Fairy, who was fighting the God Kings in the snow, was also shocked. Alliance Leader Lin is here. Even though the people of the Ice Palace had never seen Lin Fei before, Lin Fei's name was known by everyone in the continent. The female disciples of the Ice Palace also knew about him. Look, another God King has died. The female disciples in the crowd were all stunned by what they saw. Even the Ice Fairy was shocked at first, and then her cherry lips opened wide as she watched dumbfounded. 5 God Kings were killed just like that in front of Alliance Leader Lin. It was so easy that the entire Ice Palace was dumbfounded until he disappeared. Number 1. The group of Ice Palace elders said in unison. To kill so many God Kings so quickly, if he wasn't number 1, then what was he? How could his strength advance by leaps and bounds? Ice Fairy allowed the snow to fall on her body. Back then, she could still fight with him, but not long later, he had already charged into the sky. Ice, don't be sad. Alliance Leader Lin is a genius. I'm afraid the continent war is about to end. The Ice Palace Master arrived and appeared beside Ice Fairy. Lin Fei's figure appeared in many places on the continent. In order to conquer the continent, the alien race army had sent out all their god kings, preparing to suppress the human race. But at this time, Lin Fei's strength improved greatly. Other than a few god kings nurtured by the Holy Mother, the rest were all killed, and Lin Fei's strength kept increasing. Lin Fei still spent 3 days to deal with the continent war. The remaining alien race warriors didn't chase after them. The human race would deal with them. Myth City. After killing the alien race experts, Lin Fei returned to Myth City. He didn't kill his way to the base of the alien race, Savage World, and let them gather. Daddy! Just as he returned to the City Lord Manor, a small figure flew over. A fragrance greeted him, and he hugged her head. Lele. Lin Fei was stunned. Lele could fly, and she could talk. Hey, there's a change in her bloodline. Lin Fei looked and suddenly understood. His strength had increased too quickly, and he had indirectly stimulated his daughter's bloodline. At such a young age, she already had considerable strength. Little princess, come out quickly. Little princess, where are you? It's dangerous outside. Soon, the sound of servants searching could be heard. Daddy, they're too bad. They won't let me play. The little girl raised her head pitifully. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He could see that she would be a little devil in the future. He kissed her. Daddy, I'll play with you. Daddy, that's great. I want to go outside. The little girl pointed. Lin Fei hugged his daughter and flew into the sky. At the same time, he told the servants to stop searching. She was by his side. With a wave of his hand, the sky full of white clouds gathered, turning into a children's playground in his memory. In the City Lord Manor, Jean Feng was shocked. Since her daughter's bloodline was stimulated recently, she often couldn't find her. She was very worried. Second Madam, Mrs. Up there? So, everyone saw the scene of laughter in the sky. Little girl, really insensible. Jean Feng laughed and scolded. Unbeknownst to her, everyone else was relieved. This little princess was really a witch. At such a young age, she could already fly in the sky. Her aptitude was not ordinary. Not far away, the demon Immortal Little Z let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, she didn't come to harm me. If she did, I would have lost all my feathers. At the same time, the alien tribes were completely defeated. All forces personally came to the mythical city. From far away, they saw such a warm scene. In addition to the warmth, there was more shock. Another evildoer, like father, like daughter, another fairy immortal. Seeing this scene, they were almost speechless. At such a young age, she completely defeated those geniuses. You. After Lin Fei came down, Jean Feng laughed and scolded. Bad guy, bad guy. The little girl was unhappy. She insisted on hugging her father and didn't want to go to her mother. Don't talk nonsense. Mom is a good person. Be obedient. Lin Fei kept a straight face. However, the little girl giggled and immediately lost her temper. Leave him with me. I will bring him over when the time comes. Kiss. The little girl kissed him happily. Lin Fei held the little girl like this. Even though he had been a father for some time, there were not many opportunities to hold her like this. It was said that daughters were clingy, even if they were lovers in their previous lives. Lin Fei felt that this saying was very reasonable. However, the little girl was too naughty. Her bloodline was stimulated. In the future, no one would be able to control her. Just thinking about it gave him a headache. Congratulations, Alliance Leader Lin. As soon as Lin Fei appeared, everyone congratulated him. The little girl was white and red, crystal clear. Her body emitted a fragrance, which was released by the medicine. At the same time, a phantom of a long river appeared behind her. From afar, they knew that Alliance Leader Lin's daughter was extraordinary. Seeing it with their own eyes, they knew how terrifying her talent was. Sister, you're so beautiful. The little girl appeared in front of the ice fairy with a whoosh. She seemed to understand. I want to be a beauty in the future too. Lin Fei was speechless. Narcissistic at such a young age. He did not seem to be so narcissistic in the past. At this moment, the little lowly had a destructive power, Even the usually cold ice fairy revealed a rare smile, like the first thaw of winter snow. Call me again. Sister will give you something good. The little girl was not timid at all. Sister, you are so beautiful. She stretched out her pink hands, which made people laugh. Brother Lin, your daughter is just like you. Tai walked over. Of course. I'm so handsome. How can my daughter not be beautiful? Lin Fei was narcissistic. Tai said softly, I think I see the next Brother Lin appear. Lin Fei was stunned for a moment before he burst into laughter. In reality, Tai had guessed correctly. A few years later, the little girl became the first she-devil on the continent. However, everyone did not know whether to laugh or cry. She would always do such ridiculous things that people did not know what to say. In just a short while, the little lowly had collected a large pile of gifts. Everyone thought that the little lowly would not be able to accept them. But in the end, Furball flew out of the void and took all the gifts in one gulp. Mau Mau, I will take you to eat. The little girl hugged Hairball and swayed out just like that. Lin Fei was shocked. When did Hairball get kidnapped? He did not treat Hairball badly. If Hairball knew, she would definitely say, Your daughter is too powerful. If I did not play with her, she would cook me. Alliance Leader Lin, it is all thanks to your help that we were able to escape danger. Chapter 725. P.S. Thanks to Lee 789456321 * for the tip. In the boundless void, a black warship flew across the void. Behind it were numerous warships. There was no end in sight. There were at least tens of thousands of warships. These were the human tribe's warships. Ever since Alliance Leader Lin displayed his prowess by killing the foreign tribe's supreme being and cutting off their main force, the foreign tribe army began to crumble after losing their leader. The cultivators of the continent began to attack and kill the lone foreign tribe soldiers. On the southern battlefront, the headquarters of the foreign tribes were taken down one by one. The soldiers of the foreign tribes were reduced to ashes. With the death of the divine king, the morale of the human race soared. They were like a hot knife through butter, sweeping through everything. The alien army, whose morale had been shaken, collapsed one after another. Only those who had returned to the big world survived. After half a month of cleaning, there were no more foreign tribes on the continent. The passage to the foreign tribes' outside world was destroyed by the foreign tribes. It meant that they had lost their chance to return to the continent. The mysterious heavenly continent, which had been in chaos for a long time, finally regained its peace. The dark clouds dispersed, ushering in a sunny day. It was a long-awaited peace. To the mainland, the invasion of the outsiders could be said to have caused heavy losses. Who knew how many sects had lost their legacies because of this? How many sects had made the wrong choice and were wiped out? How many sects had risen because of this? After the continent regained its peace, the mysterious heavenly continent joined forces with the other outside worlds and began to liberate the worlds that were suppressed. A month later, they stepped onto the final battlefield, the savage wilderness world. Although the foreign tribe army had retreated and the supreme being was dead, the foreign tribes would always be a threat to the people of the various worlds. This was especially so for the Supreme Holy Mother. If she was not eliminated, they might repeat the same mistake in the future. As for whether there would be a great hero, no one knew. The Supreme Holy Mother must be killed. A Supreme Holy Mother who could nurture a Supreme Being at any time was undoubtedly a dangerous thing. Hence, the scene of the warships crossing the void and heading to the savage wilderness world. Only when the foreign tribes lost the Supreme Holy Mother could they truly relax and not worry about it. Boom, boom, boom. One warship after another charged into a brown planet. Upon entering this world, the aura of desolation greeted them. Everywhere they passed by was barren land. Yellow sand danced in the air, causing sand and rocks to fly. Alliance Leader, we've arrived. This is the savage great world. Countless warships hovered in the sky like a dark cloud, covering the sky and the sun. The savage world is truly desolate. Lin Fei stood at the bow of the ship. What entered his eyes was a stretch of desolation, and there was no sign of life. No wonder they want to keep invading. A single world really can't satisfy them. Now that Lin Fei was going to attack the Holy Mother's lair, he had to be there personally. Subconsciously, Lin Fei thought that the Holy Mother was the real, strong existence of the other races. Unfortunately, when he killed the deity king, he forgot to leave her alive so that he could interrogate her. This was the first time they had come to the savage world. They had imagined that the foreign races would go all out to stop them from invading the savage world. Once they took over the savage world, the foreign races would be completely wiped out. However, the scene before them was very different from what they had imagined. The outsiders didn't attack. In fact, at a glance, there was no aura at all as far as the eye could see. It seems that the foreign races plan to have a decisive battle with us. Tell them to fan out. Once they see the foreign race army, attack with the divine martial cannon. Don't give them any chance. Lin Fei smiled and gave the order. The people behind him twitched their eyes. They wanted to say, Alliance leader, why do we need to use the divine martial cannon to deal with these cannon fodders? It's too wasteful. Each of the elite warships was equipped with a divine martial cannon. In Lin Fei's words, since they were allies, he was selling them this weapon at a cheap price. Others could forget about it. Naturally, Lin Fei earned a lot of money. Unfortunately, they were still worried about how to get resources. The divine martial cannon was a bottomless pit. No matter how rich they were, they might not be able to afford it. The warships fanned out. As they went deeper and deeper, they didn't see any foreign races. It was as if they had disappeared without a trace, giving up on the savage world. The savage world was huge, even bigger than the mysterious heavenly mainland. However, it was very barren. At a glance, sand and stones flew everywhere, and there was no sign of life. Common plants and tree species were completely extinct in the savage great world, not a single trace of them to be found. The system was right. The foreign races are natural copies of locusts. Wherever they go, they will empty out everything. The savage world really fits the characteristics of the foreign races. Lin Fei thought in his heart. Half a day later, a huge golden castle suddenly appeared at the end of the world, together with a black mass of foreign race army. A murderous aura came from them. It turned out that the foreign races had already prepared for a big battle and were waiting in their base camp. There were so many foreign races that they formed a black mass. Dark clouds covered the sky, and a murderous aura shot up into the sky. Seeing such a large number of foreign races, everyone finally understood why Lin Fei suggested to bombard the foreign race army. At least it would save them a lot of trouble and reduce unnecessary casualties. This battle can only be won, not lost. Lin Fei's eyes were resolute. I'll leave the matters outside to you guys. Lin Fei came for the Holy Mother in this battle. Among those present, he was the only one who could fight the Holy Mother. If this scourge was not eliminated, the continent would not be peaceful. Ever since he had the bloodline of this world, Lin Fei had regarded himself as a person of this world. Those distant memories were buried deep in his mind, and he truly regarded himself as a part of the mysterious heavenly mainland. Alliance leader, don't worry. We will definitely kill them all outside. The demon master's murderous intent surged. This time, the demon sect had suffered heavy losses. Attack! Lin Feizhong's voice was as loud as thunder, exploding in the sky. What followed was the sound of the foreign races attacking. The foreign races swarmed forward like a tide. Fire the divine martial cannon. In the face of such a large and innumerable foreign race army, the divine martial cannon showed its prowess. Boom, boom, boom. Dazzling light beams tore through the void and exploded in the midst of the foreign race army, setting off monstrous waves of air. Under the waves of air, the bodies of the foreign races were torn apart, filling the sky with blood and water, falling into the dry yellow sand. The divine martial cannon is so powerful. Tai cheered loudly. Its power was domineering, but it consumed too much energy. Even he felt the pinch. For the foreign races, everything was worth it. Chapter 726. Boom, boom, boom. The divine martial cannon was fired once again, landing in the midst of the alien army. It became the scythe of death that reaped the lives of the alien soldiers. Because of the suppression of the divine martial cannon, the alien army that blotted out the sky did not seem to be under so much pressure. It was as if they could not break through the blockade line under the divine martial cannon. The reaping beams of light swept across and interweaved into a giant net, dispersing the attacks of the alien army. On the warship, Lin Fei was relieved. He had asked them to buy the divine martial cannon because he was worried that the alien army would attack crazily. He had to guard against them. Looking at the current situation, he had done the right thing. The alien soldiers were different from humans. They were nurtured by the Holy Mother and were not hesitant to face death. As such, they were even more terrifying than humans. I'm going. Lin Fei left behind these words and rushed toward the Holy Mother's camp. The Holy Mother must be in the Golden Castle. Lin Fei transformed into a beam of sword light. Strands of sword intent turned into raindrops, darting out in the air. Every single drop of sword intent killed a non-humankind warrior. Pung, pung, pung. Wherever Lin Fei passed, a vacuum would appear. Not a single non-humankind being could withstand his godly might. Open. A beam of sword light darted out, killing countless non-humankind beings. Boom, boom. The golden castle shook, and Lin Fei tore a huge hole in it. Then, Lin Fei rushed in. There were still aliens guarding the golden castle, but they were not strong. Lin Fei killed his way in and did not leave a single one alive. He tried to interrogate a few aliens to find out the whereabouts of the Holy Mother, but they all said they knew nothing. My feeling can't be wrong. The Holy Mother must be here. Lin Fei knew that this was his only chance. If the Holy Mother was not here, it would be troublesome to find her. Back then, he could hide from the upper realm, let alone himself. This was his last chance. Lin Fei believed that the Holy Mother must have used up a lot of energy to hatch so many divine kings. She must have fallen into a deep sleep and would not wake up for a while. He did not believe that the Holy Mother did not need to use up energy. If that was the case, the Holy Mother would have recovered long ago and regained her former strength. Not up there, but I don't believe it's not down there. Sword light burst forth, riddling the castle with thousands of holes. The ground also began to cave in, and an underground world appeared. There were also secrets under the castle. There were many blood-red tunnels that extended in all directions. No one knew where they led to. There were no pagans down there, and no one was there. He had found the right person. The Virgin must be down there. He released his divine sense and began to search for the whereabouts of the Holy Mother. Looks like we still need to go further down. Lin Fei slashed open the ground with the divine sword in his hand and continued to descend. After an unknown period of time, the ground below suddenly became empty and a blazing hot aura rushed up. Whoosh, 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 red magma monsters emerged from the magma. Each of them had the strength of a loose immortal. With their unique abilities, they made one's scalp go numb. There's actually a volcano below. Lin Fei frowned. This result was unexpected, but he still decided to continue searching. Kill. Lin Fei continuously released his divine sense. At the same time, he charged towards one direction. These lava monsters were powerful, but they were not as tyrannical as Lin Fei. Save me, save me. Lin Fei didn't know how far he had gone, but he suddenly stopped and listened attentively. Save me, save me. An inaudible voice reverberated. Lin Fei finally heard it, but unfortunately, the voice was too weak. He could barely hear the voice of help. Looks like there must be pagans down there. This voice became a ray of light in the darkness, guiding Lin Fei forward. 30 minutes later, it was also a red magma area. Lin Fei had already stopped. He saw a large cocoon emitting light and tree-shaped blood vessels supporting the cocoon. It was terrifying. Could it be that the Holy Mother is inside? Lin Fei did not expect that he would find the Holy Mother so easily. Seeing the tree-shaped Holy Mother supporting the cocoon, he could not be wrong. Thinking of the blood-red vortex, he knew that the Holy Mother must be inside the cocoon. Save me. A familiar voice came from afar. Lin Fei turned to look. In the endless magma, there was a green-robed person crouching on a huge rock. and the voice was coming from that person. Qing Wan. Lin Fei looked over and shouted. He slashed a rock in the distance with his sword. He did not expect to meet his maid Qing Wan here, the maid who had searched all over the continent but could not find her. Damn Holy Mother, she actually brought Qing Wan here. No wonder I couldn't find her. Lin Fei cursed and flew over, wanting to save Qing Wan. Magma soared into the sky, and a blood-red screen appeared in the sky, blocking the path. A huge face appeared after that. Holy Mother! Lin Fei stopped and pointed his divine sword at the curtain. Lin Fei, #1 person of the continent. I did not expect that we would meet under such circumstances. The huge face in the sky opened its mouth, its voice incomparably hoarse. Are you planning to stop me? You are very powerful. Since your rise, you have repeatedly thwarted our plans. Even my children were mostly killed by you. You are very amazing. The Holy Mother's voice was calm. Lin Fei was secretly on guard. Holy Mother, since you know how powerful I am, are you going to stop me from saving people? I will count to 3. Otherwise, I will destroy you with one strike. Oh, it seems that you really care about your maid. It was not a waste for me to capture her. The Holy Mother in the sky laughed. Then, a beautiful figure wrapped in a mass of qi appeared in front of the curtain. The woman in the mass of qi was lying down. She had long black hair and looked very pitiful. One could not help but want to hold her in their arms and take good care of her. I only need to think about it, and your maid will die. Such a beautiful woman. What a pity. The Holy Mother laughed. I don't think you want to. Lin Fei felt a stab in his heart. Back then, when he was not strong enough, she was taken away. Later, when he was strong enough, she could not be found. Lin Fei did not want to see her die in front of him. He would feel guilty for the rest of his life. Holy Mother, you old thing, if you dare to harm a single hair on Blue Wan's head, I can guarantee that you will not have a good end. Lin Fei slashed his sword at the blood-colored tree, shattering thousands of branches. If you don't let her go, I don't mind destroying your nest. What an infatuated man. The Holy Mother laughed again. You humans are unable to resist the charms of beautiful women. I will fulfill your wish. The mass of qi broke apart, and the blue wand fell from the sky, straight into the magma below. Lin Fei was very clear about how terrifying the magma below the volcano was. If one's body refinement was not very strong, they would definitely die if they went down. Go to hell, old thing. Lin Fei was infuriated. The Holy Mother was too sinister. Eyes bloodshot, he slashed his sword toward the sky, causing a path to the heavens to appear above the lava. Lin Fei flew up into the air. Nothing can happen to her. Under the sword, the sky exploded with a loud bang. Magma shot out in all directions, speckling the ground. The path to heaven stuck close to the lava and immediately appeared under Blue Wan, catching her safely. Lin Fei also arrived and held Blue Wan in his arms. It was the familiar aura from back then. After such a long time, Lin Fei knew that the one in his arms was Qing Wan. It was definitely not fake. You old thing that is neither human nor ghost, I'll definitely kill you. Lin Fei was furious. This was forcing him to kill the Holy Mother and consign him to eternal damnation. Blue Wan, wake up, Lin Fei said softly. After not seeing her for over 10 years, Blue Wan had already grown into a slender and elegant woman. She had long black hair, just like back then. Lin Fei could still see traces of the past on her face. Her long eyelashes suddenly moved, blinking as if she was about to wake up. Then, her eyes opened. At first, she was confused for a moment, but then her gaze fell on Lin Fei. Her body trembled. Young Master, it's the young Master. The familiar voice that Lin Fei had not heard for a long time reminded him of the moment when he first arrived. Time seemed to have stopped. I am a young master. Lin Fei felt as if something was stuck in his throat. Over 10 years had passed in the blink of an eye. If there was one thing that Lin Fei regretted, it would be that he couldn't find Blue Wan. The great ambition he established back then seemed to have become a joke. You really are the young master. You really are the young master. Blue Wan's eyes were filled with tears. She hugged Lin Fei and cried. It should be said that she was crying tears of joy. Immediately, She pushed Lin Fei away and said anxiously, "Young master, leave quickly. This is a trap set by the Holy Mother to deal with you." Puff! Lin Fei spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards, hitting the magma. Hundreds of thousands of kilograms of rock shattered with a bang. A blood-colored heart suddenly appeared on his chest. The invincible god-demon body was actually broken by someone. "Kakik, you didn't expect it, did you, Lin Fei?" Blue Wan's face was gloomy, and her voice was different from before. It was actually the voice of the Holy Mother from before. "Using the closest person to deal with you. This feels good, right? You're not Blue Wan. Where did you put Blue Wan?" Lin Fei struggled to stand up, coughing blood. "Wrong. Don't you believe your eyes? I am Blue Wan, but her primordial spirit is suppressed by me. You can say that I am Blue Wan, but I am also the Holy Mother." Blue Wan stood on the path to heaven. Lin Fei gritted his teeth. "You are really sinister." He secretly cursed in his heart. He never would have thought that the Holy Mother could control Blue Wan, which was equivalent to the two of them becoming one. The matter was tricky, and the important thing was that he didn't dare to make a move. "I think you should take care of yourself. Soon, you will become one of my subordinates." The Holy Mother laughed sinisterly. "Unfortunately, the continent's #1 expert will become my clone, and your secrets will also become my secrets." His heart kept beating, and blood vessels spread out from his body, taking root in his body. There were densely packed runes everywhere. "You have been painstakingly scheming for this moment, right?" Lin Fei said. Chapter 727. P.S. Thanks to bookfriend 131108070511108 for the tip. In the Red Kingdom, lava surged and shot out. Shockwaves danced in the air, destroying many rocks. In such an environment, Lin Fei was very anxious and helpless. The Holy Mother and Blue Phoenix were one body, so he couldn't attack. Otherwise, he would have killed the Holy Mother with a single sword strike. "Your insect queen is so sinister and cunning," Lin Fei said as he activated his celestial energy, trying to destroy the invading power. The power in his body was very tenacious, and he couldn't cut it off or destroy it completely. "Insect Queen, I don't really like this name. Holy Mother sounds better," the Holy Mother said with a smile. "In the vast starry sky, we, the Holy Mother, are the highest race. We possess great power from birth. My children can invade everything in the world and destroy worlds one after another. You humans are nothing more than ants. You are not worthy of being our opponents." At this moment, the Holy Mother was extremely arrogant. She controlled the Blue Phoenix's body and landed on the cocoon of light. Her words were filled with invasiveness. "This damned power. Am I really going to fail miserably?" Lin Fei cursed in his heart. This power could ignore celestial energy and continuously filled every part of his body. "See how you turn the world into a barren world?" Lin Fei said angrily. "So, you are fated to be a group of invaders, a group of street rats that everyone wants to kill." "GGG," the Holy Mother's horrifying voice echoed. "Lin Fei, you have a sharp tongue. However, seeing that you are about to become a clone, I won't blame you. After all, you don't have much time left. You must be surprised that the power in your body can ignore celestial energy, right?" "Haha. That's right. I am indeed surprised," Lin Fei said straightforwardly. "Seeing that I am about to become your clone, let me die knowing. Foolish human. How could you know that our insect queen is an omnipotent existence that could devour all kinds of power? Celestial energy is nothing." The Holy Mother was in a good mood. As an existence that destroyed the foreign race's target and was about to become a clone, she wasn't worried that the other party would play any tricks. To tell you the truth, that is the power of the insect queen. No one can break it. The power of the insect queen. Lin Fei seemed to understand. "You are indeed an amazing existence. I didn't lose unjustly. However, I'm afraid that your insect queen's power is also the only one that exists. However, it is enough to subdue you. When my insect queen's power spreads throughout your entire body and controls your entire body, your thoughts will be understood by me. You will truly become the strongest avatar in my hands. At that time, the heaven realm will be nothing. Sooner or later, I will attack the heaven realm and invade their world. Lin Fei pointed a finger at the cocoon. Looks like you're just a wisp of will. I'm afraid your main body hasn't recovered its strength yet. If I had known earlier, I would have destroyed your main body. I don't think your will would have survived. Unfortunately, you're too late. The Holy Mother smiled sinisterly. Your current strength has been suppressed by the Insect Queen's power. I'm afraid you can't even use 20% of your strength. As my avatar, your name is destined to spread throughout the world. In the future, even the heaven realm will spread your name. You will be my avatar to rule the world. This is an honor that ordinary people can't achieve. Lin Fei sneered. You should save this honor for yourself. You're right, I don't have much strength left. However, don't forget, once I self-destruct, do you think you will still be able to obtain me? I'm afraid all your dreams will be lost. Moreover, the people outside will also come to kill you. What do you think will happen? You don't need to scare me. You humans have always been afraid of death. You don't dare to self-destruct. The Holy Mother said disapprovingly. If you wanted to self-destruct, you wouldn't have waited until now to say it. Hee, becoming existence without will. Isn't self-destruction the best way to escape? Lin Fei said. Tell the green wand to come out now. Otherwise, I will count to 3. If I don't see anyone appear, I will self-destruct. 1. In order to set this up, the Holy Mother spent a lot of effort in order to capture Lin Fei and make him her strongest subordinate. Then, she would completely control the continent and use him as a springboard to kill her way into the heaven realm. If Lin Fei self-destructed, all her efforts would be lost. The impact would be too great. Furthermore, the Holy Mother suspected that Lin Fei had a big secret. As long as she had some time, she would definitely be able to control Lin Fei and obtain all of his secrets. At this critical juncture, the Holy Mother didn't want anything to happen and ruin her plan. 2. Regardless of whether Lin Fei dared to self-destruct, the Holy Mother didn't dare to take the risk. Hold on, you win. The Holy Mother's tone relaxed. I will let you two reunite once again. From now on, you will be separated by life and death. However, if you dare to play any tricks, I can kill your little lover at any time. Lin Fei saw the green wand's body tremble. It was as if something was receding like a tide. The aggressive desire disappeared and was replaced by a woman who was as gentle as water. Oh, when the green wand woke up and saw the young master, she started crying. Tears flowed down her face, and her face was filled with guilt. Young master, it's all my fault. Oh, don't cry. Look at you crying like a little cat. Lin Fei smiled. Hearing Lin Fei's words, the blue wand cried even more sorrowfully. Her tears fell like rain, and as each drop of her tears fell, a chilling aura spread across the magma, suppressing it. It was a terrifying scene. Young master, it's all my fault. I caused you to become like this. The green wand cried. Silly girl, don't think too much. This matter can't be blamed on you. The main culprit is the Holy Mother. In my eyes, you are still that silly girl. Don't give yourself any pressure. Lin Fei finally understood that women were made of water. The green wand's delicate body trembled. This familiar form of address seemed to have returned to the time when they were in the Lin family. The young master shocked the world with a single brilliant feat. Young master, the Holy Mother has fallen into a long slumber. This is the only trace of her will. If you kill the original body, the power of the Insect Queen in your body will disappear. Green Wand has let you down. The Green Wand's eyes revealed a look of farewell. You bitch, how dare you? At this moment, another person's voice came from the Green Wand's mouth. It was obviously a trace of the Holy Mother's will. Hairball, Yang Jian shouted. In the void, a black shadow leaped out. With a move of heaven swallowing, a huge black vortex sucked the green wand into it. Bang, 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 bang. The blood vessels of the runes on Lin Fei's body all exploded at this moment. The heart in his chest also started to weaken. With a shake of his body, it shattered and turned into powder. At this moment, The heart in his body was finally removed. A danger was removed. Kill. Chapter 728. Lin Fei did not expect that silly girl Qing Wan would choose to self-destruct in order to protect herself from the threat. If he had not brought Furball out and used the innate ability Heaven Devourer, perhaps he could only watch helplessly as she perished today, feeling guilty for the rest of his life. Hairball couldn't stand the little girl's torture and was willing to stay by Lin Fei's side. Hairball's Heaven Devourer could stop everything, which could stop the self-destruction. The Blue Phoenix was gathering power and trying to self-destruct. After it stopped, it maintained its previous appearance. Unless it came out of Hairball's divine ability, it would stay still for the rest of its life. From the Blue Phoenix, Lin Fei learned that the Saint Mother had fallen into a long slumber. This was the only will she had prepared for him. Hairball used her divine ability to cut off all information. The Saint Mother shouldn't know. At this moment, the Saint Mother was exposed to Lin Fei. She had become a clear target with nowhere to run. Boom! The terrifying power of the sword could tear everything apart and mince it into pieces. Something strange happened. The cocoon shone brightly like the sun. All the attacks seemed to fall into a bottomless abyss and disappeared without a trace. The insect queen can absorb attacks. Lin Fei was shocked when his sword missed, but he didn't stop. He continued to attack the insect queen. He didn't believe that the insect queen's defense could be this strong. Boom, boom, boom. Each sword could kill a sky immortal. The first attack missed, unable to break through the light. Lin Fei was even more confused. His eyes flashed, and he stopped attacking. Insect Queen, I didn't expect you to disguise yourself so well. You absorbed my attacks. Whoosh, 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 rays of light descended, revealing the true body of the insect mother. The hideous golden existence shook its body and transformed into a noble and peerlessly beautiful woman. Lin Fei actually managed to read a phrase from this illusory woman's body. Sovereign's descent. However, it was awkward to use the word sovereign descent on a woman. I didn't expect you to see through it so quickly. The majesty of an emperor rippled from this woman. I thought you would continue to attack until I was killed, one move after another. As expected of the insect queen, she must have deliberately leaked the information when she went into hibernation. Lin Fei was inwardly shocked. Even though he had been very careful, he had still helped the Holy Mother to recover. It was all for the sake of making me deal with you. Everyone is about the same. The Holy Mother said, you can eliminate this king's power of the insect queen. If this king knew of this, he would definitely take action personally. He would definitely not have allowed you to grow to this day. Lin Fei held the divine sword in his hand. Today, only one of us can survive. However, it seems that you have consumed a lot of energy to hatch the God King. You may not be my match. The godly king that this king hatched has become your path of advancement. What divine art! The Holy Mother's expression did not change. If you think that's the case, then you're gravely mistaken. This king has dominated the great 1,000 worlds and has never been defeated. How could it be as you think? Explode, savage great world. Outside the Golden Castle, the battle was still ongoing. Judging from the current situation, the human race had the upper hand. However, there were too many of them. Even with the help of the divine martial cannons, there were still a lot of them. They had no idea how long it would take to kill them all. On the other hand, the human race had lost a lot of men. Bang, bang. One after another, the outsider warriors exploded. Blood rained down from the sky, dyeing the sand red. What's going on? Could it be that the Alliance Lord killed the Holy Mother? The Alliance Lord is mighty. The black figures exploded one after another, creating clouds of blood mist. On the side of the human alliance, everyone stopped. In just a few breaths' time, the army that had blotted out the sky disappeared. The oppressive aura disappeared, and the sun shone down on the land. We won. The humans cheered. Everyone flew down or landed in the sky above the castle, a victorious smile on their faces. With the death of the Holy Mother who had troubled them, the continent was finally at peace. There was no need to worry about the invasion of the outsiders. The various worlds could also return to normal. Boom, boom, boom. In the savage great world, two tyrannical auras exploded out of nowhere. Everywhere the auras passed, mountains collapsed, rivers changed directions, and the sky seemed to change color. They could finally see two figures, one black and one gold. One of them was Lin Fei, with long hair fluttering in the wind. He stood upright with a sword in his hand, a rare solemn expression on his face. The other emitted the aura of a supreme emperor, suppressing them to the point where they felt like they were about to kneel. The weaker ones all knelt on the ground as their bodies exploded. At this moment, it was unknown how many people had died. Demon Lord, hurry and take them away. Lin Fei's anxious voice reverberated in the sky. Then, the 10,000 zhang tall Jingguang arrived, shattering the supreme emperor's aura. Those who had fallen into a trance suddenly woke up. It turned out that they had been tempted by the emperor's aura and thought of themselves as the subjects of the emperor, kneeling down and worshipping the emperor. The expressions of the demon lord and the others changed. Under the emperor's aura, they seemed to have become part of the Holy Mother, making them want to kneel down and worship this supreme emperor. If they hadn't known that this was an illusion and used their strength to resist, they would probably have ended up like them. Although they all knew that the Holy Mother was powerful, they had never thought that before they even made a move, they would have fallen into the Holy Mother's aura and almost become her food. Lin Fei resolved the Holy Mother's attack, but to the Human Race Alliance, it was a heavy loss. Once the humans knelt down, they would die. There was no need to mention those with weak willpower. Retreat. The Demon Lord and the others were very decisive. They knew that with their strength, they couldn't even block a single move from the Holy Mother. Not to mention helping, they might even make things worse. Lin Fei told them to retreat, and they immediately did so. If they stayed, they would only make things worse. At the same time, their hearts were filled with fear towards the Holy Mother. The words left behind by the previous generations were indeed true. The Holy Mother's strength was incomparably tyrannical. Today, if it wasn't for Alliance leader Lin, no one here would have survived. Do you see this? A golden throne appeared on the Holy Mother's body. It was tens of thousands of feet wide, and as she sat on it, the aura of an emperor rippled. If they didn't know beforehand, no one would believe that this was an insect queen. You humans are incomparably insignificant. The right to kill is in my hands. If I want them to die, they have no choice but to die. In the continent, the emperors of empires and dynasties were simply too weak compared to the Holy Mother. Lin Fei didn't expect that the emperor's aura on the Holy Mother could be so tyrannical. She could rule the world, and all the people would submit to her. Even the Demon Lord and the others would have almost become one of them. You are indeed very strong, but today one of us is destined to fight. Lin Fei revealed a rare, serious expression. No matter what, he had to kill the insect queen this time. Even if you are an emperor, you are still not an emperor. Heaven-reaching divine pagoda. Lin Fei took out the heaven-reaching divine pagoda. It was tens of thousands of feet tall, and it emitted a terrifying aura that covered the sky. It was as if everything was under its oppression, and it wanted to suppress the Holy Mother. Sovereign descent. The Holy Mother sat on the throne, and the Emperor's aura interweaved together. The heaven-reaching divine pagoda that could suppress the heaven-reaching divine pagoda was forcibly blocked, and it couldn't advance even an inch. How can a mortal attack an emperor? This is a great disrespect. Hurry up and go. The Holy Mother waved her emperor's aura, and the heaven-reaching divine pagoda that Lin Fei was controlling was sent flying, and it smashed into the yellow sand. In that area, mountains collapsed, volcanoes erupted, and magma soared into the sky, dyeing the horizon red. Lin Fei vomited a mouthful of blood, and his eyes were filled with shock. How can you be so strong? Lin Fei had made some estimates of the insect queen's strength. In addition, it had hatched dozens of god kings and was in hibernation, so its strength shouldn't be too strong. He had activated the heaven-reaching divine pagoda with all his strength, but it was still sent flying by the insect queen's aura. Ha ha ha! This is the general trend. and it is something you will never be able to comprehend in your lifetime. The Emperor's rage will cause rivers of blood. Mere worldly possessions can't threaten the Emperor. The Holy Mother shook her head with hope and looked straight at him. If you become my subordinate and fight for me, you will be second only to one and above tens of thousands. Lin Fei put away the heaven-reaching divine pagoda, and he discovered that there were cracks on it. The Holy Mother's attack was actually so terrifying. If she was at her peak, he wouldn't even dare to think about it. Bullshit. I'm afraid that one day I will be controlled by you. You should find someone else to sit on this position. Stubborn. The Holy Mother's eyes shone, and she slapped out with her palm. I say that you are guilty, and you should die. Emperor's seal suppressed the four directions. The entire planet darkened, and a golden light descended from the sky. It was a huge golden seal, and there were four words, I am the Emperor. An emperor in embroidered clothes stepped out, and his expression was dignified as he pressed down with his palm. Danger! Danger! Lin Fei flew back, but the emperor's palm seemed to be determined, and it slapped down. Rumble! The earth split open, and 1,000,000 miles turned into lava. Lin Fei was also sent flying, and it was unknown how many mountains he had crashed into. If you don't submit, then die. The emperor attacked again, palm strike after palm strike. Everywhere he passed, there wasn't a single good spot. On the throne, the Holy Mother was high up, looking down on everything. Lin Fei relied on the god-demon body to barely avoid serious injuries, but the emperor's aura was everywhere, and it seemed to invade one's mind, turning one into a subject under the emperor. Immovable deity, protect my mind. I, Lin Fei, am Lin Fei, and I will not be anyone's subject. In the depths of his consciousness, Lin Fei opened his eyes, and sword light swept out, tearing the emperor's sky to pieces. His mind was shaken. The Holy Mother is too powerful. Who knows how much faith she has absorbed? So much so that each of her attacks contains the supreme emperor's might, and it unknowingly affects my mind. Chapter 729. P.S. Thank you, book friend 131015211758912. Thank you, book friend. Boom, boom, boom. In the vast, savage, great world, the ground cracked, mountains and rivers changed course, and rocks flew everywhere. A terrifying aura spread across the entire planet, making it impossible for anyone to exist on this planet. It was as if they would be torn apart and vanish in the next second. The emperor's aura was vast and mighty. An emperor in brocade clothes kept attacking. On the vast land, lava boiled, replacing the flying sand and rocks. F*CK. Does this old thing have to be so ferocious? Lin Fei blocked and retreated at the same time. The emperor's seal was really domineering. It crushed everything and had extraordinary destructive power. Lin Fei, who had the god-demon body to protect himself, was still beaten until he coughed up blood. There were several wounds on his body. At the worst, white bones could be seen. It was a shocking sight. Lin Fei was once again sent flying by the embroidered gown emperor. He smashed into a tall mountain, causing boulders to fly everywhere. The protective heaven-reaching divine pagoda was now covered in black cracks. It was like a dried-up river that could collapse at any moment. After devouring a god king, Lin Fei's strength had long since increased by leaps and bounds. However, when facing the Holy Mother, who had devoured a supreme god sovereign and cultivated the sovereign's might, the boundless sovereign's might that could suppress the heavens and change everything, Lin Fei still felt powerless. She was the most terrifying boss in life. The Holy Mother was already so powerful. If she entered the upper worlds, Lin Fei could imagine that it would be a nightmare for immortals. I can't go on like this. If I keep using up my immortal power, I'll die sooner or later. Lin Fei thought, and the Holy Mother's attacks are too fierce. It seems like she wants to kill me here and now. Lin Fei's mind worked quickly. Could it be that the Holy Mother's power is not enough to fight for a long time? Lin Fei's eyes flashed. Everything seemed to be clear. If that's the case, heaven and earth furnace, protect me. Invulnerable. He put away the heaven-reaching tower. It was a treasure after all. Lin Fei was no longer tired of running. He stood in the sky and looked at the Holy Mother who had caught up. Boom! The gigantic palm descended from the sky. Before its power even reached Lin Fei, the land for hundreds of thousands of li below Lin Fei crumbled. Lava spewed out, dyeing the land red. The heaven and earth smelt was unparalleled under the heavens. It was an existence that surpassed even immortal weapons. How could it be broken so easily? Clang! The heaven and earth smelt didn't budge at all. The palm that contained the might of an emperor was unable to shake the heaven and earth smelt. Lin Fei just stood there, protected by the heaven and earth smelt. Bang, bang, bang. The embroidered gown emperor attacked unceasingly. Magma flew everywhere, filling the sky with a fiery red color. I didn't expect you to have such a treasure in your hands that can block the attack of the sovereign seal. The Holy Mother, who had been following behind, was clearly surprised. You have the treasure. I have the treasure. We are about the same. Lin Fei laughed heartily. But if you want to take me down, it won't be that easy. I guarantee that you'll fall until your head bleeds. When the emperor is enraged, the divine authority is enraged. The Holy Mother waved her hand, and the sovereign seal descended from the sky. The 4 golden words turned into 4 golden dragons that whizzed down. The sky seemed to be torn apart. The golden dragons showed their might. The aura of an emperor condensed and attacked along the heaven and earth smelt. The attack was even more frenzied than before, and a large part of the void was torn apart. Ha ha ha! Old witch, you're destined to be disappointed. Lin Fei laughed. You're trying so hard to kill me. I'm afraid you haven't recovered your strength yet. Boom! Beneath the magma, fire dragons rushed out and whizzed in all directions, raising a red curtain in the sky. The fire dragons and golden dragons attacked from above and below. Sovereign divine fist, universal celebration. The Holy Mother looked at the sovereign seal. Where it couldn't suppress, the sovereign seal dissipated. What was left was a supreme fist technique that contained the might of an emperor. The huge Jingguang star shone brightly, and the people submitted. The magma and rocks for thousands of li seemed to have stopped at this moment. A big move, a real ultimate move. So what if you know? The Holy Mother laughed out loud. This king is invincible. Flames of the universe, he might call. The god of fire descends and destroys everything in this world. Rumble. In a savage, desolate, great world, flames appeared within a 5,000-kilometer radius. All of them soared into the sky, coming from all directions. Whoosh, 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 the flames were like water, all converging together. The sky and earth were dyed red, like a rising sun. A flame giant with divine markings on his forehead appeared again. He held a flaming divine trident in his hand and wore battle armor. He stood between the sky and earth, and the ground that wasn't affected split open rapidly. Flames flew out and automatically entered the god of fire. Kill. This move was the full power of Lin Fei's heaven and earth smelt. It could communicate with the flames of heaven and earth, and the fire of the magma was under its control. A long flame dragon whizzed out, colliding with the Holy Mother's attack. The sky and earth collapsed, and everywhere was affected. The entire planet was riddled with holes. Added to the fact that it had been barren before, its aura was now on the verge of destruction. It could be said that the savage great world was on the verge of collapse. If this went on, it would die. It would become a dead planet, and life would no longer exist. The Holy Mother attacked unceasingly. The might of an emperor descended upon the world. She was the strongest expert in the world, and every move she made caused the sky and earth to split, tearing apart all living things. Lin Fei used the heaven and earth smelt to protect himself. He drew upon the power of the flames of the savage great world and the god of fire. He used the power of the great world to resist the Holy Mother. The two fought fiercely. They fought from the south to the north, and then from the north to the south. They crossed the entire great world, causing mountains to collapse and the earth to crack. There wasn't a good place, and everything was in ruins. This battle lasted for a full 2 days and 2 nights. There was no clear victor. Bang! The god of fire was destroyed by the Holy Mother's punch. The power of thousands of flames gathered again, and another majestic and awe-inspiring god of fire descended. Old Witch, we've fought for so long. Do you think you can suppress me? Lin Fei had a rare look of exhaustion on his face. After 2 days of continuous fighting, he was exhausted. The Holy Mother was stronger than he had imagined, and she had lasted for a full 2 days. The Holy Mother sat on her throne with a solemn expression. I've underestimated this Lin Fei. Not only does he have the heavenly divine pagoda, but he also has such a heaven-defying protective treasure. He can last until now. I can't go on any longer. Lin Fei is a scourge. A puny human had lasted 2 days under her hands. This was something the Holy Mother could not accept. You're the only one who has surprised me, the Holy Mother said proudly. But you'll never be my match. Now, I'll let you see my true attack. Holy Mother's World. Voila. Chapter 730. P.S. Today is Singles Day. I wish everyone a happy holiday. Outside the planet, the terrifying aura was not only on the planet, but it also spread out. The words passed down from generation to generation are indeed true. The Holy Mother is really the greatest enemy of the human race. The Human Race Alliance retreated and left the area. The Sovereign's aura was too strong. Even if they were far away, it could still affect them. Apart from a limited number of big shots, everyone else left on the warship to avoid being affected. If they did not leave now, once the Holy Mother arrived with the Sovereign's aura, many of them would die. No one could resist her divine aura. I wonder how the situation is. The ones who stayed were the representatives. Even though they were far away from the savage world, they could still feel the terrifying Sovereign's aura. The warship's array was activated, and they could only resist it by circulating their own strength. The Holy Mother's power was something they had never seen before. Alliance leader Lin will definitely be invincible. Even so, they were still very worried. The Holy Mother was not ordinary. They were not confident. They finally understood what it meant to say that there was always someone better than you. Rumble, a loud sound exploded from the planet, and the omnipresent supreme aura rushed out. The big shots on the warship instantly vomited blood, their faces pale. Let's go. This unexpected scene caught them off guard. The aura was even more terrifying than before, and it was as if it was going to crush them in an instant. They had no doubt that if they were still in the savage world just now, they would definitely be crushed into pieces under this tyrannical aura. Their primordial spirits would not be able to leave either. What's going on? Even when they were very far away, their hearts still palpitated. Rumble, rumble, before they could calm down, a series of sounds exploded from the distant planet. Then they saw an unforgettable scene. That's the Holy Mother. A huge body was entrenched on the planet. It was tens of thousands of feet in size. It appeared in front of everyone just like that. From afar, it was like a huge blazing sun. It was so dazzling that people could not open their eyes to look at it. They had never seen the Holy Mother before, but when she appeared on the planet, they realized how terrifying she was. If such a huge body descended, even the Xianxia continent would not be able to resist it. Where's Alliance leader Lin? Holy Mother's huge body coiled up, but they realized that Alliance leader Lin had disappeared. At this time, Lin Fei was in the world created by the Holy Mother. They were huge insect eggs that filled the huge space. There were countless of them. At a glance, there were black eggs, white eggs, and eggs of all colors. It was hard to imagine that there would be so many insect eggs in the Holy Mother's body. Holy Mother World. Just like that, Lin Fei used the heaven and earth smelt to protect himself. He wasn't worried at all. The Holy Mother used the Holy Mother's world to swallow Lin Fei. Thus, Lin Fei appeared in the Holy Mother's world. Apart from the eggs that filled the sky, there were also huge blood vessels that transported nutrients to nourish the densely packed eggs. Lin Fei glanced over. Some of the eggs were brightly colored in green. It was as though there were living creatures about to hatch from within. They had yet to be born, but they were powerful. Some of the eggs were grayish-white, and showed no signs of hatching. Lin Fei seemed to understand what this Holy Mother's world was. He should be inside the Holy Mother's body. This was the place where God Kings were hatched. This was the Holy Mother's grotto heaven, which was isolated from the outside world. Lin Fei, your divine might is really shocking. You can communicate with the earth fire and block my attack. The beautiful woman appeared again. However, no matter how strong you are in my body, all your mystiques will be restricted. You will lose the existence that you are so proud of. Insect Queen power. Threads descended from the sky, interweaving to form an inescapable net. Lin Fei instantly felt that his strength was completely suppressed. He couldn't use it, especially his immortal energy, which was constantly disintegrating. At this moment, the Insect Queen power that the Holy Mother sent down was much stronger than the Insect Queen power from before. It was many times stronger and had completely suppressed his strength. Lin Fei also realized that the heaven and earth spiritual qi in the outside world had disappeared without a trace. It was completely isolated. This was the first time that Lin Fei had encountered something like a grotto heaven. He could only calm himself down. Not a bad mystique. I'm afraid that the essence of your Insect Queen is in here, right? This treasure of yours is not bad. I have my eyes on it. The Holy Mother strode over and reached out to grab the heaven and earth smelt that was protecting Lin Fei. From the very beginning, the Holy Mother had been able to tell that this treasure was extraordinary. It was able to completely block her attacks. In fact, even she herself had not been able to tell what was so special about it. Now that Lin Fei had lost his mystiques, he could forget about communicating with the heaven and earth treasure. The Holy Mother wanted to torture Lin Fei alive. First, she would break the opponent's attack and destroy everything. Lin Fei's eyes flashed coldly as he smiled. It was a smile of victory. You're wrong. Even though his immortal power was being suppressed, the heaven and earth smelt did not require immortal power to communicate with it. It was formed from a god-tier skill and could be controlled with just a thought. The heaven and earth smelt slammed upwards and knocked the Holy Mother's grab away. A fire dragon flew out of the smelt and coiled around the Holy Mother's arm like a giant snake. Hua hua hua! The god fire descended and burned everything. The Holy Mother's expression changed. She had to cut off her arm to stop the fire from burning. This is not earth fire. The Holy Mother's eyes revealed a rare look of fear. Lin Fei smiled. Who said that my fire was earth fire? You fell for it. That must have felt bad. The Holy Mother had always thought that this fire was earth fire and that it was not a threat to her. She had miscalculated and nearly implicated her main body. This treasure of yours is not bad. I can still suppress you and torture you to death. The Holy Mother activated the power of the Insect Queen. Let me assimilate you. You don't have to resist anymore. The power of the Insect Queen filled the sky. The surrounding space was suppressed, making it impossible for anyone to move. Since the power of an emperor could not do anything to the other party, the Holy Mother decided to use the power of the Insect Queen to assimilate him. She did not believe that Lin Fei could still turn the situation around at this juncture. Lin Fei suddenly raised his head and smiled. Old wretch, the last thing you should have done was to bring me into your paradise from the outside world. God fire, burn everything. Hua hua hua. The god fire flew out of the heaven, and earth smelt like a vast river. It surged into the paradise and destroyed everything within it. Pung, 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 one by one, the gray-white eggs exploded under the god fire, killing the existences within. At the same time, the essence entered Lin Fei's body. The god fire continued to gush out like a huge well with water flowing out from below. It was an unstoppable trend. No, the god fire descended and burned everything in the world. The Holy Mother looked at the eggs, exploding one after another. All sorts of existences were killed, and her face twisted. She could not believe that the other party carried such domineering flames. It's too late. The heaven and earth smelt didn't have many things, but it had an endless supply of god fire. It could be considered a trump card for Lin Fei. Even under the situation of being isolated by the Holy Mother, The heaven and earth smelt was not restricted at all and still displayed its domineering side. Streams of strong and weak essences entered his body. Lin Fei revealed a look of enjoyment. He was really starting to enjoy it. He activated the god fire and charged at the brightly colored eggs. Gray-white eggs, let alone these brightly colored eggs. Stop! The god fire was incomparably domineering. The brightly colored eggs couldn't last long and exploded one after another. The moment they exploded, Lin Fei seemed to see an existence similar to a god king. The Holy Mother went completely crazy. She sent down many clones in an attempt to stop the god fire. Unfortunately, she couldn't. The god fire was an existence of extreme yang. Bang, bang, bang. The Holy Mother attacked Lin Fei in a frenzy, while Lin Fei was deep within the heaven and earth smelt, using the god fire to block all attacks. Boom! A large number of eggs exploded, followed by the explosion of the thick blood vessels. The Holy Mother's world was currently suffering a huge blow. No, it was a destructive blow. The god fire turned into countless fire dragons that bared their fangs and claws at the eggs. It was as if Lin Fei had eaten a tonic. The power in his body kept increasing. Even killing a god king wasn't as satisfying as today. With the heaven and earth smelt and the god demon body, Lin Fei's defense was extremely shocking. The Holy Mother couldn't break through it at all. That feels good. Thank you for helping me. The Holy Mother's eyes continued to spurt blood. Her paradise world suppressed everything, and such an accident had never happened before. But now it seemed like something unexpected had happened. This Lin Fei was like a nightmare that was destroying her children. He was destroying everything. Hatred. The Holy Mother was filled with endless hatred. Facing this unknown flame, she couldn't block it at all. She could only watch as the eggs were burned to death. If the Holy Mother had known that things would turn out like this, she would not have accepted Lin Fei. This was her own fault. She had thought that she was smart and thought that she could kill him. Who would have thought that she would end up shooting herself in the foot? For the first time, the extremely strong insect mother was helpless. As the essence entered his body, Lin Fei's aura continued to rise. Endless god fire swept the entire Holy Mother's world. Pung, 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 Lin Fei, stop. The Holy Mother went crazy. In such a short time, she had suffered a huge loss. These eggs had a huge impact. She had never thought that one day she would be destroyed by an outsider. Chapter 731. Rumble in the starry sky. The Holy Mother's massive body continuously exploded. Flesh and blood flew everywhere, and the entire planet trembled. The existence that had occupied the planet disappeared from the sky. At this moment, the Holy Mother was in a sorry state. She had never imagined that her insignificant decision would turn out to be a mistake, and that her opponent would reverse the situation. In the Holy Mother space, almost all of the eggs had been destroyed at this moment. No matter how strong the Holy Mother was, there was nothing she could do at this moment. She could only watch helplessly as the other party made a move. This king regrets it. The Holy Mother attacked once again, but when it was ineffective, she raised her head to the sky and let out a rare cry of despair. The Holy Mother's space was the Holy Mother's greatest existence. All sorts of insect eggs could be used to cultivate powerful existences, but now it could only watch helplessly as it was destroyed. Bang, bang, bang. Countless more insect eggs exploded. Lin Fei's aura shot up into the sky as streams of energy landed on his body. He controlled the heaven and earth smelt, looking down on everything in its path and destroying the existence of the Holy Mother. Kill! Lin Fei slashed out with his sword, and the sword light swept across, destroying all kinds of insect eggs. Be it grayish-white or bright-colored, they could no longer resist Lin Fei's divine might. Boom! The sky was filled with sword light, and the Holy Mother's clone was killed. I didn't expect that the eggs in the Holy Mother's space could increase my strength again. With my current strength, it's equivalent to 30 celestial immortals, right? Lin Fei slaughtered his way over, activating the heaven and earth smelt to absorb the clear streams of energy after the explosions. His strength continued to grow. If it was somewhere else, he definitely wouldn't be able to suppress the Holy Mother. Speaking of which, this was Lin Fei's luck. Even the heavens were helping him. One wrong decision had made him what he was today. Inside the Saint Mother's space, the Saint Mother tried to use the Insect Queen's power to assimilate him. Coincidentally, Lin Fei had the peerless power of the system's vital energy, which could dispel the Insect Queen's power. It was precisely because of this that Lin Fei was able to resist the invasion back then. If it had been someone else, they would not have been so lucky. Speaking of which, this was a kind of luck. The Holy Mother's space was extremely large. Right now, it was within a sea of flames. Under the roasting of the divine flames, no ordinary things could survive. It could be said that the Virgin Mary's space had become a dangerous place. In the end, Lin Fei saw an ugly golden being in the depths of the Holy Mother's space. It was the beautiful Holy Mother. This is the true form of the Virgin Mary. Trapped. The divine flame arrived, and a huge fire lotus suppressed the Holy Mother within the lotus. Holy Mother, you lost. Lin Fei held the divine sword in his hand and looked at the Virgin Mary. At this time, the Holy Mother was unable to resist. Her own strength had increased, and her control over the divine flame had reached another level. She was already able to completely suppress her opponent. Ever since the Virgin Mary's space and the insect eggs became Lin Fei's tonics, Lin Fei could feel that the Virgin Mary's aura was constantly weakening. Lin Fei knew that these insect eggs were the foundation of the other party. If he lost them, it would affect his strength. When I dominated the world, there was nothing I couldn't do. Even back then, powerful immortals couldn't do anything to me. The Holy Mother's face was filled with indignation. You were the only person who could defeat me. If you hadn't brought me to your territory, I wouldn't have been able to increase my strength again. This is a karma, said Lin Fei. Today, let me send you to hell and completely destroy you, lest the people of the continent be plunged into misery and suffering. With the strength of 30 celestial immortals, Lin Fei stabbed out with his sword. His strongest strike tore through the void and went straight for the Holy Mother's body. I can never be killed. The Holy Mother let out a despairing cry. Holy Mother, under the heavens, you and I are one. Rumble. The Holy Mother's body suddenly exploded, turning into a dark green color that filled the sky. Lin Fei frowned. A bad aura descended from the sky. He saw a green light fly over. The divine sword slashed at it, but the green light collided with it. Puffed. Lin Fei spat out a mouthful of blood. A green light rushed into his forehead and tore apart his god-fiend body. Lin Fei, I will completely dominate you. The Holy Mother's true spirit. Lin Fei was alarmed. In the depths of his sea of consciousness, a beautiful woman appeared. She raised her hand and used the Emperor's seal to suppress Lin Fei's essence soul. Bang! Even with the immovable Wisdom King God, the Holy Mother's true spirit was extremely powerful. With a raise of her hand, she suppressed Lin Fei. Ha ha, you and I are one. From now on, there is no distinction between us. The Holy Mother whizzed over, trying to occupy Lin Fei's essence soul. Lin Fei's strength had increased, but his essence soul had not. At this moment, he was undoubtedly the weakest existence. F***CK. Lin Fei definitely didn't expect the Holy Mother to have the courage to self-destruct her body. Her true spirit left her body and prepared to forcefully occupy his essence soul to control him. The Holy Mother's true spirit used all her strength to suppress his essence soul. Lin Fei could only watch helplessly as she flew over. Am I really going to fail at the last moment? Lin Fei was really unwilling. If his essence soul was controlled by the Holy Mother, then in the end, it was equivalent to wasting his efforts. F***CK. Let's all die together. Lin Fei was furious. Even though self-destructing his essence soul had a huge impact on his body, he couldn't let the Holy Mother occupy him. At that time, the situation would be even worse. This was definitely not what he wanted to see. Right now, Lin Fei definitely didn't want the Holy Mother's goal to succeed. The Holy Mother flew over and revealed a victorious smile. Accept reality. Explode. The Holy Mother tore apart the immovable Wisdom King God's protection and saw Lin Fei's ruthless self-destruction. Such a huge essence soul exploded in the sea of consciousness just like that. No, the Holy Mother's true spirit's defense was not as good as before. How could it resist the self-destruction of Lin Fei's essence soul? She definitely didn't expect that Lin Fei would self-destruct his essence soul and perish together with her. Outside, Lin Fei's consciousness turned black. His eyes closed, and he fainted just like that. The essence soul was equivalent to a part of it. The impact on Lin Fei was too great. When Lin Fei fell into darkness, in the depths of the sea of consciousness, a divine light shone out. It was like a warm spring breeze, sprinkling on the sea of consciousness. Ding! Detected that the host is injured. Activating automatic recovery ability. Ding! Unable to capture. Ding! Activating full recovery. Ding! Activating recovery, capturing all objects. Unfortunately, at this time, Lin Fei was already unable to hear this sound. So losing one's essence soul is actually so painful. Not knowing how much time had passed, Lin Fei woke up from the darkness. He was no longer in the Holy Mother's world. Instead, he was above a piece of magma, wrapped in scorching flames. The self-destruction of the essence soul, the unbearable pain, directly caused Lin Fei to faint. This time, the Holy Mother, that old witch, is going to die. Lin Fei stood up. His face was full of bitterness. It was really unbelievable that this would be the final result. He, who had victory in sight, was instead turned around by the Holy Mother. Even if he killed the other party, he would also suffer heavy injuries. Losing his essence soul had a huge impact on him. Lin Fei subconsciously looked into the depths of the sea of consciousness. This was a subconscious action of his. Chapter 732, Primordial Spirit. In the depths of Lin Fei's sea of consciousness, which he thought was empty, there was something like a primordial spirit. How is this possible? I didn't kill the Holy Mother? Lin Fei was shocked. He couldn't accept it. He had self-destructed his primordial spirit, but he still couldn't kill the Holy Mother. At first glance, the existence in the depths of Lin Fei's sea of consciousness was like the Holy Mother. My strength isn't affected? Lin Fei subconsciously sensed his own strength. There should have been some effects after detonating his essence soul, but when he checked, that did not happen. This time, Lin Fei was surprised. That didn't make sense. Could it be that something went wrong again? Lin Fei kept reminding himself that the Holy Mother's true spirit shouldn't have survived. After self-destructing her primordial spirit, the Holy Mother would die without a doubt. However, anyone who saw the current situation would be shocked. I'll know if it's the Holy Mother or not if I sense it. Lin Fei calmed himself down and tried to communicate with it. It was a bit troublesome at first, but after a while, it felt smooth. In the depths of Lin Fei's sea of consciousness, the existence suddenly opened its eyes. Before Lin Fei could react, a large amount of aura poured into the river of memories. At this moment, Lin Fei was stunned, completely immersed in the river of memories. It was a vast starry sky. On an uninhabited planet, a weak existence appeared on the planet, constantly improving and evolving. Lin Fei didn't move at all. The lava rushed over and turned into a stream of water. He didn't know how long had passed. When Lin Fei opened his eyes again, there was a boundless vicissitude in them. It was as if an ancient person had appeared. I didn't expect to have such a fortuitous encounter. Lin Fei laughed. He didn't know how long he had experienced in the river of memories. It was like a dream. Everything was too unrealistic, but the river of memories told him that everything was real. In the entire continent, I am the first lucky person. Lin Fei laughed at himself. It turned out that just now, Lin Fei had transformed into the Insect Queen, started off as a weak existence, wandered the boundless starry sky, and then invaded one powerful race after another, enslaving them. Everything had really happened. What was 3,000 dreams? Lin Fei had some understanding. Come out. The existence in the depths of Lin Fei's sea of consciousness moved and appeared before Lin Fei. This should be a primordial spirit, or the Holy Mother. Due to the appearance of the system, his primordial spirit had fused with the Holy Mother, and his appearance was no different from before. However, Lin Fei knew that he was different now. He had obtained all of the insect queen's memories. His primordial spirit had obtained all of its memories, and he had even obtained the ability to hatch. Lin Fei really couldn't accept this result. What a heavy taste. At this point, Lin Fei did not know what to say. He had originally wanted to kill the Holy Mother, but it seemed that he had killed her. However, his primordial spirit had fused with the Holy Mother's true spirit. What's going on? I wonder if those beings in the upper realm will kill me. Lin Fei couldn't help but guess. It could be said that Lin Fei's primordial spirit had been reborn and became a different kind of existence. It was no longer a single primordial spirit. This is really a headache. Lin Fei shook his head and decided not to think about it for now. He would slowly think about it when he returned. At this point, there was nothing more to say. After all, he couldn't self-destruct again. Lin Fei was afraid. That kind of pain was too unbearable, and he did not want to experience it again. The planet is quiet. Is the result of the battle already decided? In a faraway place, a warship was parked on the planet, constantly observing the changes of the planet. After the entrenched Holy Mother disappeared, they couldn't help but worry. They didn't want to see a scene that they couldn't accept. From the bottom of their hearts, they hoped that Alliance leader Lin would win. If the Holy Mother won, they wouldn't be able to stop her. Everyone was silent. Look, someone is coming out. No one knew who shouted this. They saw a figure appear. Although there were many wounds on his body, they recognized him. But they recognized him. We won. At this moment, cheers erupted on the warship. Alliance leader Lin had killed the Holy Mother. The foreign tribe army had disappeared, and the human alliance had won. This news spread across the continent at once. It could be said that it had spread throughout the entire world. We won. These words came out of their mouths one after another. The continent was filled with cheers. As for the other continents, they were almost the same. They were in a state of joy. Since the beginning of the foreign tribe invasion, countless people had died, and countless dynasties and empires had been destroyed. At this moment, they could cheer loudly. We won. They didn't know how many days they had waited for this day, but now they could finally see it. Lin Fei's name, the continent's hero, had spread across the entire world. There was no one who didn't know of him, and Lin Fei's strength was publicly recognized as the number one. Every remaining dynasty and country erected statues of the continent's hero, Lin Fei, in the plaza for the continent's martial artists to worship. Everyone knew that without the continent's hero, Lin Fei, there wouldn't have been any subsequent victories. For an entire month, the continent was filled with cheers and all sorts of celebrations. The mythical city became a unique place on the continent, and it was called the Mythical Land by the martial artists of the continent. 2 months after the victory, a piece of news came from the Mythical Land. The Supreme Alliance leader, Lin Fei, would hold a grand wedding and marry 3 wives. When this news came out, it shook the entire continent and the entire world. All the elders of the sects began to gather in the mythical city. Those who couldn't come came to sincerely wish Lin Fei and his wives a happy marriage. Mythical City, City Lord's mansion. With a smile on his face, Lin Fei accepted the gifts from Tai and the others. You're deliberately trying to extort us. Tai laughed. In half a month, they would ascend to the heavenly realm. We have a tough life. Before we ascend, we still have to be extorted. Spiritual Master He Tian joked. Ha ha ha. Lin Fei was dressed in a brocade robe. If I don't extort you, who else should I extort? Lin Fei had thought about this wedding for a long time. Now that the continent had returned to peace, and he would soon ascend to the heavenly realm, this grand wedding was needed. All right, our groom, prepare to welcome the 3 brides, Tai said with a smile. At that moment, a force descended from the sky and appeared in the City Lord's mansion. It was the Demon Master dressed in black. This time, The foreign race's attack on the demon race had caused great losses. In the past few days, the demon master had been reorganizing the demon sect. He had put a lot of effort into everything, especially the member of the council. He had changed the demon sect's terrible position on the continent. You two leave first. I have something to say to the alliance leader. Tai and spiritual master He Tian couldn't help but laugh when they saw this. They turned around and left. Alliance leader, don't you think that today's wedding is missing a bride? The demon master said solemnly. Demon master, what do you mean by that? Hearing this, Lin Fei knew that a headache had come, so he pretended to be confused. The demon master said with hatred, you don't need to pretend. Are you going to marry my daughter or not? Don't think that I won't dare to make a move just because you are strong. For my daughter, I will dare to do anything. That? Are you mistaken? Nangong Xianxian's face appeared in Lin Fei's mind. My daughter is the daughter of the heavens. Many people in the continent want to marry her, but in the end, my daughter is enchanted by you, and you are pretending to be confused. The demon master came here today to make Lin Fei marry his daughter no matter what. Don't say that you don't like my daughter. My daughter likes everyone who sees her. Lin Fei didn't know how to describe his feelings for Nangong Xianxian. It was a very vague feeling. Like? Of course. Perhaps because he had 3 women by his side, Lin Fei had misgivings and didn't dare to face this problem. But I'm going to sin soon. As soon as he said this, Lin Fei knew that he had said something wrong. What did he say? Didn't that give him a reason? The demon master laughed. You are a man. If you like her, then like her. There is no need to be so wishy-washy. Before you ascend, just leave a seed for my daughter. What's so surprising about that? Lin Fei sweated. But now, it seems that it is too late, right? Lin Fei wanted to use this reason to say, this is what Big Madam asked me to give to you. The demon master took out a communication device, looking as if his plot had succeeded. Lin Fei extended his divine sense into the communication device. Big Madam Lin Jiqing's words were left in it. Hubby, Xianxian is a good girl. We can see that she usually comes to our mansion. Xianxian has a strong personality and doesn't dare to take the initiative to say it. But from the bottom of her heart, she likes you very much. I have made the decision for you and accepted little sister Xianxian. You can't be angry. Lin Jiqing's smiling face was left. Seeing this scene, Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. His own woman was helping him. The demon master laughed. Why are you still not calling me father-in-law? Father-in-law, you are really swift and decisive. Lin Fei felt relieved. If he liked her, then he liked her. There was no need to care about it. Good, good. The bride is here. There was a long cry in the sky. The huge mythical city expanded once again on its original foundation. In the sky, huge dragons appeared one after another. On the dragon at the front, there were 4 brides in a row, dressed in white wedding dresses. What beautiful brides! At this moment, the 4 brides became dazzling existences. The brides riding on the dragons came from the sky. Chapter 733. The Alliance Master's wedding was the grandest one on the continent. Originally, there were 3 brides, but now there were 4. To everyone's surprise, 3 of them were known to the visitors. One was the first wife, Lin Jiqing. Another was Miss Jean Feng when she was young. The last one was said to be his maid. They hadn't seen each other for more than a decade. All 3 of them knew each other very well. Who would have thought that the last one would be the daughter of the Demon Lord? This wedding was destined to be a grand one. Alliance Master Lin Fei welcomed 4 beautiful brides at the same time. Everyone was truly envious of him. Everyone sincerely gave their blessings to the Alliance Master. The continent's hero, Lin Fei, became a legend on the continent. After the grand wedding, Alliance Master Lin Fei seemed to have disappeared. From time to time, people would see Alliance Master Lin Fei with his 4 beautiful wives. They would appear in many worlds, free and unfettered. They became a celestial couple in the eyes of others. For a while, Alliance Master Lin Fei's whereabouts became a mystery. Everyone knew that the Alliance Master was about to ascend, so no one came to disturb his celestial life. On this day, on an uninhabited planet, a group of people appeared on the planet. A group of people appeared on this planet. At a glance, the entire place was barren and filled with a deathly stillness. Ever since the alien tribes started plundering, countless planets had become barren. No one knew when or where they would recover. In the sky, the clouds gathered together, forming a playground. I'm so envious of you. You can bring 4 beautiful wives and live a carefree life. You've made countless people jealous. On a tall mountain, tens of thousands of feet tall, it pierced through the clouds and reached the ends of the sky. Tai looked up at the cloudless sky. Soon, he would ascend from there. His eyes showed a rare nostalgia, which was soon replaced by excitement. Today, Tai and the others would ascend to the heavenly realm. Lin Fei had come to see them off. It could be said that Tai and the others were friends on the continent. Moreover, he wanted to see the sacred scene of ascension. If you're envious, I can help you suppress your strength, Lin Fei said with a smile. Forget it then. Rumor has it that the heavenly realm is the holy land of the demon clan. Back then, the demon clan dominated the ancient times, and no one was a match for us. At that time, the human clan was still extremely weak and had not become the mainstream. I really want to see what the heavenly realm is like. Lin Fei had heard of this rumor. In ancient times, the demon clan had indeed dominated the world, and the human clan was in decline. It could be said that the demon clan had a glorious time. I hope that by the time I come up, you will have already made a name for yourself in the heaven realm. I, Tai, will definitely make a name for myself. Tai nodded vigorously. He was filled with yearning. I hope I can suppress you and win against you. Ha! After an unknown period of time, there was movement in the sky. It was time to ascend. Lin Fei returned to the white cloud, and the 4 beauties were playing with Lulu. They were having a great time, and their laughter echoed. Daddy, what's that? Little Lolita appeared in Lin Fei's arms, looking curiously at the golden light sprinkling down from the sky. A welcoming ceremony, Lin Fei said with a smile. Golden light descended from the sky, covering the entire sky. Everyone seemed to be covered with a layer of golden muslin, full of the aura of immortals. A huge whirlpool appeared at the end of the sky. The immortal music continued, and milky white light shone down from the whirlpool, landing on Tai and the others. The aura was very peaceful, and all emotions seemed to stop at this moment. This is the immortal Qi guiding them up. At some point, the demon lord had also appeared. It had been a long time since anyone on the Xianxia continent had ascended to the heavenly realm. Controlled by the immortal Qi, Tai and the others flew toward the whirlpool in the depths of the sky and rushed into it. This scene happened quickly, and it disappeared just as quickly. After they entered the whirlpool, the golden light began to disappear, and the sky returned to normal. If it were not for the scene just now, perhaps no one would have known that someone had ascended here. There's really nothing to see about this ascension. Lin Fei shook his head in disappointment. After the whirlpool in the depths of the sky opened, Lin Fei tried to use his divine sense to check it, but it was blocked by a mysterious force, and he could not see what was behind the whirlpool. Now you know, the demon lord laughed. The ascension that everyone hopes for is just another suffering. Lin Fei understood the demon lord's meaning. So, you stayed and never thought of ascending to the heaven realm. However, you want to stay in the lower realm? The demon lord's strength was at the celestial immortal level, and he forcibly sealed it so that he did not want to ascend to the heaven realm. Many celestial immortals did the same. I want to ascend for now. The demon lord shook his head. In this realm, I'm already a top figure, but in the heaven realm, I'm just a lowly existence. If that's the case, why should I ascend? When I'm tired of it, I'll ascend. Lin Fei did not make fun of him. The demon lord's words were very reasonable. In this realm, one could do whatever they wanted. After ascending, it was no different from starting anew. In a place like the heaven realm, which was rich in resources, there was no way to stand out. Many people in the Xiantian continent thought so. That's quite reasonable. Lin Fei sighed softly. If it wasn't for the fact that I'm so strong, I would have followed your example and stayed in this realm for 100 more years. Since the battle in the savage world, Lin Fei's strength had increased again. As soon as he returned to the Xiantian continent, he was immediately pressured by the heavenly Tao, which wanted to expel him. This repulsive force was constantly increasing, and it became very difficult for Lin Fei to resist. Before ascending, you must leave a seed for my daughter, the demon lord said with a smile. It's best if she gives birth to a son. I'll definitely raise him to be the future heir of the demon sect. Lin Fei looked at him with disdain. You're so old and disrespectful. If you have the ability, go have one yourself. Don't keep thinking about me. The demon lord laughed loudly. After Tai Yi and the others ascended, the continent regained its peace. Lin Fei took advantage of the remaining time to wander around with his 4 wives, enjoying his last days of happiness. Soon, he would also become one of the ascended members. The 4 beauties seemed to know that each of them was making the best use of their last moments to enjoy their last moments together. Outside of the carefree world, Lin Fei was busy making babies. The 4 beauties all requested to have a child so that they would have someone to rely on. After reaching the celestial immortal level, making babies was already very easy. As long as Lin Fei was willing, he could conceive a child. If Lin Fei didn't want to, no one could force him. Chapter 734. The night was like water, and the stars shone brightly. On a towering mountain, a figure stood there. His black robes and long hair fluttered in the wind. He was like an emperor descending upon the world. It was cold at the top. From my rebirth until now, so many years have passed in the blink of an eye. I didn't expect that I would have to experience the feeling of parting again. This person let out a rare sigh. It was like he was reminiscing about the past. His emotions were boundless, causing one to be filled with endless reveries. Aren't you going to say goodbye to them? A few figures appeared behind him. They just stood there. Hee, since you know that it's a parting, it's better not to say anything to them. The black-robed man laughed. Who asked me to be someone who hates things like parting that hurt feelings? I don't want to see them crying. This person was none other than Lin Fei, who had watched Tai Yi and the others ascend back then. After Tai Yi and the others ascended, Lin Fei avoided talking about ascension so as to not ruin his mood. During the day, he would accompany them to play and be carefree. At night, he would be busy making babies. Time would always pass by inadvertently. In the blink of an eye, a year was up. The day of ascension had arrived. Tonight, the moon was bright and the stars were shining brightly. It belonged to Lin Fei. The power of the heavenly Tao kept on descending. Lin Fei could no longer continue to resist. He had no choice but to leave this realm. In order to not make his women sad, he didn't tell them the date of ascension, nor did he tell them the location. Lin Fei didn't like to leave this realm while crying. That's true. Things like ascension are truly a little painful. The Devil Lord agreed. Lin Fei didn't need to worry about the matters of the continent. The mythological city had already become a mythological place. With the power he left behind, in addition to the fact that the alien races had already been eradicated, the days ahead should be peaceful and prosperous. Father-in-law, after I ascend, I still need you to help me take care of me. The Devil Lord spoke in disdain. Who doesn't know that your mythology city has become a holy land on the continent? Divine martial cannons are everywhere. Whoever dares to come here will be beaten into a hornet's nest. You still have the cheek to say that? Sweat. In order to ensure the safety of Mythology City, Lin Fei installed a large number of divine cannons. One could say that he could sweep through as many as he wanted. Even for heavenly immortals, they wouldn't dare to have any designs on Mythology City. If not, they wouldn't even know how they died. Those who had received grace from Mythology City before would definitely gang up and attack. That's the end of the line. It doesn't count. Lin Fei said with a smile. Don't worry and ascend. The Demon Master could only say, as long as I'm around, no one will dare to have any ideas about Myth City. In fact, Lin Fei really didn't need to explain anything. Open. Lin Fei opened up his own power and communicated with the supreme existence of the upper realm. Suddenly, a wave of energy landed on his body. It was warm, making him want to sleep. At the same time, It was trying to transform his physical body. Get out! Lin Fei sent the power flying. He already had a god-devil body, so he didn't need an immortal body. The demon master below looked at Lin Fei, who was ascending. For some reason, a thought appeared in his mind. The scourge is finally gone. He can go and wreak havoc in the heaven realm. I wonder how many people will be harmed this time. Such a huge foreign race with as many experts as there were clouds. In the end, they were all destroyed in the hands of Lin Fei. In the eyes of the demon master, Lin Fei's ascension this time was probably going to start a new round of calamity in the heaven realm. He didn't know how many people would be harmed because of this. Sharp change. Lin Fei could feel that the true essence in his body was changing rapidly, becoming incomparably thick, immortal energy. The power it emitted was also increasing by several times. When he was about to reach the end, the true essence in Lin Fei's body had changed by 70% to 80%. Every move of his was filled with supreme power. If he were to face the Holy Mother now, it wouldn't be as strenuous as before. Boom! And at this moment, a change occurred. In the vortex, a huge black hand descended from the sky. It crossed the space and slapped down with boundless power. Rumble. Within the range, a large number of barren planets collapsed and fell into the endless starry sky. Something's wrong. The demon master was sent flying. His eyes were filled with shock as he watched Lin Fei being struck into the passage. The celestial music was destroyed by this palm. F***CK. Lin Fei, who was in the passage, cursed loudly. He spat out blood and completely lost consciousness. He didn't expect that someone would plot against him at this time. An unknown amount of time passed. Lin Fei slowly woke up. When he opened his eyes, he saw a blue sky with white clouds. From time to time, there would be huge birds and beasts flying across the sky, covering the sky and the sun with terrifying immortal power. Is this the heaven realm? Lin Fei turned his head and found himself in a forest. Dense immortal energy was constantly drilling into his body. Ding! Discover that the host is seriously injured. Ding! Automatically absorbing immortal energy to repair injuries. Ding! The recovery time will last for 2 hours. Suddenly, a sound came from the system. F***CK. Damn guy, taking advantage of my ascension to sneak attack me. Lin Fei checked himself. There was no place on his body that was unharmed. He was almost on the verge of collapse. This was a heavy blow. This was the first time Lin Fei was so seriously injured. It was even more serious than when the Holy Mother attacked. He was almost unable to move. The palm that came from the passage was too strong. Coupled with the suppression of ascension, he couldn't block it. He could only rely on the god-demon body to resist. It must be the Almighty behind the sword god. Other than him, no one would dare to attack me. Lin Fei's eyes flashed with killing intent. Sooner or later, I will kill my way up here, despicable brat. Unable to use his strength for 2 hours, Lin Fei didn't know why, but he felt a rare sense of crisis. A mysterious almighty from the heaven realm attacked and wanted to kill him. However, the other party didn't expect that he would use the god-demon body to block it. Lin Fei was worried that there would be something else. This was dangerous, but his injuries were too serious. He could only pray that the heavens wouldn't take care of him. At the same time, a mysterious force appeared outside a mountain range. Each of them emitted a powerful aura. If someone heard this, they would recognize that these people were all experts in the late stage of the heaven immortal realm. That ascended brat must be in this area. There are orders from above. Regardless of life or death, we must find his corpse and bring it back. If anyone dares to stop us, kill them all. A guy in black who seemed to be the leader, emitting an aura that surpassed the heaven immortal realm, ordered a group of subordinates sternly. Yes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Figures rushed into the forest like wolves and tigers and began to search for the ascended brat. Just a little ascended brat. What are the higher-ups thinking? Why would they send us and muster so many people to find such a person? The immortal from the Iron Mountain had a sharp gaze, as if he could see through the mountain range with a glance. Then, he entered the mountain range. Chase. That mid-stage, heaven-immortal iron-armored beast is injured. It can't run far. We can't let anyone beat us to it. In a desolate forest, there were large trees lying in a disorderly manner. It was obvious that there had been a battle in this place before. 8 or 9 figures rushed out of the forest. After a round of investigation, this was what they said. This group of people were all heaven immortals. The strongest one was a complete heaven immortal realm expert, carrying a black bow. They stopped for a moment, then quickly chased in one direction. Boom, boom, boom. One after another, towering trees fell down one after another. It turned out that an immortal beast that was hundreds of feet long had appeared in front of them. It was covered in black scales. Wherever it passed, trees would be cut down. This immortal beast was called Iron Armored Beast, a heaven immortal beast. It was proud of its leather armor, which had great defense. Therefore, it had always been the target of the bounty immortal. Whoosh! A jingguang shot out like a meteor. The terrifying aura caused the trees on both sides to explode and turn into dust. Pung! Blood splattered on the iron-armored beast. More than half of its body exploded, and the white bones could be seen. Boom! The injured, iron-armored beast roared at the sky. It didn't die. Whoosh! 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 Clang! 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 The blood-red, iron-armored beast opened its mouth, and a black tombstone flew out. It shone brightly and blocked the arrows. The 3 fierce arrows were like stones sinking into the sea. Ah, we found the right thing. It's this thing. Behind them, there were sounds of joy. Everyone attack. We can't let the iron-armored beast escape. Dong! Dong! After blocking the attacks, the iron-armored beast kept the tombstone and fled in panic, scaring away countless birds. Earthquake! Lin Fei, who was lying on the grass, twitched his ears. He clearly felt that the earth seemed to be shaking. The gravel on the ground jumped up inadvertently. F***CK, this is the heavenly realm. How can there be an earthquake? It must be a fierce beast. Lin Fei was dumbfounded. God, don't play with me like this. Unfortunately, Lin Fei's expectations were useless. The trembling continued to increase. It was clearly coming in this direction. Dong! 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 The earth was like a drum, shaking nonstop. It's going to kill me. Lin Fei's injuries were not good. He couldn't move. If he encountered an immortal beast, he would be eaten. Bang! 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 Countless towering trees fell, and a colossal figure charged out of the forest. A thick stench of blood assaulted their nostrils. Damn it! The iron-armored beast was in a panic. It didn't care about anything else and rushed forward. Sovereign's descent. At the most dangerous moment, Lin Fei could only let his primordial spirit fly out. After merging with the insect queen, he inherited everything. His god-demon body had recovered a lot. Lin Fei didn't want to be kicked by this huge monster. Who knew what would happen? He didn't want to continue lying on the ground. The insect queen merged with countless emperors. Sovereign's descent was extremely powerful. The iron-armored beast's bell-sized eyes were filled with fear, as if it had seen something inconceivable. Its huge body began to tremble, and it took a step back before collapsing onto the ground. Dust flew into the air, and cracks appeared on the ground. F***CK. It was scared to death just like that. Lin Fei was dumbfounded again. He didn't even make a move. Just the sovereign's descent was enough to scare an immortal beast to death? What was going on? How could an immortal beast of the heavenly realm not be scared? Someone is coming. Lin Fei quickly retracted his primordial spirit and was secretly on guard. Chapter 735. When Lin Fei put away his primordial spirit, he was secretly on guard. A group of people appeared around the iron armor beast, and when they saw the iron armor beast lying on the ground, they were all shocked. The iron armor beast's vitality was strong. It could be seriously injured and not die. It could be said to be immortal. Only powerful immortals could kill the iron armor beast. Under normal circumstances, it would take a long time to kill the iron armor beast, constantly exhausting the iron armor beast chi and blood, killing the other party. The iron armor beast died. Just like that, they were naturally shocked. There's someone here. Soon, they found Lin Fei nearby. Captain, it's him. The injuries on his body are not light. I don't know how he was injured like this. An immortal said to the person who came up. Cheng Fei was the captain of this adventure team. With the strength of the early Xian immortal, it was him who seriously injured the iron armor beast. Otherwise, he would not dare to attack it. This person's injuries are very serious. Cheng Fei was a middle-aged man. His face was oppressive, giving people a sense of oppression. A pair of sharp eyes seemed to be able to see through people, see through anyone with a glance. This is a Xian immortal powerhouse, so strong, at least the strength of 100 heaven immortals. Lin Fei, who was pretending to be unconscious, felt the powerful aura. It was definitely stronger than him. The other party's powerful aura did not affect Lin Fei at all. The primordial spirit grasped the Emperor's power. It did not have any aura. Captain, what should we do? Someone next to him asked. This person should be an ascender. Cheng Fei said thoughtfully. He doesn't have the unique immortal robe of our heaven realm on him since we met. Let's help and form a good karma. An ascender doesn't appear on the ascension altar. Why is he here? A voice full of questions. Maybe he's unlucky. Someone laughed. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. 2 hours was not long. Lying across the mountain range, it was not safe, but with them, there was a certain guarantee of safety, and, at the same time, he could understand the situation of the Heaven Realm. Lin Fei was completely clueless about the Heaven Realm situation. He did not know anything. After Cheng Fei explained, he went straight to the Ironback. Someone next to him began to peel off the leather armor of the Ironback and took out the black tombstone at the same time. Captain, your archery skills have improved again. Even the Ironback beast died under your arrows. Ordinary people say that the iron-armored beast is not easy to deal with, but still died under the captain's arrow. Ha ha ha. Only Cheng Fei frowned and looked at the Ironback beast on the ground. You're mistaken. This Ironback beast died in the hands of someone else. What? Killed by someone else? How is that possible? The team members were shocked. They all knew how powerful their captain was. His archery skills had killed countless immortal beasts. The iron armor beast was clearly killed by him. The iron armor beast has a huge amount of chi and blood, so its vitality is strong. Look at the iron armor beast's expression. It was clearly scared to death. Cheng Fei pointed at the iron armor beast's big eyes. Look, he's really scared to death. Heavens, who did it? Could it be a passing golden immortal expert? Everyone's backs were drenched in cold sweat. Whether it's a golden immortal expert or not, we've saved ourselves a lot of trouble. Pack up and leave quickly. Cheng Fei raised his head. The iron armor beast has a huge amount of chi and blood. After its death, it will undoubtedly attract many powerful immortal beasts. They moved even faster. After peeling off the fur and taking some flesh, they carried the unconscious Lin Fei and left the place. Lin Fei, who was lying on the stretcher, had already heard some information. These people were from an adventurer team. They specialized in hunting immortal beasts to complete various tasks. This time, they came to hunt the iron armor beast and retrieve the lost tombstone. It turned out that this iron armor beast had once killed a team and swallowed a tombstone. Over time, it became a protective existence, so someone entrusted them with the task of retrieving the tombstone. An hour later, the roar continued and echoed in the sky. It seemed that the saying was true. Powerful immortal beasts appeared and plundered the flesh and blood of the iron armor beast. What a terrifying aura. It makes people's heart palpitate. Lin Fei was secretly surprised. The immortal beasts of the Heaven Realm were so powerful. It was no wonder that so many ascenders had ascended. It seems that I don't have to worry about not having resources to level up in the future. Lin Fei planned to open the system and obtain the reward for leveling up after he recovered from his injuries. As for why he couldn't do it now, the system was repairing the injury. Where's this? After pretending for a distance, Lin Fei woke up faintly, revealing a blank look. Kid, you're finally awake. You're really lucky. A young man next to him was the first to notice and said with a smile. You are? Lin Fei continued to pretend to be confused. Where am I? My name is Shan. Everyone calls me Xiao Shan. The young man Shan introduced himself. This is the heaven realm. You're not an ascender? Don't you know that? Lin Fei said with a sudden realization. So this is the heaven realm. Shuaishan laughed out loud. People who come here for the first time are all like this. Instead, you're not at the ascension platform. Why are you here? Furthermore, you're so heavily injured. If it wasn't for your good luck, I'm afraid you would have been trampled to death by an iron armor beast. I don't know either. When I ascended, there was an unforeseen event in the passageway. Then, when I woke up, I became like this. Lin Fei hid one of the almighty figure's attacks. Oh, why are you so unlucky? Shuaishan exclaimed. This is clearly the passageway collapsing. You were crushed by the passageway. It seems that your luck isn't bad. Congratulations to you for surviving. Lin Fei chatted with Shuaishan like this. Moreover, both of them were young people of similar age, so it was easy to get along with them. As an ascender, there will usually be an ascension platform when you fly up from the lower realm. Shuaishan explained. At the ascension platform, there will be sects there to take back their ascended disciples. Looking at you, you definitely don't have a sect. Otherwise, you wouldn't have suffered like this. Lin Fei nodded. I'm a loose cultivator. I don't understand these things. I'm not too clear about the Tao. Shuaishan suddenly sighed. As a loose cultivator, it's actually best not to ascend. Everyone says that the heaven realm is beautiful. But after you ascend, you will know that the heaven realm isn't as beautiful as you imagine it to be. Sect disciples are different. Xiaoshan, what are you saying? Don't scare him. Cheng Fei walked over. His words scared Shuaishan so much that he shut his mouth. Captain, this is the truth. A loose cultivator and a sect disciple are like a biological mother and a stepmother. We come to the mountain range to hunt immortal beasts for days and cultivation resources. Sect disciples come to the mountain range to gain experience. The difference is really different. Cheng Fei sighed. I've heard about your experience. Looks like your luck is bad. You met with the collapse of the Ascension Passage. Fortunately, you safely reached the heaven realm. You were heavily injured. Since you met us, your life is saved. I'm Cheng Fei, the captain of this team. If you don't have anything else to do, you can temporarily follow us. Thank you. Lin Fei's heart warmed. To Lin Fei, this was the best outcome. He could constantly understand the heaven realm. We're all ascenders. It's only right to help each other. Cheng Fei said. The group quickly left the mountain range and headed outside. Their mission was completed. They didn't need to stay in a mountain range anymore. A few hours later. Stop. Just as they were leaving, they were suddenly stopped by a sharp voice. Not far ahead, a small team of 5 appeared. They were all wearing black immortal robes. It was obvious that they were of high quality, especially the aura of a pagoda embroidered on their chests. As soon as Cheng Fei and the others saw these people, nervous expressions appeared on their faces because they recognized who these people were. Purgatory sect. Shuaishan couldn't help but exclaim. Xiaoshan, this purgatory sect seems to be very powerful. Lin Fei asked. Shuaishan looked at the purgatory sect people in front of him and lowered his head. He lowered his voice. Of course, purgatory sect is powerful. In our northern region, they can enter the top 100 sections. They have hundreds of thousands of disciples. They have many experts. Most importantly, they have a huge backer. In a short time, Lin Fei already knew that the heaven realm was divided into eastern region, southern region, northern region, and western region. He was in the northern region. Immortal friend from Purgatory sect, what business do you have with us? Cheng Fei respectfully went forward and stopped not far away. He never dared to offend an immortal sect like Purgatory sect. Although there were only 5 people in this group, they represented the Purgatory Gate. Experts were as common as the clouds in the sky, and any one of them could kill them 100 times over. It's good that you know about our Purgatory sect. A team leader came forward. Let me ask you, have you seen a heavily injured young man? He is a serious criminal of our Purgatory sect. If you have seen him, you will receive great benefits. Cheng Fei lowered his head. For some reason, the ascender he had saved appeared in his mind. No. The team leader waved his hand. Go, and check if anyone is an imposter. The 4 Purgatory sect disciples behind him rushed forward with murderous intent, not caring if Cheng Fei would agree or not. Purgatory sect, I'll remember you. Hearing their words, Lin Fei immediately knew that these Purgatory sect people were coming for him. In this mountain range, the heavily injured one was him. He didn't need to think to know that it was the order of that Almighty to bring him back. Not this one. Not this one either. The 4 Purgatory sect disciples rushed forward and rejected them one by one. Then their gazes fell on the only injured person. What happened to him? Xueshan answered carefully. We were attacked by an iron armor beast on the way. Our team member couldn't dodge in time and was injured. What a coincidence. The team leader's eyes lit up. This person is suspicious. The higher-ups had ordered them to search this mountain range for a young man, dead or alive. They had to find his corpse and reward them handsomely. The team leader and the others did their best to find the person and make a great contribution to leave a good impression. The rewards especially made them envious. They would rather kill a wrong person than let one go. They would capture him first. Chapter 736. The squad leader at the Purgatory Gate was prepared to bring this person back and show off his skills. He would rather kill the wrong person than let him go. Cheng Fei, who had his head lowered, had a cold glint in his eyes. He took out a black bow and infused it with immortal power. He shot out immortal arrows one after another, catching them off guard. Cheng Fei was an early-stage Xian immortal. This was a powerful killing move that killed them one by one. After all, they were only sky immortals. Team leader, his subordinates were all scared out of their wits. The team leader had acted so quickly that they couldn't think about what was going on. They were in a daze, the words of the Purgatory sect echoing in their minds. The person they saved was a criminal of the Purgatory sect? They couldn't accept this. An ascender was a criminal of the Purgatory sect. What kind of joke was this? They couldn't believe it. Perhaps even a 3-year-old wouldn't believe it. They had never heard of anyone attacking an ascender, let alone a major immortal sect like the Purgatory sect. What are you standing there for? Clean up the scene. Cheng Fei's words brought them back to their senses. Do you want them to come knocking on our door? Lin Fei was also stunned. He hadn't expected this team leader to kill someone from the Purgatory sect. Actually, you don't have to do it. I will do it myself. Lin Fei came down and said to Cheng Fei, Amazing. Cheng Fei laughed. You're an ascender. You must have done something great for the Purgatory sect to take action. It's really interesting. What's the big deal about killing a few people from the Purgatory sect? The Purgatory sect has always been extremely domineering. In order to gain merit, they will do anything. Do you think they will let us go? It's all my fault. Lin Fei, who had recovered his strength, said in shame. Originally, Lin Fei had planned to lure them away and then kill them. That way, this wouldn't have happened. However, he had ended up dragging them down with him. Let's leave the mountain range. As long as we leave, they can't find any evidence and can't do anything to us. Let me destroy the evidence. Lin Fei waved his hand. Divine fire flew out and burned the scene. Everything was burned into nothingness. Even the aura they left behind disappeared. Not bad. Clean and direct. Cheng Fei was slightly surprised. It was rare to see evidence disappear like this. Cheng Fei had killed someone from Purgatory sect. At first, the team members were shocked, but then they returned to normal, as if they had done something insignificant. Instead, they were very interested in Lin Fei. There were very few people who could make the Purgatory sect take action. Little Lin, what exactly did you do to make the Purgatory sect come looking for you? Xueshan wasn't a calm person, so he was naturally the one who asked the most questions. Kill one of their geniuses from the lower realms. Lin Fei came up with an excuse. In his opinion, the sword god was a genius from the upper realm. For the sake of a single person, he attacked him as soon as he arrived. So what if he wasn't a genius disciple? F***, so awesome. Xueshan's eyes lit up in admiration. Then your strength, isn't it awesome? Geniuses from the upper realm are geniuses among geniuses. Not bad. Xiaoshan, don't ask anymore. We're going out soon. Cheng Fei's voice sounded at the exit of the mountain range. This was originally a huge exit. At this moment, a large group of people in black gathered here, setting up a checkpoint. The people from Purgatory sect are really overbearing. We have nothing to do with their felons. Why do they have to check us? Don't talk nonsense. Be careful that the people from Purgatory sect hear you. If they kill you, you can only suffer in silence. There were quite a number of people here. There were more than 100 of them, and they were all hunter teams. At this moment, they were complaining, but they didn't dare to say anything. They couldn't afford to offend the Purgatory sect. Next, at the checkpoint, the people from Purgatory sect checked them one by one, emitting a repressed aura. The people from Purgatory sect really mustered a large force. When Cheng Fei and the others appeared, they were really shocked. At the checkpoint alone, there were more than 10 Xian immortal powerhouses and no less than 100 heaven immortals. It could be seen how much they valued people. Where is he? Xueshan looked to the side and realized that he was gone. He was still there just now, but now he was gone. After a little surprise, Xueshan returned to normal. Cheng Fei still had the same expression on his face. After waiting for an hour, it was their turn. After checking and registering, they left the checkpoint. After leaving the mountain range, they took out their celestial swords and flew on them. A large number of people from Purgatory sect headed towards the mountain range. The onlookers were dumbfounded. Since when did a felon cause Purgatory sect to muster such a large force? What? Our small team was killed, and the corpses were destroyed to cover up the evidence? At the checkpoint, a piece of news came that shocked them. That person actually attacked and killed their people. Inform the sect to lock down the mountain range. No matter what, we have to find that person. Even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground, I think that person's strength can't recover so quickly. He must be seriously injured. The overseeing expert gave a death order. A felon actually dared to kill their disciples. Provocation, absolute provocation. Purgatory sect quickly turned out in full force. A large number of disciples locked down the mountain range and carried out a huge search to prevent anyone from escaping. This action shocked everyone. Countless people started guessing what kind of background this serious criminal of the Purgatory Gate had for the Purgatory Gate to mobilize such a large force. Your concealment technique is amazing. You can actually hide from the search of a mystic immortal expert. When Lin Fei came out again, he was already very far from the mountain range. Originally, Lin Fei had planned to follow them out, but when he saw the checkpoint, he realized that doing so would be inconvenient. Thus, he entered the divine flame space and left the mountain range without anyone noticing. Little Lin, Purgatory sect's people have their eyes on you. For the time being, it's best not to show your face in public, lest they find you. Cheng Fei said, in the wilderness, they can do whatever they want, but in the city, they won't dare to do anything. You be safe there. I won't be impulsive. Even though Lin Fei really wanted to kill them all and teach them a lesson, this wasn't the right time to do so. When he ascended, he had been struck by that palm, causing the immortal energy in his body to not be completely converted. Lin Fei had to wait until the immortal energy was completely converted before he could make a move against them and make their Purgatory sect suffer. Chapter 737. While the Purgatory sect was searching for a certain person had already appeared in the city. No one knew how they would react when they heard the news. They would probably find it hard to believe that someone could escape after being seriously injured. If they knew about it, it would not be as simple as sealing it. Immortal Wild City. At this moment, a certain someone was in Immortal Wild City, in an average-sized city in the northern region. How is it? The heaven realm is much livelier than the lower realm, right? Walking on the streets, he met the immortals coming and going. All of them had powerful auras. Lin Fei met many Xian immortals and heaven immortals everywhere. There were also many who had not become heaven immortals, so they were all natives of the heaven realm. In order to cultivate to heaven immortals, the people of the lower realm had to go through countless dangers and finally ascend to the heaven realm. However, for the natives, they did not need to cultivate much, and becoming heaven immortals was not a big problem. Yes, there are many experts. Lin Fei did not even dare to release his divine sense, because he did not know when he would encounter a powerful enemy. Among the immortals, it was taboo to use divine sense to check. In the words of Earth, this was equivalent to asking a woman's age. It was an impolite behavior. Some of the hot-tempered immortals might teach you a lesson on the spot. If they lost their temper, they might even want to kill you. When you see a real expert, you won't think that way. Cheng Fei said, "The immortal Wild City's city lord has the strength of a golden immortal. He can kill thousands of Xian immortals with a wave of his hand." Lin Fei chuckled and did not say anything. In his opinion, golden immortals were nothing. This is where we live. Very quickly, Cheng Fei and the others appeared in front of a house. The surroundings were very quiet. After entering, there was a courtyard inside. It seemed out of place compared to the situation outside. It was very quiet. "Are you surprised?" Xueshan said with a smile. "It is indeed very quiet. There are many people like us in Immortal Wild City." Xueshan said, "We usually look for cheap houses." Xueshan brought Lin Fei and opened an empty house. "For the next few days, you can stay here. Anyway, we have more empty houses here." The size of the house was not small, and there were many rooms. It could be seen that Cheng Fei's adventurer team had many members in the past. "Thanks. Take a rest first. I'll call you when it's time for dinner." Xueshan smiled. "Just treat this place as your home." The layout of the room was very simple. For Lin Fei, he did not have any requirements for a place to rest. After all, he had not ascended to the immortal realms to enjoy life. "Captain, isn't it too risky for us to bring him out like this?" In a room, a few team members, including Xueshan, were present. It seemed like they wanted to get an answer from Cheng Fei. They were surprised that Purgatory Sect would make such a move to capture a fugitive. What surprised them was that they were involved. Even though the Purgatory Sect was just a decent sect in the North region, it was nothing compared to those big sects with millions of disciples. To them, there is not much difference between hundreds of thousands of disciples and millions of disciples. In any case, they could not afford to offend them. Sowing good karma. Cheng Fei said such a sentence. Good karma? They were very surprised to hear such a sentence. "You guys should have overlooked one thing." Cheng Fei said again, "Even if I attacked the iron armor beast with strong vitality, I could only injure it and could not kill it. In the end, it was scared to death. Do you think he could survive when a golden immortal passed by?" This time, everyone understood. "Captain, you suspect that it was Xiao Lin who scared the iron armor beast to death?" Someone said in surprise. "That shouldn't be possible, right? I think Xiao Lin is only a heaven immortal. How could he scare the iron armor beast to death? This doesn't make sense." They did not think that the other party could scare an immortal beast to death. If that was the case, it would be too terrifying. It would be terrible in the future. This is just a guess. Cheng Fei said, "Everyone, just pretend that it never happened. As ascenders, we should help people from the lower realm." At this moment, they seemed to understand. Perhaps, as the captain said, they were sowing good karma. I didn't expect the sound-listening bug to have such an effect. In the room, Lin Fei opened his eyes and smiled. It turned out that he had eavesdropped on their conversation just now. As a newcomer to the heaven realm, Lin Fei had to guard against them. After listening to their words, he couldn't help but overthink. They had no intention of harming him at all. The sound-listening bug was hatched from the primordial spirit. It did not need to consume much energy. It could eavesdrop on everything and ignore the search of divine sense. It was a first-class eavesdropping thing. Since the primordial spirit fused with the insect queen, Lin Fei grasped the ability to hatch it. The divine sense of a heaven immortal could still be useful in the lower realm, but in a place like the heaven realm, it was nothing. Therefore, Lin Fei thought of using the primordial spirit to hatch some small species, and the sound-listening bug was one of them. It seems that I am being paranoid. Lin Fei smiled bitterly. They helped me in order to make a good karma, but I was thinking too much. I am ashamed. After turning off the sound-listening bug, Lin Fei began to convert the remaining primordial spirit into immortal energy so as to prevent it from leaking out. This conversion took more than half a day. Only when Xueshan took the initiative to knock on the door did he stop. The primordial spirit in his body had almost been converted. "Little Lin, it's time to eat." Xueshan shouted from outside. Coming. Lin Fei opened the door and came out. Xueshan took a look and said in surprise, You are so powerful. You converted primordial spirit so quickly. Back then, in order to convert primordial spirit, it took me more than a day. The dinner was very sumptuous. This is blood nourishing. It is very helpful for healing. A table full of delicacies, all of them replenished qi and blood. As said, it was very helpful for healing. I thought that the people of the upper realm would not care about these 5 grains. Lin Fei was quite curious. In the lower realm, food was relatively simple. Huh, you don't know about this. Cheng Fei gave a rare laugh. Could it be that there is something else? Xueshan interrupted. Of course there is. Cheng Fei said, in the heaven immortal realm, one needs to have strong qi and blood to have strong vitality. It is equivalent to building a foundation for breaking through to the Xian immortal realm in the future. Although it is not very useful, the heaven immortal realm and Xian immortal realm is a threshold. As long as there is a chance, no one will miss it. Lin Fei suddenly understood. No wonder when I entered the city, I saw many heaven immortal realm people with strong qi and blood, like wild beasts. At that time, I was puzzled. Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed. During this time, Cheng Fei said a lot of things that should be paid attention to in cultivation, which was of great help to Lin Fei. If Lin Fei was to explore by himself, it would take a lot of time. After dinner, Lin Fei returned to his room. He was very grateful for what Captain Cheng Fei had said. He had benefited a lot from it. My injuries have recovered. I should open the system and see what good things are in the lottery. Lin Fei said in his heart. With the appearance of Purgatory Gate, there was a certain amount of pressure on his head. Open the system. Ding! The system is updating. Estimated time is 1 day. Please wait a moment. Just as he was about to open the system gave him such a reply. Lin Fei was quite surprised. The last time it was updated again? What a torment. Forget it, forget it. Lin Fei shook his head. In any case, 1 day doesn't matter. The system could not enter, but it did not mean that Lin Fei had nowhere to go. Great Emperor Senfu. Regarding the Great Emperor Senfu, other than the time when Lin Fei came, he did not come often and was in a state of forgetfulness. After ascending to the heaven realm, Lin Fei realized the importance of the Great Emperor Senfu. Do you think that an immortal Emperor Senfu would be ordinary? Congratulations to your successor for ascending to the heaven realm and opening the Great Emperor's Senfu's treasure. The Great Emperor's Senfu, Lin Fei had always been by his side. As soon as he entered from the outside, Lin Fei came to the main hall. A familiar person appeared in front of him again. The Great Emperor's Senfu's treasure, Black Demon. Hearing this, Lin Fei was startled. The Great Emperor's Senfu's treasure? That's right. Black Demon said, This was left behind by my master, the Eternal Emperor. If you are unable to ascend in your lifetime, then you will not know this secret. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. Where are the treasures? Quickly tell me. After ascending to the heaven realm, Lin Fei did not bring many resources. Almost all of them were left below. It could be said that he came up empty-handed. Not here, Black Demon said. Master's treasure is in another place. With your strength, you will not be able to get it for the time being. You must first cultivate Master's secret art. Isn't this making me happy for nothing? Lin Fei curled his lips, then his eyes lit up. I can cultivate the Great Emperor's secret art. The martial arts of the lower realms were limited in the heaven realm. Lin Fei had always been worried that the Great Emperor's secret art would be delivered to his door. It was no different from sending a pillow when he wanted to sleep. How could he not be happy? Follow me. There were many places that Lin Fei could not enter in the Great Emperor Senfu. Under Black Demon's lead, not long after, they arrived in front of a main hall. The door opened. Master's secret art is inside. Given your strength, you can learn 1 secret art. Black Demon said, As for the secret art, it will depend on your luck. Master's secret art is famous in the heaven realm. It is unparalleled in the world. Every secret art is a secret art among secret arts. Seize the opportunity. Lin Fei became spirited. For the Senfu's artifact spirit to say this, the secret art left behind by the great emperor must be extraordinary. He took a step into the main hall. Lin Fei was in a starry sky. The starlight was bright, and there were countless moons and stars. It was vast and boundless. This, Lin Fei was shocked. What great deal! Use your divine sense to sense it, and you will be able to find a secret art. Black Demon's voice followed. Lin Fei calmed his mind and sat down. He used his divine sense to sense the secret art left behind by the great emperor in the starry sky. Outside the main hall, Black Demon stood there. Chapter 738. The starry sky was vast and boundless. The enormous stars were equivalent to supreme arts, shocking the world. Everyone who saw them couldn't help but feel envious. What a majestic aura! It can even block my divine sense. Lin Fei's heart sank into the starry sky, and he released his divine sense to communicate with the planets. He wanted to learn the peerless arts and increase his strength so that he could have a foothold. The ultimate arts of the eternal emperors were indeed left behind by the eternal emperors. Each planet was like a supreme existence. No matter how hard Lin Fei tried, he couldn't communicate with them. After an hour, Lin Fei didn't gain anything. Calm down, I have to calm down. If the ultimate arts of the eternal emperors were so easy to learn, they wouldn't be the ultimate arts of the eternal emperors. He kept extending his divine sense to try to communicate with the ultimate arts, but they didn't budge. He lost count of how many times he had failed. This made Lin Fei very unhappy. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. They really didn't give him any face. After calming down, Lin Fei looked at the ultimate arts again. If I can't communicate with them with my body, then I will use my invincible sword intent. I don't believe these ultimate arts won't react. Lin Fei thought. After a round of inspection, Lin Fei found some problems. These planets had a certain reaction. It wasn't too obvious, but he could still feel it. Invincible sword intent. Sword God descends. Lin Fei activated his invincible sword intent. He turned into an immortal sword, revealing his sharpness. A supreme sword god condensed in the vast starry sky. His appearance was exactly the same as Lin Fei's. After displaying the invincible sword intent, Lin Fei started to sense the ultimate arts. As expected, everything was as he had imagined. The moment the invincible sword intent appeared, the vast starry sky seemed to quiet down in an eternity. It was incomparably mysterious. Lin Fei finally realized that the ultimate arts were starting to change. The first change was that some of the ultimate arts didn't move at all. They had no aura, as if they were dead. However, some of the ultimate arts showed a kind of resistance, a subconscious resistance. After the first wave, Lin Fei decided on the ultimate arts. Those that didn't move, he refused. There are a total of 18 planets. I will test them one by one. I don't believe that I can't find one that suits me. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. In the end, he decided on 18 planets. There was hope that he could pick out an absolute art that was suitable for him. On the first planet, he displayed the invincible sword will, but the reaction was not very big. Lin Fei chose to give up for the time being. This was the first time Lin Fei tried to choose an absolute art. Although he did not know how to knock on the door, he understood one thing. As long as he targeted the one with the biggest reaction, he would not go wrong. I didn't expect the successor, Lin Fei, to find a way so quickly. The Senfu's artifact spirit, Black Demon, had been paying attention to the situation inside. Black Demon was very satisfied with Lin Fei's performance. Lin Fei did not show any signs of anxiety or irritation, completely in line with what a successor should do. Black Demon's impression of Lin Fei changed once again. This won't do either. This one is average. The reaction isn't that big. This one won't do either. The reaction is too small. There is almost no difference. Lin Fei evaluated. At the beginning, he was not anxious. After checking the planets one by one, he started to get anxious. If this continued, things would go out of his plan. Brother, I can't be this unlucky, right? Lin Fei's eyes twitched. This is the last one. Don't let me down. In the blink of an eye, it was the last planet. In other words, the 18th planet was Lin Fei's last chance. After displaying the invincible sword will, there was no reaction. It was impossible to communicate with it in a short period of time. Only these 18 planets, Lin Fei had a chance. The previous 17 planets had a mediocre reaction. Lin Fei was not willing to miss this opportunity. If this last chance was the same as before, Lin Fei could only choose one of the planets and learn one absolute art. The invincible sword will communicate with the last planet. As soon as he did so, a strong reaction rushed over like tide. With a huala sound, Lin Fei's invincible sword was like a lonely boat that encountered a storm on the sea. A wave came crashing down and disappeared without a trace. Lin Fei's expression changed. He was secretly shocked. Such a strong momentum. It can actually disintegrate my sword will. Lin Fei was very clear about what his sword will was like. In the blink of an eye, it was disintegrated by the planet. He had encountered a shocking absolute art. Communicate. Lin Fei gave up on the other planets. His divine sense began to cover the planet. He was ready to learn this supreme, absolute art. It could disintegrate his invincible sword will. Such a powerful absolute art must be extraordinary. At first, Lin Fei's spiritual sense encountered resistance. However, after an hour, he managed to breach the planet in one go. Hua hua hua, the planet exploded. A treasure light appeared, like stars decorating the planet. A few ancient words appeared. Eternal world, eternal divine fist. The treasure light turned into a stream of light and entered Lin Fei's forehead. His entire body shook. In the river of memories, a great emperor's absolute art appeared. Eternal divine fist? Lin Fei whispered. After the treasure light entered his body, he was in the vast, starry sky. His vision went black, and he was bounced out, appearing outside the hall. Congratulations, you have obtained the supreme, eternal divine fist. Black Demon was happy from the bottom of his heart. Isn't my eternal divine fist really awesome? You will know when you learn it. Black Demon didn't say anything. Instead, he kept him in suspense. You have obtained the absolute art. Next, you can choose the treasures. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry to read through the Eternal God Fist. From the name alone, he could tell that it was an extremely powerful technique. Eternal Emperor, then his martial arts must have something to do with eternity. His eternal godly fist must be extraordinary. Treasure Pavilion. This wasn't Lin Fei's first time here. He had also been here in the lower realm. In a treasure pavilion, there are a total of heaven grade, divine grade, sacred grade, and emperor grade treasures. You can choose a heaven grade treasure now. Lin Fei remembered, so he took out the divine sword. Look at my divine sword. What grade is it? Lin Fei didn't know the grade of the divine sword he had snatched from Sword God. Now that there was an opportunity, he naturally wouldn't miss it. Black Demon glanced at it. You're lucky. This divine sword is a divine grade treasure. So awesome. Lin Fei finally understood why Sword God was so heartbroken and angry. This divine sword is just a defective divine grade. It can barely be considered a divine grade treasure. It needs to be repaired. Black Demon poured a bucket of cold water on him. Defective? Lin Fei really couldn't tell. He put away the divine sword. In that case, if I repair this divine sword, it will regain the power of a divine grade treasure. That's right. Once this defective divine sword is repaired, it will be equivalent to a low divine grade divine sword. Its power will be extraordinary, Black Demon said. It will be very difficult to repair it. I have the system, so I don't have to worry about this problem. Chapter 739. Out so soon. Lin Fei did not stay long in the treasure pavilion to choose the treasures. He spent some time in choosing the absolute arts, but it was not as troublesome as before. Lin Fei could choose easily. A set of immortal swords. Lin Fei was good at using swords. He chose a set of immortal swords, a total of 720 of them. They were all top-quality heavenly swords. When activated, they could sweep through everything and kill the enemy. You have good eyesight. This is a set of immortal swords called Sun Moon Sword. Once used, even heaven and earth cannot stop it. The birth of the sun and moon. When choosing immortal swords, Lin Fei always wanted to be domineering. 720 immortal swords were just enough for him to control. Senior Black Demon, can you tell me about the Great Emperor's treasure vault now, so that I can be prepared? Lin Fei took the initiative to ask. Lin Fei was very interested in the Great Emperor's treasure vault. All along, Lin Fei thought that the Great Emperor's treasure vault would definitely be in the Great Emperor's Senfu. Who would have thought that such a thing would happen? It was too surprising. Your strength is not enough. Wait until you can fight against a golden immortal, then you can come again. Black Demon waved his hand, and a force surged, sending Lin Fei out. Damn! Lin Fei shouted. He was sent out just like that. He wanted to go in, but the Great Emperor's Senfu was sealed. With his strength, he could not tear open the seal. It's just a golden immortal. It's not like I can't reach it. Lin Fei was not angry. From Black Demon, he could see that Black Demon was worried about him. Otherwise, he would not have said such words. The eternal Great Emperor's treasure vault should not be so easy to get. Lin Fei thought. Looks like I need to quickly increase my strength. Even if it was not for the Great Emperor's treasure vault, I would have to deal with Purgatory's sect first. Lin Fei held grudges. No matter what orders they received, since they dared to attack him, he had to take revenge. He could use them as leveling tools. After leaving the Great Emperor's Senfu, Lin Fei spent the entire night refining the Sun and Moon Immortal Sword so that he could control it at will. The next day, as the sun rose, purple clouds rose from the east. Lin Fei had already stopped the blood bonding. After a night, he had already completed the blood bonding of the Sun and Moon Immortal Sword. Coupled with the total annihilation, its power was extraordinary. I'm going to get a powerful sword array. Total annihilation was indeed powerful, but with his current strength, Lin Fei felt that there was something lacking in it that could not satisfy his cultivation needs. It was more important to cultivate a new sword formation. After breakfast, Lin Fei proposed to take a walk around Immortal Field City to get used to life in the Heaven Realm. Xiaoshan, go with Xiaolin. Cheng Fei arranged for Xueshan and then said to Lin Fei, Xiaoshan is very familiar with Immortal Field City. If you want to go anywhere, just tell him. Immortal Field City was huge. It was several times bigger than an imperial capital in the lower realm. In Xueshan's words, Immortal Field City was considered small in the North region. Those huge cities were the truly terrifying ones. Brother Lin, where do you plan to go? After walking for a while, Xueshan asked. Lin Fei thought for a while. Bring me to the place that sells cultivation techniques. This place has the most. Xueshan said. In our Immortal Field City, the most famous merchant association is Xianxia Merchant Association. This place is just one of their branches. There are countless branches like this in every region. It's truly a huge merchant association. That powerful? Lin Fei was shocked. Brother Lin, if you want to buy sword arrays, Xianxia Merchant Association has the most. However, the price there is also expensive. Normal people can't afford it there. Xueshan talked about Xianxia Merchant Association as they walked. When they arrived, Lin Fei already had a certain understanding of Xianxia Merchant Association. What a grand aura! Just as they arrived at Xianxia Merchant Association's entrance, a stairway to heaven appeared. It was grand, as if it separated the mortal world from the heavenly realm. On the left and right sides of the stairway, there were two huge stone sculptures of immortal beasts. They were like clouds that looked down on the world. Lin Fei had only taken one look, and he could already feel the boundless power coming from the World Chamber of Commerce. Beside him, Xueshan had already become cautious and cautious. Brother Lin, when we go in later, it's best not to provoke anyone. Those who can come to Xianxia Merchant Association all have backgrounds. We can't afford to offend them, Xueshan said in a low voice. He was afraid that he would misunderstand, so he added, I'm not talking about Brother Lin. It's just that there are often young masters deliberately looking for trouble. Lin Fei laughed. Haha, don't worry. I'm not someone who looks for trouble. Xueshan saw that Lin Fei wasn't angry, so he was relieved. After going up the stairway, Lin Fei felt a sense of superiority. He was afraid of Xianxia Merchant Association. On the stairway, for tall men in black stood casually. It was as if there was a wild beast hidden in their body that would pounce out and devour people at any time. The strength of these 4 people is at least at Xian immortal level. Lin Fei didn't say anything and looked at them. When they entered, 4 pairs of eyes looked at them as if they wanted to see through them. Walking into Xianxia Merchant Association, they were greeted with a luxurious aura that made them feel like they were walking into a palace. Brother Lin, I heard from Captain that everything we see, including the things under our feet, is priceless. I didn't believe it before, but now I do. Shuaishan was shocked. Lin Fei was curious. Is this your first time here? The interior of Xianxia Merchant Association was decorated luxuriously. Everywhere was filled with a superior and luxurious aura. But to Lin Fei, there was no difference, and he wasn't affected at all. Shuaishan smiled embarrassedly. You can even see through this. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. This place doesn't eat people. Lin Fei found that Shuaishan was a little timid. Let's go and see the sword formation. The hall of Xianxia Merchant Association was endless. The people who appeared here were just as Shuaishan had said. They were either rich or noble. Those with backgrounds were all accompanied by beautiful women. Brother Lin, the things here are so expensive. Shuaishan pointed at the items on sale not far away. Lin Fei took a look and realized that they were pills. They were all pills that heaven immortals consumed. They were easily worth thousands of immortal stones. Those with good effects cost at least 10,000 immortal stones. In a place like Heaven Realm, the common currency was immortal stones. These pills were all low-grade immortal stones. Even so, the price was very expensive. It's indeed quite expensive. Lin Fei didn't care about immortal pills. He didn't rely on immortal pills to cultivate. From Shuaishan, he knew that it would take a long time to earn a few hundred low-grade immortal stones. Buying immortal pills was a big burden for them. In the Heaven Realm, pills were extremely important. That was why they formed a team to hunt immortal beasts and obtain immortal stones. Do you have sword formation manuals here? Lin Fei came to a counter and said directly. The attendants here were all beautiful female immortals. Their bodies emitted a light aura, and their voices were gentle. Fellow immortal, what level of sword formation do you need? It's best if it can be cultivated to the Xian immortal level. Lin Fei said. At present, the Xian immortal level was just right for him to use. As long as he was given some time, he would be able to erupt with the power of the Xian immortal level. Please wait a moment. Brother Lin, you're not really planning to buy it, are you? Shuaishan asked quietly. This will cost a lot of immortal stones. Lin Fei laughed. I didn't say I was going to buy it. It's fine if I look at it first. Having just ascended to the Heaven Realm, Lin Fei was very clear. How could he have any immortal stones to buy a sword formation? It was just to see the price. In his opinion, immortal stones were not a problem. Someone had already prepared it. This is the sword formation we chose for fellow immortal. The fairy from before came back and placed pieces of jade on the table. She took out one of them. This is the heaven-breaking sword formation. It can activate up to 360 immortal swords. This is a jade scroll. You can check it with your divine sense. Shuaishan said. Lin Fei saw that these jade stones were extraordinary. Only then did he know that they were jade scrolls. They were the most popular existence in the Heaven Realm. They could be used to record cultivation techniques and were quite common. According to what was said, Lin Fei used his divine sense to look and found that it was a sword formation. After a glance, he stopped looking. It was not suitable for him. Its power was not enough. It could not be compared to the annihilation of 1,000 armies sword formation. This is not suitable. This is the innate sword formation. The fairy attendant introduced them one by one. Her face did not show any annoyance. Lin Fei was looking forward to the World Merchant Guild. In the end, the sword formations that were taken out looked good, but to him, they were not considered much. This is not suitable either. Lin Fei put the jade scroll back. Is there a more powerful one? Please wait a moment. When she came back again, there was a jade scroll in her hand. Her expression was not as enthusiastic as before. This is the Slaughter Sword formation. It needs to be activated with 720 immortal swords. The higher the grade, the stronger the power. It is best if it is a set of immortal swords. The materials are exactly the same. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. This suits him. He did not take the fairy's expression seriously. Let me see. His divine sense entered the jade scroll to check. After checking, Lin Fei was immediately happy. This was really a sword formation prepared for him. The higher the slaughter, the stronger the sword formation. In the end, he could even summon the Slaughter Emperor. Why do I feel like something is missing? After reading, Lin Fei was puzzled. This is the first level of the Slaughter Sword formation. The next few levels have been lost. Saying this, the fairy did not continue. The price is 1 million low-grade immortal stones. Xueshan was shocked. 1 million low-grade immortal stones. My God, I might not be able to earn this amount even in 10 years. 1 million low-grade immortal stones. Lin Fei sucked in a cold breath. The first level of the Slaughter Sword formation was 1 million low-grade immortal stones. Wouldn't the full set be even more expensive? Haha. If you don't have money, don't come to World Merchant Guild. This is not a place where you unaffiliated can come. Chapter 740. 1 million low-grade celestial stones was indeed a huge sum to Lin Fei. At least for now. A sudden voice sounded. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and looked over. Those who were familiar with him knew that he was in a bad mood. That barking dog didn't even close the door properly. Turning his head, Lin Fei said this. He was the typical, fearless person. Who asked Lin Fei's personality to be like this, to swallow his anger? That depended on who it was. Moreover, he could see that no one dared to make a move in the World Commerce Association. The guards outside weren't to be trifled with. They wouldn't mind throwing you out. Xueshan also turned his head, but when he saw who it was, his expression changed. Brat, do you know what you're saying? If we were somewhere else, I'd slap you to death. Not far away, a few young people walked over. The one in the lead had a fairy in his arms. He walked over surrounded by people, looking imposing. Do you know those people? Lin Fei asked through divine sense. Everyone could see Xueshan's change. The skinny one next to him is our archenemy, Immortal Wanshan. Xueshan said. The person they're surrounding is their master, Ying Tianen. He's not a good person. This place doesn't belong to you. We came willingly. Can't we? Xueshan retorted. He didn't want to lose face, especially when the other side was his archenemy. Young master, a place like the World Commerce Association should have a rule long ago. Loose cultivators aren't allowed to enter. That way, we wouldn't have work for nothing. Immortal Wanshan said respectfully. Myriad Mountain's Immortal had an adventurer group under him, and they had suffered a loss at Cheng Fei's hands in the past. Ever since then, they had always held a grudge against each other. The conflict between the two of them had started from that moment until now. Just now, when he was accompanying his master and young master, he inadvertently saw Cheng Fei's subordinates. His eyes moved, and an idea came to him. This sentence made many loose cultivators' expressions turn ugly. They were angry but didn't dare to say anything. Well said. The World Commerce Association should do this. Ying Wuhan hugged the woman. They can't even afford something that costs 1 million low-grade celestial stones. Don't they feel ashamed? That's why they're going to be like this for the rest of their lives. They'll never be able to stand out. That guy's too arrogant. The World Chamber of Commerce did not prohibit outsiders from entering. Usually, many individual cultivators would come to the World Chamber of Commerce to buy items. Even if they couldn't buy, it was good to take a look and be prepared. Who knows, they might need it in the future. Ying Wuhan's words were like a slap to their faces. She didn't take them seriously at all. That's enough. Ying Wuhan is ruthless and merciless. He kills people like scything flax. Don't make trouble for yourself. Ha ha ha. Ying Wuhan laughed out loud as she held the woman in her arms and walked upstairs. Wanshan felt that it was a pity that Cheng Fei wasn't around. Otherwise, it would have been more fun to humiliate Lin Fei. However, he could only bully 1 or 2 of them. If I were you, I'd scram as far as I could. Ha ha ha. Wanshan laughed and followed his master with a proud look on his face. There's no need to get angry with this kind of person, Lin Fei said calmly. Who knows when trouble will come from the mouth, and you'll bring trouble to yourself. Kid, what did you say? Wan Shan, who had just taken a few steps, glared at Lin Fan coldly. Huh, it's a pity that you didn't hear me. Lin Fei shook his head. Wan Shan was furious. Kid, remember this. Don't let me see you again. Otherwise, I'll teach you a lesson. Another person who uses his connections to intimidate others. Lin Fei laughed. Shueshan didn't have Lin Fei's mental fortitude. Brother Lin, let's go. Just as he was about to talk to Lin Fei, it seemed that he couldn't afford 1,000,000 low-grade celestial stones. He was still very interested in the Slaughter Sword formation. Its power was just what he wanted. Ding! System update complete. So fast. Lin Fei was quite surprised. Thinking about it carefully, the system update should have started not long after he arrived in the Heaven Realm. There should have been a notification then, but he was unconscious and couldn't hear it. Ding! Discovered incomplete sword formation, Slaughter Sword formation. Do you want to repair it? Damn, there's such a good thing. Lin Fei was shocked. Repair. Ding. Incomplete sword formation, Slaughter Sword formation is being repaired. Estimated time is half an hour. 1,000,000 points will be spent. Brother Lin, what's wrong? Shueshan asked. Lin Fei came back to his senses. Nothing. Let's go. With this function in the system, Lin Fei didn't have to spend 1,000,000 low-grade celestial stones to buy a Slaughter Sword formation of 1 level. Only a fool would spend such a sum of money. Don't pretend if you don't have money. Young Master Ying is right. Loose demons are all poor. When Lin Fei left, the fairy started to complain. World Commerce Hall, 2nd floor. The first floor belonged to the World Commerce Hall. There were no restrictions. If one wanted to go up to the next floor, one would need to be qualified. Wan Shan, your vision is too narrow. It's just a few loose demons. If you don't like them, just kill them. Ying Wuhan said casually. How's the situation over there? Young Master is right. Wan Shan said respectfully. It's almost done, but for some reason, the Purgatory Sect's people have sealed off that area. On the surface, they say they're here to capture a serious criminal. I think they must have heard something. Do you want to change the time? No. Ying Wuhan's eyes were cold. I've taken a fancy to that thing. I won't allow anyone to take it away, even if it's Purgatory Sect. Keep a close eye on it. There can't be any accidents. I'll let them know later. Wan Shan nodded. After leaving the World Commerce Hall, Lin Fei didn't go anywhere else. Instead, he went back home. The system update was complete. Nothing was more important than this. With the system update completed, Lin Fei could finally vent his anger and give them a big gift. After returning, Lin Fei said a few words to Shueshan before returning to his room. I didn't expect to get a sword formation from this trip. It should be enough for me to use for a while. He opened the system. After setting up the formation, Lin Fei opened the system. Whoosh! This time, when the system was opened, the interface was different from before. His personal data was reset to 0. Player, Lin Fei. Realm, Heaven Celestial Stage. 1,000,000,000 experience points to the next stage, Mysterious Celestial Stage. Shop System, activate. Pet System, activate. Repair System, activate. Divine Powers, Celestial Demonic Body, 1st Transformation, /9th Transformation. Lucky Draw activated. Do you want to start the Lucky Draw now? Chapter 741. As soon as the interface changed, Lin Fei knew that there was change. Most importantly, the sword techniques and cultivation techniques that he had cultivated previously had disappeared and were not included in the statistics. Only the God-Fiend Body 1st Transformation was a new addition. Lin Fei knew that the cultivation techniques of the lower realm were no longer suitable for the heavenly realm. The system had automatically blocked them. He needed new cultivation techniques in the heavenly realm, and the God-Fiend Body he had chosen previously was one of them. If a God-Fiend Body at the 1st God-Fiend stage is already so impressive, wouldn't it be extremely impressive at the 9th God-Fiend stage? Lin Fei almost drooled. A God-Fiend Body was definitely more terrifying than a Sky Mortal Body. The cultivation techniques of the lower realm disappeared, but Lin Fei's mood did not change. Lin Fei was very interested in a new repair system. This was something that had never existed in the lower realm. It seemed that his divine sword could be repaired. It was a divine-grade sword after all. With the lottery notification, Lin Fei was extremely excited. He had been waiting for this lottery for a long time. He did not know what kind of cultivation techniques his system would give him after the upgrade. Activate lottery. In the next second, Lin Fei was in a space that had not been there before. In the empty space, a big red disc suddenly appeared. It was like the lower realm, the only additional space. Ding! Player Lin Fei can draw 3 rewards in a row. The system sent a notification. 3 chances. I must draw something good. Lin Fei was elated. Begin the first round of lottery. Ding! System notification. You can choose to draw a lottery. Increase the chances of drawing a lottery. The system sent another notification. This time, Lin Fei was shocked. There was such a good thing. In the past, the lottery was random. After the system update in the upper realm, this option appeared. After taking a closer look, Lin Fei saw the lottery area on the disc. Divine weapon, immortal armor and robe, divine pills and miraculous medicines, peerless divine technique. Lin Fei's eyes almost fell to the ground. I like this update. All this while, Lin Fei had been rather unhappy with the random draw. He had missed the opportunity every single time. Let me think. I should choose the first one. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry to act. As for the immortal sword, I already have a set of sun-moon swords. I also have a divine-grade divine sword. I just need to repair it, and it can be used. For the first draw, I'll choose the peerless divine art. Who asked Lin Fei to have so few techniques right now? One eternal god fist wasn't enough, and he needed another. Lin Fei subconsciously clicked on the peerless godly arts section. The large disc in front of him changed, and a series of cultivation techniques appeared, dazzling him. Draw. Lin Fei watched for a moment and did not continue. There were simply too many. The first lottery draw begins. This time, Lin Fei was not as nervous as before. He was already used to it. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Fei for obtaining Celestial Martial Art 6 Swift Sword Styles. Sword art, I like it. Up until now, what Lin Fei wanted the most was a sword art. With the invincible sword intent, he would have an invisible advantage and, at the same time, it would be a martial art on the surface. Ding! Learn 6 Swift Sword Styles. Lin Fei had never worried about learning new techniques. The profound meaning was fused into his memory. What a fast sword art! Lin Fei laughed heartily. He had always been dissatisfied with his sword art, and that was its speed. The essence of this 6 Swift Sword Styles was the word fast. It adhered to the saying that speed was the only thing that could not be defeated in all martial arts. The moment you made a move, the opponent would have already killed you. This was fast, the supreme truth. It could be said that there was nothing more satisfying than this sword art in his first lottery draw for Lin Fei. Let's continue. This time, Lin Fei still chose a martial art. Only then did he find out that he could choose one of them. He couldn't help but feel lucky. Movement art draw. Let's hope to get a good movement art. Lin Fei thought. A movement art paired with a sword art. With my strength, this would definitely be the best way to attack. In the lower realm, Sword God had escaped, and Lin Fei had remembered the flaws of his movement technique. He would definitely not forget movement arts in this lottery draw. Out of the 3 lottery draws, Lin Fei would rather use 2 of them on martial arts. If he wanted to win in battle, he would need something that others didn't have. Sword art was Lin Fei's advantage. Then there was nothing more suitable than the previous sword art. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Fei for obtaining heaven-grade movement art, Wind Cloud Shift. Lin Fei already knew that at his cultivation level, the movement art he drew would be suppressed to the heaven grade. Unless he raised his cultivation level, he would have to kill a powerful being and steal a martial art. Done! Lin Fei learned the Wind Cloud Shift. This movement art was derived from the wind and clouds, coming and going without a trace. It was a movement art that surpassed the sky immortal level. That's great. After looking at the technique, Lin Fei knew that this movement art was very suitable for him. With my strength, I'm afraid that even a mystic immortal expert might not be able to catch up to me. The 6 quick sword styles and the wind cloud shift greatly increased Lin Fei's strength. This is the last chance. I think it's better to give it to the battle armor. Lin Fei thought for a moment. Although my God-Fiend body is strong, it should be able to withstand a Sky Immortal expert. Once I meet a Mystic Immortal, I'm afraid I'll be in trouble. It's better to get an Immortal armor just in case. When he ascended, the mighty figure had only used 1% of his strength. That was why the God-Fiend body was able to withstand it. Even so, he had been seriously injured. I'll choose the armor. Lin Fei made his final decision. The wheel began to spin. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Fei for obtaining the Immortal Armor, 9 Dragons Armor. There was one more Immortal Armor in the system's storage. Lin Fei immediately took out the Immortal Armor, and the system sent him the refining method. It turned out that the Immortal Armor could be refined and kept in the body. Once there was danger, it could be automatically worn. So this Immortal Armor of mine can summon the 9 dragons to protect me. Lin Fei was shocked after seeing it. The items given by the system are truly amazing. Lottery complete. The next lottery draw will be at the Mystic Immortal Realm. Player Lin Fei, keep up the good work. Lin Fei was teleported out and appeared in the room. Cultivation technique, Immortal Armor, I have it. The system has returned to normal. Looks like I can vent my anger. A cold light flashed in Lin Fei's eyes. You attacked me while I ascended. If I don't teach you a lesson, you'll think you're so great. Even if you're the sky, I'll still stab you to pieces. Lin Fei took out the 9 dragons' Immortal Armor, sat down, and started refining it. You're going out? 2 days later, Cheng Fei was not surprised to hear Lin Fei's words. I've been in the Heaven Realm for a while. Sorry for troubling you, Lin Fei said with a smile. We're all ascenders. There's no need for trouble. Cheng Fei said, be careful outside. The Heaven Realm is different from the lower realm. The people from Purgatory Sect are still looking for you. It's best for you to change places. Go to a big city or join a big sect. With your talent, you should be able to do it. Lin Fei nodded. I will. Even though he had not stayed for long, Lin Fei knew that Cheng Fei's words were all sincere. The Heaven Realm was a place that worshipped power more than the lower realm. Thus, the competition for resources was more terrifying. Captain, why didn't you stop him? After Lin Fei left, Xueshan could not help but ask. Cheng Fei looked at the sky. Men should be like this. You really have to learn from Lin Fei on this point. Xueshan opened his mouth, but did not say anything. Captain, will Lin Fei be in danger if he goes like this? Another team member said, recently, the Purgatory Sect has become the hottest topic in the Immortal Wild City. Everyone is talking about them. Lin Fei is not as hot-blooded and impulsive as you think. Let's just sit and watch the show. Cheng Fei revealed a smile. This is really exciting. Lin Fei was dressed in a black robe as he walked in the Immortal Wild City and went straight out of the city. Take revenge on them. Take revenge on them. If the other party openly attacked him, Lin Fei would definitely not be angry. What was hateful was that as a supreme expert, they actually used such a method. They were really shameless. Even supreme experts were shameless, so of course Lin Fei did not need to be shameless. It was a good opportunity to use your Purgatory Sect as an example. I want you to know that the person you're talking about can give you an unforgettable memory. They are also leaving the city. At the city gate, Lin Fei looked forward and saw a few figures sitting in a carriage. The carriage was pulled by a flood dragon, a total of 8 flood dragon horses. These flood dragon horses were said to have the bloodline of a divine dragon. Even though it was very thin, one day, they could still transform into a supreme flood dragon. They were extremely fast and had always been the best mount for going out. A flood dragon horse with a low-grade bloodline was worth hundreds of millions of low-grade celestial stones. It could be said that a flood dragon horse was a symbol of status, and not everyone could have one. In Wuhan's 8 flood dragon horses were really not ordinary. The surrounding people all stayed far away, so Lin Fei could see them and recognize them at a glance. I wonder where they are going. Don't let me see them, otherwise I will teach them a lesson. Lin Fei squinted his eyes and looked at them disappearing into the sky. He still remembered Xueshan's words. He naturally did not have a good impression of Ing Wuhan and the others. Were they not human? After leaving the immortal wild city, Lin Fei headed towards the mountain range. He had already figured it out these days. Wind and cloud transformation. When he reached a place with fewer people, Lin Fei used the wind and cloud transformation movement technique. His entire body seemed to become blurry, and he disappeared just like that. What a powerful movement technique. When he came out again, Lin Fei was already 1,000,000 miles away. In the past, Lin Fei could at most fly 340,000 miles at a time. That was already his limit, but now that he used his movement technique, his speed had increased by more than 3 times. Chapter 742. Green Wild Mountain Range. This mountain range, which had always been very popular, was now sealed off by someone, preventing anyone from entering. Groups of black-clothed disciples with overwhelming murderous auras stood guard at the exit of the mountain range like death gods. It was as if a huge formation had been set up above the mountain range, sealing it off completely. In fact, the Wild Green Mountain Range was not sealed. The Purgatory sect was arrogant, but that didn't mean they had the guts to seal off this mountain range. From a moment they sealed the area, the first to bear the brunt of the pressure was Celestial Wild City. As the closest city, its benefits were affected. It could be said that the Purgatory sect had endured until now. If they still couldn't find the criminals, it would be impossible for them to continue. At one of the exits in the mountain range, there were many immortals gathered here in groups. Some were adventurers, while others were spies from various places. The Purgatory sect's actions were simply too strange. Since when did a serious criminal warrant the Purgatory sect mobilizing so many people and even sending experts to resist the pressure of so many factions? There must be something strange about this. What are the people of the Purgatory sect trying to do? Who knows? Perhaps some incredible treasure has appeared in the mountain range, and they're doing this on purpose to keep everyone out. It's been so many days. What exactly is the Purgatory sect thinking? Even if there's a serious criminal, he's probably already escaped. How could it be the Purgatory sect's turn to capture him? Let's wait a little longer. The Purgatory Gate won't be able to seal the mountain range for long. Outside the mountain range, there were many people gathered, waiting for the mountain range to reopen so that they could go in and hunt their immortal beasts. If it wasn't for the fact that the Purgatory sect had a powerful background, they would have already charged in. Why would they care about being sealed? On a towering tree in the distance, someone was standing on it. Humph, I didn't expect that after so many days, your Purgatory sect is still looking for me. Even if you dig 3 feet into the ground, you won't let me go. A cold light flashed in someone's eyes. Since that's the case, I'll slaughter you all. The person standing on a towering tree was Lin Fei, who had come all the way here. He had been worried that the Purgatory Gate had left. That would have been a wasted trip. At the exit of the mountain range, the people from Purgatory sect were still there. Lin Fei knew that it was time to give him a gift. Lin Fei's figure flashed, and he escaped into the divine flame space. A good show was about to begin. In the middle of the mountain range, at the top of a towering mountain, looking down, it was extremely cold. At this moment, there were a few people gathered on the mountain peak. All of them had powerful auras that surpassed the heavenly immortal realm. They were all Xian immortal experts. Could that person have already left? The remaining eye of a one-eyed immortal flashed with a fierce light. We've sealed the area for so many days. If he's injured, he shouldn't be gone. He can't possibly fly into the sky or burrow into the ground, right? I think Elder Dulong is right. Those guys in Immortal Wild City are already prepared to watch us make a fool of ourselves. There's only 1 day left. That person should be gone. Deacon Lung Yun said with a sullen face. As Purgatory Gate's outer court elders, they had been ordered to come out and capture a serious criminal. But even after so many days had passed, they still hadn't seen a single trace of the other party. They almost doubted whether the orders from above were correct. Everyone's gaze fell on a middle-aged man. He was the person in charge of this event, Elder Ao Tian, the only intersect elder. Even if it's the last day, we must find him, Elder Ao Tian said in a deep voice. We spent a lot of manpower and resources to find him no matter what. We can't be labeled as incompetent. Do you understand? a label of incompetent. The outer court elder's eyes twitched. Continue to expand the area. Take down any suspicious people first. Lin Fei entered the green wild mountain range without any obstructions. He released his divine sense to search for Purgatory Gate's disciples and began to take revenge on Purgatory Gate. Found them. Lin Fei's divine sense was powerful, but he didn't cover the entire area. He was afraid that it would attract the attention of the experts. After a few breaths, he found the first search team. There were a total of 7 people in this search team. All of them were Heaven Immortals. The team leader was a perfected Heaven Immortal. Damn it, who could be in this mountain range? Didn't we come here for nothing? What are the higher-ups doing? If we have the time, we might as well find a woman to sleep with and have some fun. Their team had been searching for several days. They were as tired as dogs. In the end, they didn't see a single person. Instead, they were attacked by immortal beasts several times. All of them were injured. At this time, they had a belly full of anger that they couldn't vent. They couldn't help but blame the higher-ups for sending them here. The search team leader snorted. One more day, and we can leave this damn place. Now all of you buck up. You have no chance. It was as if the voice of the Grim Reaper had suddenly appeared in their ears. A black sword light appeared in front of them. It was so fast that they couldn't react. They watched helplessly as it passed through their necks. Immediately, their heads flew and blood splattered. Run. Too strong. The 7 primordial spirits flew out. They were so scared that they didn't know where to run. Hua Hua, the sword light, came and crushed the 7 primordial spirits. Before they died, they saw a blurry figure appear. What a fast sword! Lin Fei appeared. He had just used the 7 styles of quicksword. He wanted to injure them and defeat them one by one. Unexpectedly, the sword technique's power was so shocking that the 7 sky immortals couldn't withstand it and killed them. Lin Fei was very surprised. Even a perfected sky immortal was killed so easily. It seems like Purgatory Sect is going to pay a heavy price. Lin Fei waved his hand and put away the storage rings on the ground. He found that they were all immortal stones and elixirs. They weren't rich. As for the immortal sword in his hand, they were all scrap metal. They weren't worth much. Hairball, hurry up and eat. Lin Fei released Hairball. She had been holding it in. The moment she came out, she flew up and swallowed the corpses, revealing an intoxicated look. Foodie, the first battle was so easy. He killed them. After dealing with the corpses, Lin Fei turned and left. Tens of thousands of miles away, Lin Fei ran into the Purgatory Sect's search team again. They were all assigned to Heaven Immortals. On second thought, he was at the Heaven Immortal realm, so it was normal for Heaven Immortals to deal with him. Whoosh, 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 as the sword light flashed, a head flew into the air. In the beginning, Lin Fei's mastery of the sword didn't really change. But as he killed more and more people, he could crush the Sky Immortal's primordial spirit and kill them with one strike. Not bad, another 5 Sky Immortals. Lin Fei looked at the corpses on the ground and collected the spoils out of habit. As for Hairball, she became a professional at destroying evidence. Chapter 743. Under the night sky, a group of people were gathered around a bonfire, and an immortal beast was being roasted on top of it. It had already been roasted to a golden color, and with the addition of spices, the aroma wafted through the air. They wanted nothing more than to immediately take a bite. Old 7 and the others, why aren't they back yet? This was a temporary resting spot for Purgatory Gate. They had searched for an entire day without any results. At night, they chose to hunt an immortal beast to reward themselves. Who knows? The dozen or so celestial immortals sitting around were all focused on the barbecue. They didn't care about where they had gone. They couldn't wait to come back, so they could have a good meal. They're back. Suddenly, a celestial immortal turned his head and saw someone appear. Damn, these bastards. They knew to wait until the food was cooked before coming back. When the person walked out of the darkness, they realized that he wasn't from Purgatory Gate. Their expressions changed, and they all stood up. This person was very young, and on his shoulder was a round little fellow. But for some reason, this young man made them feel a sense of danger, as though he was extremely dangerous. Oh, A celestial immortal said harshly. That person stopped and said, "This thing is roasted pretty well. I happen to be hungry. I now announce that this thing is mine." The people of Purgatory Gate were used to being arrogant. Since when did someone snatch something from him? Shameless boasting. Kill him. Whoosh whoosh, the two celestial immortals laughed viciously and attacked with their swords. The two celestial immortals had just charged out when their heads flew into the air and fell to the ground with a thud. That young man walked forward step by step, as though he had just done something insignificant. More importantly, they hadn't seen how he had done it. How dare you kill people of Purgatory Gate? I'll let you know what regret is. Brothers, kill him. The captain was enraged. Daring to kill people of Purgatory Gate in front of them. He must be tired of living. Kill this guy. The celestial immortals of Purgatory Gate swarmed forward, unleashing all sorts of attacks, trapping the opponent in a storm. Too slow. More than 10 people attacked, but their attacks missed. That person shook his head and walked over step by step. He was moving very slowly, but in the end, he appeared in front of the Heaven Immortal and slashed down. Just as the Heaven Immortal was about to raise his hand, his head flew off. Blood spurted out and dyed the ground red. The team leader was in a state of shock. Since when was a heavenly immortal so strong? But in that moment of hesitation, more than 10 of his subordinates were lying on the ground in a disorderly manner. They were no longer breathing. Even their primordial spirits had been destroyed. You're dead. Our people will definitely kill you. The team leader's full circle heavenly immortal strength had already scared the sh*T out of him. He threatened the other party fiercely while running towards the forest, losing the confidence to make a move. More than 10 celestial immortals had been slaughtered just like that. My body. Not long after, the captain turned around and saw that his body had stopped. His vision went black, and he knew that he had died. So fast. Lin Fei sat down and enjoyed the delicious barbecued meat. Hairball continuously swallowed the corpses on the ground, and she was not afraid that her stomach would explode. This meat tastes good, as expected of someone who grew up in the heavenly realm. His body contains celestial qi. Lin Fei took a bite. The texture was very good. The barbecued meat also contained celestial qi, which was not available in the lower realm. The signal has been sent. I wonder how many people will come. Lin Fei took another bite. I hope I can kill to my heart's content. Since entering the mountain range, Lin Fei had killed wave after wave. With his movement technique and sword technique, celestial immortals could only be killed. Could they resist? They couldn't resist at all. Lin Fei was very glad that he had chosen a powerful sword technique. Just like what was said, in the world of martial arts, only speed was unbeatable. The fifth team seems to be in trouble. The huge energy wave just now was like a beam of light in the night sky. It was impossible not to notice it. Let's go and take a look. In the past few days, they have been searching for the felons of the Purgatory sect. There were very few battles. The Purgatory sect was famous, and no one dared to offend them. Now that they were fighting waves, they immediately rushed over to see what was going on. Many are here. I can finally kill to my heart's content. Lin Fei continued to eat the barbecued meat, not worried at all. There were a total of 7 or 8 search teams nearby. There were a total of 40 to 50 people, and they surrounded this location. The thick smell of blood wafted over. They knew that something had happened. When they saw a young man sitting there eating barbecued meat, and the people of the Purgatory sect had disappeared without a trace. It's that felon. It must be him. Only he would dare to kill our people so openly. Someone reacted immediately. Ah, that's right. I am the person you want to capture. Lin Fei spat out a bone and admitted it. It was only interesting this way. Capture him, and you will be heavily rewarded. The few team leaders' eyes were filled with excitement. It was like a man seeing a woman. How could they not be excited? So, the people of the Purgatory sect were excited. Capturing this guy was equivalent to making a great contribution. Wouldn't they rise in the Purgatory sect? At this moment, Lin Fei couldn't escape from their eyes. He was destined to be captured by them. Killing sword formation. Lin Fei snorted. 720 celestial swords flew out. Cold light shone in all directions as they shot out. Damn, 720 celestial swords, killing sword formation, displayed its might. Every celestial sword that flew out would take a life. Pu, many heaven immortals fell to the ground. Their eyes were still filled with disbelief. Heaven immortals were killed just like that. Once a heaven immortal died, killing intent would appear on the 720 celestial swords. A black light appeared on the swords. They are all dead. The remaining captains retreated in fright, their faces all revealing horrified expressions. They had truly been provoked. Let's work together to take him down. The few team leaders were unwilling. Moreover, they were all at the full stage of heaven immortal realm and had thick celestial power. They weren't afraid that they couldn't suppress him. Kill. For the sake of their future, they attacked. Lin Fei activated the killing sword formation once more. The giant sword turned into a disc and blocked all their attacks. The celestial swords flew out. Every celestial sword contained supreme power. Pu, the killing sword formation is really amazing. Lin Fei retracted the killing sword formation. Every person I kill will increase the killing sword formation strength. In the later stages, the killing sword formation strength will only increase. Lin Fei was very satisfied with the killing sword formation, especially the attacks it used. The stronger one was, the stronger the attack would be. Lin Fei sat for a while longer. He ate the barbecued meat and let Hairball eat the rest. Only then did he stand up and leave something for them. He slowly left. The show was about to begin. 200 of our Purgatory Sect's disciples died. The Purgatory Sect disciples would contact each other once in a while to report the situation. When some couldn't be contacted, they didn't care too much. But when there were more people, they realized that something was wrong. Something had happened. The team leader who came to report was scared witless. He didn't dare to raise his head at all. It was as if he could already see the elders' gloomy faces. The 3 outer sect elders blew their beards and glared. They couldn't believe it. They had lost 200 disciples in such a short time. How could they report to the higher-ups? Do you know who did it? Elder Poisonous Dragon's face was cold. This is a provocation to our Purgatory Sect. There were many disciples in Purgatory Sect. Losing 200 disciples was nothing. But to them, this was a big matter. They didn't catch the culprit and instead lost 200 disciples. It was really a big hat of incompetence. How could they endure this? They had to find the culprit. Report, we found clues of serious criminal. Just when this team leader didn't know how to reply, another team leader came up to report the situation. Where is he? Lung Yun was the most concerned. He ran away. The team leader was uneasy. He left something behind. Hurry up and bring us over. Lung Yuan and the other outer sect elders and deacons were more concerned than anyone else when they found traces of the culprit. Preposterous. When they arrived at the scene, the bonfire was still burning. The smell of blood filled the air. It was clear that a massacre had happened not long ago. The least hateful thing wasn't this. It was the tree trunk in front of them. There were a few blood-colored words on it. The massacre has just begun. Kill until your Purgatory Sect is afraid. This is a provocation. Deacon Lung Yun furiously sent a palm strike at the tree trunk, shattering it into pieces. Even so, he was still unable to suppress the rage in his heart. This was a declaration of war against Purgatory Sect. No one had ever been so bold to do such a thing to them. After killing more than 200 disciples, he made such a declaration. He was going to fight to the end. The outer sect elders usually had self-restraint. But no matter how much self-restraint they had, they still couldn't hide it. Elders, there's no need to worry. This person won't amount to much. Elder Outyin said. Immediately give the order. Gather the teams together. Doesn't he like sneak attacks? Let's see how he does it. Other than that, this person must have an accomplice. From now on, if you see any outsiders in the mountain range, kill them without mercy. I'd rather kill one by mistake than let one go. Seeing that the inner sect elders didn't say anything, Elder Outyin said. After giving the order, Elder Poisonous Dragon and the others blushed. Inner sect elders were inner sect elders. They weren't affected by the outside world at all. The few of you each take a team. That person can't be that strong. Once you find traces of him, take him down. Elder Ao Yin ordered again. As the order was given, the scattered purgatory sect disciples in the mountain range began to gather again. As they gathered, another piece of news came. They didn't just lose 200 disciples, but 300 people. A total of 300 heaven immortals. Chapter 744. For the sake of capturing Purgatory sect's felons, Purgatory sect had arranged for over 1,000 heavenly immortals. It could be said that they had mustered up a large force. To capture a heavenly immortal felon, 1,000 heavenly immortals was enough. Initially, they thought that they would be able to capture the other party and bring him back to the Purgatory Gate with their many celestial immortals. Who could have thought that this would be the outcome? Before they could even catch a glimpse of the other party, they had already lost 300 heavenly immortals. This was a heavy slap to Purgatory sect's face. Inner Sanctum Elder Immortal Ao Tian gave the order, and all the Purgatory sect disciples sprang into action. They gathered the remaining heavenly immortals together, not giving the enemy any chance to launch a sneak attack. The people of Purgatory sect truly didn't care about a mere heavenly immortal. At this very moment, the heavenly immortal in their eyes had taught them a profound lesson. They had lost a total of 300 heavenly immortals. Quick, quick, quick! A series of piercing sounds could be heard as they approached a certain place. Bastard! Deacon Lung Yun led his disciples to a place. The scene before Administrator Lung Yun caused his veins to bulge. Everyone could feel the overwhelming rage coming from Administrator Lung Yun's body. It turned out that a moment ago, one of the search parties had sent news over, and Lung Yun had immediately rushed over with his men. However, when he arrived, all he saw was a ground littered with corpses and a few words written on a section of a tree. "You guys are too slow." Deacon Lung Yun seemed to be able to visualize the scene of someone killing a Purgatory sect disciple, erecting this sign, and then leaving unhurriedly. In order to prevent themselves from being ambushed, the remaining heavenly immortals had formed a large team of 50 to 60 people. Among them, there were 8 to 9 perfected heavenly immortals. No matter how powerful the enemy was, they would be able to hold their ground for a period of time and hold them back. However, the scene before them told the Purgatory sect that this fellow who had provoked the entire Purgatory sect had extraordinary battle prowess. Killed with one strike, a sword expert. Deacon Lung Yun forced himself to calm down and check the injuries of the dead disciple. His brows furrowed once more when he saw that there was a sharp sword chi left on his throat, killing him on the spot along with his Yuan spirit. Deacon Lung Yun could not help but suck in a cold breath. The dead disciple's face was filled with disbelief. Since when did such a swift sword expert appear in the heavenly immortal stage? To think that the disciples from Purgatory sect would not be able to defend themselves in time and were killed by him. Deacon Lung Yun's doubts deepened. Screams could be heard from the night sky again. Not good. Something happened again. Deacon Lung Yun was the first to fly away. As expected, by the time Deacon Lung Yun arrived, the ground was littered with corpses as well. From the moment the order was given until now, Purgatory sect had lost more than 200 disciples. Out of the 1,000 heaven immortals, they had lost more than 500 people. Such a huge loss caused them to be unable to remain calm. A sword technique that kills with one strike. A cold light flashed in Elder Poisonous Dragon's eyes as he also saw the injuries on his disciple. "It's too fast. We rushed over as soon as we heard the commotion. The other party has already left." Attendant Lung Yun shook his head. A mission that was almost in the bag ended up like this. It was not something they could have expected. They had lost more than half of their celestial immortals. They felt ashamed of this mission. "You cowardly bastard, come out here." Even though Elder Poisonous Dragon was an outer elder, those who could become an elder were no pushovers. However, after being slapped in the face repeatedly and failing to even touch the shadow of the other party, his suppressed rage finally burst forth. "If you have guts, let's have a good fight." Elder Poisonous Dragon's words reverberated above the entire mountain range. Something happened in the mountain range. The adventure groups outside the mountain range pricked up their ears, their faces filled with doubt. What exactly happened inside? This seems to be the voice of a purgatory sect elder. Someone exclaimed, "Ha! You have more than 1,000 heaven immortals trying to capture me, but I killed 500 of them. Aren't you ashamed to say that? Aren't you ashamed? Tonight, I will kill all of you until blood flows like a river." Just as everyone was feeling puzzled, a cold voice came from above the mountain range again. That cold, killing intent inadvertently sent a chill down everyone's spine. What? Killed 500 heaven immortals? Who is so powerful? F***CK. Don't tell me it's a felon captured by Purgatory Sect. This is too powerful. Everyone was shocked. It was as if they had seen Purgatory Sect's heaven immortals being slaughtered. They understood why the Purgatory Sect elder roared at the sky. 500 heaven immortals. Out of 1,000 heaven immortals, 500 were lost. This was a deep lesson. More importantly, heaven immortals were all famous existences of Purgatory Sect in the northern region. Now, someone had killed 500 heaven immortals of Purgatory Sect in one move. No matter who it was, the immortals who had been kept outside were in a good mood after killing 500 heaven immortals of Purgatory Sect. Purgatory Sect, aren't you awesome? Aren't you being killed now? Serve you right. Just you wait. This elder will definitely make you pay the price. Elder Poisonous Dragon's expression turned even uglier. There was an oppressive aura around him. He absolutely did not expect that the other party would reply and even say that 500 heaven immortals of Purgatory Sect had been killed. He believed that before long, those who had been watching the show would definitely point fingers at Purgatory Sect. This time, Purgatory Sect had lost face. Chase! Elder Poisonous Dragon's eyes burst with killing intent as he went straight in one direction. Ha ha ha! Sorry, I killed another 100 heaven immortals. 2 hours later, laughter rang out in the night sky again. What? Purgatory Sect lost another 100 heaven immortals. The people outside were stunned once again. Killing 500 heaven immortals of Purgatory Sect was already amazing. Now, another 100 heaven immortals were killed. When did heaven immortals become like cabbages? This was too terrifying. Purgatory Sect has lost face this time. Yeah, I really don't know who Purgatory Sect has offended. I wonder if Purgatory Sect will continue. 1,000 heaven immortals are probably not enough for them to kill. This is the craziest thing I have ever seen. I'm afraid that the news will spread throughout the entire Immortal Wild City by tomorrow morning. In a forest, a figure flashed past. It was so fast that it could not be captured by divine sense. Finally, it stopped on a towering tree. Purgatory Sect sent 1,000 heaven immortals this time. I killed more than 600 of them. The remaining should be more than 300 heaven immortals. Lin Fei thought. I'm afraid they've gone completely crazy now. But this is not enough. If I kill one of their Xian immortals, I think they will go completely crazy. A cold light flashed in Lin Fei's eyes. If he wanted to kill, he had to kill the powerful ones. Chapter 745. The night was as silent as water. However, this was destined to be a restless night in the Immortal Wild Mountain Range. There were more than 600 Purgatory Sect disciples, and they were all heaven immortals. Blood flowed like a river. How humiliating was that? Hua, hua, hua. In a forest, Deacon Lung Yun was searching with his men. A total of 100 heavenly immortal disciples spread out their divine sense and swept through the place in an attempt to find the enemy. Deacon Lung Yun was personally overseeing the situation. He did not believe that the enemy would dare to launch a sneak attack. If that was really the case, he would let the enemy know what true regret was. Did he run away? Deacon Lung Yun was confused. He searched many places, but he could not find the enemy. The divine senses of more than 100 heaven immortals intertwined. It was like an inescapable net. Once the enemy exposed his divine sense, he would not be able to escape. The Immortal Wild Mountain Range was not small. Under the coverage of their divine senses, they kept pushing forward. In addition, everyone was moving in one direction, preventing the enemy from escaping. However, The enemy had disappeared. Leng Yun could not help but worry. Did the enemy not fall for the trap and knew that he was hiding? Search carefully. Don't let him escape. Leng Yun thought to himself. His expression did not change. He did not forget to remind his men to search every corner. No accidents were allowed. Hua hua, hua in the night, the trees moved. Leaves fell like snowflakes. Pu, pu, pu as the leaves fell, they shot out sharp sword chi, killing the person on the spot. Someone launched a sneak attack. Where is he? Kill him. Many people died in the attack of the falling leaves. Blood seeped into the ground and dyed a large area red. All the Purgatory sect disciples were furious. They waved the immortal swords in their hands and attacked the surroundings. The enemy had left a shadow in their hearts. He's finally here. Leng Yun's eyes flashed coldly. His murderous intent soared into the sky. His powerful divine sense turned into a vast ocean, searching for the attacker. Pu, the Purgatory sect disciples kept dying. The person was like a ghost in the dark, harvesting their lives. They did not even see him clearly before he died. Spread out. Leng Yun's face darkened. He had never been this moved before. What kind of sword technique is this? How can it be so fast? Even my divine sense can't catch it. Someone was attacking, but Leng Yun could not tell who it was. Helplessness rose in his heart. He wanted to stop them, but it was too late. He could only watch as his subordinates were killed one by one. Get out here. In less than a dozen breaths, Leng Yun's face was already gloomy. It was too fast. Leng Yun had never thought that one could kill people so quickly. Over 100 celestial immortals died, just like that. You guys from the Purgatory sect are really weak. A person walked out of the forest. He was ridiculously young and had a lazy voice, as if he had done something insignificant. Leng Yun nearly coughed out a mouthful of blood. Purgatory sect's heavenly immortal disciples were all elites. In the outside world, they would be considered minor experts. Many people would flee upon hearing their names. Unable to withstand being killed? It's because you're too strong. Die! Leng Yun's killing intent flashed. A sky full of black shadows flew out, accompanied by air-piercing sounds. The corpses lying on the ground exploded one by one, turning into black water that was extremely poisonous. This was a hidden weapon of immortal Leng Yun, the soul-destroying nail. It was extremely poisonous and killed people without a trace. Once the physical body touched it, the body would turn into black water and die. It was a famous poisonous immortal weapon in the heavenly domain. Haha, that's all. When Leng Yun saw the other party fall, he was finally in high spirits. If it was during the day, Leng Yun was worried that it would not succeed and it would be easy to dodge. But at night, the soul-destroying nail was a vicious hidden weapon that could deceive one's divine sense. It was a top-notch item for killing people. Leng Yun was not worried that the other party would be able to dodge this sudden attack. He had a total of 360 soul-destroying nails. As long as one was struck, the other party's physical body would not be able to withstand it, and he would die in agony. To think that I, Leng Yun, would have a day where I would make such a great contribution. Leng Yun walked up with large strides. No matter how fast you are, you won't be able to survive my soul-destroying nail. As a mystic immortal, Leng Yun let down his guard when he used his full strength, especially when he saw the other party lying on the ground with soul-destroying nails all over his body. Who could block it? That might not be the case. The person lying on the ground suddenly opened his eyes. Leng Yun was shocked. He saw a large patch of black light flying towards him and entering his body. Why aren't you dead? Looking at the soul-destroying nail on his body, Leng Yun kept retreating until he hit a large tree. He revealed a look of despair. He really did not expect that his soul-destroying nail would not be able to kill the other party. Instead, he was tricked. He did not even make a few grunts before his physical body began to rot into black water. Even his primordial spirit could not escape and was corroded in the void. Damn it, I wonder how many people such a vicious hidden weapon has harmed. What a scourge. Lin Fei walked over and kept the soul-destroying nail with a wave of his hand. It was a good item for scamming people. It was not surprising that the storage ring was also a lot richer than that of the heavenly immortal disciples. Fortunately, the God-fiend body is mighty and impenetrable. Lin Fei thought to himself, after I destroy the people from Purgatory's sect, I must find a chance to cultivate the last few transformations of the God-fiend body. Although the God-fiend body blocked the attack easily, Lin Fei did not have it easy and suffered a lot. The full power of a mystic immortal's attack was extraordinary. Purgatory's sect dogs, listen up. Your deacon Lung Yun has been killed by me. Ha! In the night, Lin Fei's voice spread in all directions. Killing a heavenly immortal was nothing, but once the number of heavenly immortals he killed increased, it was not an ordinary matter. Now that another mystic immortal disciple had been killed, and he even said such words in public, it was no less than a slap to Purgatory's sect's face. Damn, who is this person? He's so mighty. Deacon Lung Yun, that's an early-stage mystic immortal expert. How'd he get killed? Ha! This is too interesting. The immortals outside were originally unhappy that they were blocked by Purgatory's sect, but with the changes in the mountain range, their mood improved. They were not in a hurry to enter the mountain range. If they had the time to watch a good show, they might as well watch it first. Daring to attack a Purgatory sect disciple, this person was extraordinarily courageous. Deacon Lung is also dead. Elder Poisonous Dragon almost blacked out. He could not believe it was true. A heavenly immortal brat killed Deacon Lung Yun, a mystic immortal expert. No, I can't go down alone. Elder Poisonous Dragon stopped and no longer searched. He sent a message to Elder Outyin. After a while, Elder Outyin brought people over. Elder Outyin's face was gloomy. Lung Yun is too outrageous. He discovered the other party's tracks and didn't tell us. Instead, he tried to take them down. He deserved to die. Elder Poisonous Dragon was an outer sect elder. At this moment, he did not dare to speak up for Deacon Lung. To be honest, if Elder Poisonous Dragon encountered them himself, he would definitely not tell them. Instead, he would take them down in the shortest time possible and make a great contribution. But at this moment, Elder Poisonous Dragon was very clear about Elder Outyin's temper. He was obviously angry. It was better not to say anything to avoid being scolded. There's no need to search. Elder Outyin did not expect things to develop in this direction. We had 1,000 heavenly immortals, and now there are only about 200 left. If this continues, we might be completely annihilated. Let's personally take charge and see if he dares to come. What about Celestial Sect? Elder Poisonous Dragon asked carefully. If we don't see him appear before dawn, we will inform the higher-ups and let them arrange for disciples to come and take over. Elder Outyin was exhausted at this moment. Originally, he wanted to make a contribution. It was not as simple as capturing a seriously injured guy. But in the end, the heavens played a huge joke on him. This joke made him unable to talk about it. All of this was because of the culprit. If not for him, tonight's scene would not have happened. Even if they killed him, Celestial Sect would lose face because of them. They would not have a good time when they returned. They would just have to live with their tails between their legs. Elder Outyin did not dare to continue. If he really continued, the remaining disciples would be completely annihilated. The only thing he could do now was to wait. Either wait for the other party to take the initiative to attack or wait for the other party to leave. As Xian Immortal experts, this was the first time they felt powerless. Every time there was an energy fluctuation, they would rush over immediately. But in the end, there was nothing. Brat, you dare to kill Deacon Lung Yun. If you have the ability, come and kill me. Elder Outyin roared. A loud rumbling sound like muffled thunder exploded in the sky. God knows how many birds were affected and killed on the spot. Gathering together has saved me a lot of time. Lin Fei did not leave just like that. He had killed all the Purgatory sect disciples. If he wanted to kill, he would kill them all and teach them a painful lesson. 2 Xian Immortals? Lin Fei was really nothing. Pu. The few heads of the Purgatory sect disciples that were gathered together suddenly exploded, leaving behind sharp sword energy. He is here. Elder Poisonous Dragon licked his lips, and his killing intent surged into the sky. This fellow was too bold. He really dared to come and kill them. Since you are here, why don't you come out? Elder Aoyan laughed coldly. His divine sense continuously scanned the surroundings. The Purgatory sect disciples all had solemn expressions. When they looked closely, cold sweat appeared on their foreheads. He did not care about Purgatory sect at all and casually slaughtered them. There was no one else like him. Since you want to see me so sincerely, then I will fulfill your wish. In the darkness of the night, Lin Fei walked out of the forest leisurely and openly appeared in front of them. Lin Fei's body was not considered strong. Instead, he was the skinny type. He had an unrestrained smile on his face. It was hard to imagine that after killing so many people from Purgatory sect, he would be so ordinary. Kill him. Chapter 746. The people of Purgatory sect were emboldened all of a sudden. No matter how strong a Sky Immortal guy was, how strong could he be? They guessed that he must have a helper. They had a profound immortal behind them, and they would be able to suppress him. This was their chance to make a great contribution. This was exactly what the Purgatory sect disciples were thinking. No matter how strong a Sky Immortal was, it was impossible for him to kill hundreds of Sky Immortals. They attacked even more crazily, as if they wanted to vent their anger on the other party. Facing the hundreds of Sky Immortals, Lin Fei's lips curled into a disdainful smile. Dying, Lin Fei stepped forward and faced the hundreds of Sky Immortals. Rumble! The Sky Immortals attacked in total. Their attacks were ferocious, and bottomless ravines appeared on the ground. They were all blasted out by the Sky Immortals. But such a ferocious attack was like a storm, completely useless. It could not stop Lin Fei at all. Lin Fei's sword fell, and 2 or 3 Sky Immortals died at the same time. The expressions left on their faces were the best proof of that. The word fast surpassed the Sky Immortal level. No one could stop him or avoid him. At this moment, Lin Fei showed off his abilities. Broken limbs flew everywhere. Lin Fei walked over like the Grim Reaper. None of the Purgatory sect disciples could block his sword. He's too strong. I don't want to die. Run. The Purgatory sect disciples who had rushed forward like a swarm of bees were all scared out of their wits. The newcomer's sword technique was too fast. Their heads fell to the ground the moment they attacked. They couldn't see the direction of the opponent's attack at all. In addition to the people who had been killed earlier, they completely collapsed in defeat and scattered in a hubbub. The Purgatory sect disciples weren't unafraid of death. It was just that this person was too strong. Now that they were scattered, Lin Fei became even more unstoppable. He killed with abandon, leaving behind countless corpses, as well as unreconciled eyes. Damn it! Elder Poisonous Dragon was about to vomit blood when he saw this. A Heaven Immortal brat could sweep over and defeat the remaining Heaven Immortals. Now, he finally understood why his subordinates were dying one after another. This brat didn't have any accomplices at all. Everything was done by himself. A sword technique that surpassed the speed of a celestial immortal was incomparably sharp, sweeping through thousands of people. Clang! Elder Poisonous Dragon used a long spear. The long spear was like a dragon as it whizzed forward and clamped onto the sword. Only then was it able to stop the other party's massacre. If the killing continued, the entire army would really be wiped out. What formidable strength! As expected of a mysterious immortal, Lin Fei's spear was blocked. His body flashed as he charged towards the collapsing heavenly immortal. He didn't want to fight against a Xian immortal. Pooh, Piu, Piu. The moment he executed the wind cloud transformation, Lin Fei continued to reap the lives of Purgatory sect disciples like a ghost. Stop! Young Master Poisonous Dragon, who was behind, was always a beat slower. He almost vomited blood. Rumble! Every spear strike could split mountains, and its power was unparalleled. But such a spear art was always a beat slower. He could only watch helplessly as the heavenly immortal disciples were slaughtered. Silence now. Lin Fei's final sword strike killed the last Purgatory sect heaven immortal disciple. The huge area was filled with corpses. Damn it, you're dead. Elder Poisonous Dragon attacked once again. He had already listed Yi Futian as his #1 enemy. At the same time, he was shocked. His early stage Xian immortal strength and his long spear were unable to suppress a heavenly immortal. Yi Futian was like a slippery fish. He didn't know how to deal with him. Lin Fei moved around, dodging spear after spear. In the eyes of others, this spear might be fast, but to Lin Fei, it was too slow. He could dodge it himself. Now it's my turn. After dodging another spear strike, Lin Fei executed the 7 quick sword styles. Sword light was left everywhere, trapping the opponent within. I'll take it. I'll take it. Lin Fei's sword art inherited the word fast, and it was unparalleled. It was even faster than a Xian Immortal's attack speed. How can there be such a sword art? Elder Poisonous Dragon blocked continuously, but Yi Futian's sword art was too fast. Wounds were left on his body, dyeing his immortal armor red. He was shocked once more. A heavenly immortal was suppressing a Xian immortal. What was going on? Elder Poisonous Dragon suspected that he had seen wrongly. Elder Outyin, why aren't you attacking? Elder Poisonous Dragon knew that in a one-on-one situation, he wouldn't be able to kill Yi Futian. This fellow was too monstrous. Such a fast sword art had become like a nightmare, and there was no way to break it. Go! Elder Outyin was also shocked. Elder Poisonous Dragon was an outer sect elder, and he was an elder. Together with his early stage Xian immortal strength, it shouldn't be hard to capture Yi Futian. But once he attacked, Elder Poisonous Dragon wouldn't be able to gain the upper hand. Then it would be meaningless. Moreover, that kid's sword art was unparalleled. Even among Xian immortals, there were few who had such sword arts. That thick immortal power and sword energy filled the air, covering the sky and covering the sun. It was truly difficult to deal with. If he didn't attack now, Elder Poisonous Dragon wouldn't be able to take him down at all. Binding Immortal Artifact. Lin Fei recognized it at a glance. After a feint, he slashed at the immortal artifact and sent it flying. He cultivated the god demon body, and what he hated the most was binding immortal artifacts. Once he was restricted, it would be very bad. Elder Poisonous Dragon felt the pressure lessen. This kid's sword art was too amazing. Kill! Elder Outyin also attacked. He didn't watch anymore. If this continued, the situation wouldn't be good. Clang, 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 Lin Fei fought the two alone. With his powerful movement technique and sword art, he circled around them. Xian Immortals were Xian Immortals. No matter how strong Lin Fei was, it wouldn't be easy to kill them. Elder Outyin and Elder Poisonous Dragon used their techniques together. If it was a Xian Immortal of the same level, they probably wouldn't feel good. However, the opponent was a Sky Immortal kid, and he didn't feel any pressure at all. Immortal art, binding art. Elder Proud Heaven unleashed an immortal technique, causing vines to fill the sky and cover the earth, forming a huge cage. After fighting for an hour, they realized that the celestial immortal fleshly body was a flaw. If they wanted to defeat Yi Futian, they had to heavily injure him and destroy his defense. Only then could they win and capture him. They want to trap me and restrict my range of movement. Lin Fei thought, 2 Xian Immortals are quite a lot of pressure. I have to kill one of them. This is an opportunity. Heaven-shaking spear. Young Master Poisonous Dragon shouted. Wherever the spear pointed, the void seemed to collapse. The momentum was shocking and terrifying. Lin Fei was injured by this spear. The space was restricted. The vines kept lashing as if they were alive. Each attack was no weaker than a Sky Immortal. The densely packed attacks made one's scalp go numb. Ha ha! I thought you wouldn't be injured. Young Master Poisonous Dragon finally put down his worries after this move. He was afraid that Yi Futian wouldn't be injured. As long as there was a weakness, they didn't have to worry. Sword formation, kill. Lin Fei sent out 720 flying swords. One of them chopped down, and the vines in the sky shattered. After shattering, the vines recovered, covering the sky and covering the sun, looking boundless. Ha! You finally used your killer move. Elder Poisonous Dragon laughed. His spear swayed and turned into a huge circle. It was vigorous and actually blocked the powerful sword formation. Buzz, just when Elder Poisonous Dragon thought he had blocked the opponent, the 720 immortal swords burst out with bright light. One immortal sword flew out and broke everything. Dodge, it's dangerous. Elder Outyin reminded loudly. Even he felt a sense of danger from that sword. Unfortunately, this sword was deliberately prepared by Lin Fei. It wasn't that easy to block. This was one of the killer moves against Elder Poisonous Dragon. Swoosh! This sword was like a divine dragon that shocked the world. Elder Poisonous Dragon's immortal armor shattered into pieces. Fear finally appeared in his eyes. The dragon of the divine sword arrived, and the Sky Immortal's body was torn apart like a piece of paper. Divine grade, immortal sword. Elder Ao Tian sucked in a breath of cold air, and an unprecedented look of greed appeared in his eyes. Even he, as an intersect elder, didn't have much power in the intersect. The immortal weapons in his hands were at most superior heaven grade. He didn't even dare to think about divine grade immortal weapons. Good eyes. Lin Fei took back the divine sword. It was the repaired sword that contained a trace of divinity. When it was used, it was invincible. What a pity. I'm going to use this sword to send you to hell. Slaughter sword formation. Lin Fei activated the slaughter sword formation again. Hundreds of immortal swords gathered together and slashed down again. The sword light shot out, and the terrifying power shattered all the vines. Bang, bang, bang. Elder Outyin had seen it used before. The power was ordinary, and he didn't think much of it. But when the slaughter sword formation arrived, it exploded with dazzling light, and its power increased. Swoosh! The sword formation slashed down, and Elder Outyin was sent flying. The immortal armor on his body was completely shattered, and he became a naked immortal. You've been hiding something. Elder Outyin flew out from the crater and vomited blood. He showed rare fear. The power just now in this set of immortal swords had increased infinitely. He was injured on the spot. Go! Lin Fei waved his hand, and a sky full of black light shot out. Elder Outyin was no longer as high-spirited as before. The moment he saw the opponent attack, he didn't care about anything else and dodged. He was too afraid of this guy. You've been tricked. As soon as Elder Proud Heaven dodged to the side, he realized that he had been duped. A divine sword appeared in front of him, pulsing with an aura of death as it stabbed into his chest. Purgatory's sect will chase you to the ends of the earth. Lin Fei excelled in speed. Elder Outyin knew that he had been tricked the moment he dodged. The opponent was so fast that he couldn't react at all. You won't live to see that day. Lin Fei reached out and grabbed, sucking him into the heaven and earth furnace and turning it into immortal energy to replenish his losses. Finally wiped them out. Chapter 747. Killing people is still the best. Atop a tall mountain, Lin Fei was sorting out the loot he had obtained this time. Setting aside the experience points he had gained, just the immortal stones he had obtained amounted to 30 million low-grade immortal stones. Others might be shocked by such a humongous figure. However, in Lin Fei's opinion, these fellas were just paupers. After killing more than 1,000 heavenly immortals, 20 million low-grade immortal stones was nothing at all. Other than that, there were some celestial techniques that were useless to Lin Fei. He didn't need to learn them. It would be useless to learn too much. Recycle all of them in exchange for a large number of points. 30 million low-grade celestial stones and 10,000 mid-grade celestial stones. That should be enough. Lin Fei put away the items. All right, there's still these materials. I wonder if they're useful to me? After putting away the useful things, there were still a lot of materials of all shapes and sizes. For Lin Fei, who didn't forge weapons, they were really useless. Ding! Testing in progress. After the system update, there were many new functions and the testing system was one of them. This system could save Lin Fei a lot of trouble. Ding! Discovered top-grade material, Star Stone, material for the second transformation of the God Fiend body. Lin Fei was very surprised. He had planned to check on the God Fiend body later. He didn't expect it to appear so soon. Top-grade material, Star Stone? According to the system's classification, Lin Fei quickly found the top-grade material and placed it on his palm. It was a blue stone with a warm aura, the size of a fingernail. If not for the system's notification, Lin Fei wouldn't have known that it was there. Lin Fei immediately went to check on the God Fiend body. After the system rated it as the first transformation, Lin Fei remembered it clearly. The 9th transformation was something he shouldn't have, especially when he was fighting against Mystic Immortals tonight. Even though they were all at the early stage Mystic Immortal stage, their celestial force was thick and their celestial weapons were very powerful. The power of a spear was enough to kill a few celestial immortals. So the God Fiend body has a total of 9 transformations. Each transformation requires all kinds of materials and pills to continuously improve the body until the 9th transformation, the true God Fiend body. Lin Fei didn't dare to imagine. The first transformation of the God Fiend body could fight against an early-stage Mystic Immortal. What would happen after the God Fiend body reached the 9th transformation? At that time, even immortal emperors would be left in the dust. To advance from the first transformation of the God Fiend body to the 2nd transformation, I need 5 kilograms of Star Stone and 50 kilograms of Heaven Stone. Lin Fei was speechless when he saw the list of items required for his advancement. 5 gene of Star Stone. Such a small piece could already be seen as precious. 10 gene of Star Stone? Lin Fei didn't even know what it was. This was the item required for him to advance to the 2nd job transition. What about the rest? I still need a long time to advance from the heavenly immortal realm to the mystic immortal realm. The only thing that can increase my strength should be the God Fiend body. Lin Fei thought. The next task is to find the materials needed for the God Fiend body. I still need a long time to advance from the heavenly immortal realm to the mystic immortal realm. The only thing that can increase my strength should be the God Fiend body. Lin Fei thought. The next task is to find the materials needed for the God Fiend body. The first transformation of the God Fiend body was already so awesome. Then the 2nd transformation should be even more terrifying. If he encountered a divine grade immortal artifact, he would be able to resist it. Ding! The system has detected that a genius treasure has appeared nearby. Lin Fei was still searching for resources when the system sent a notification. A genius treasure? As mentioned before, after the system update, there was an additional function. When Lin Fei started, the system automatically searched for it. I have to go take a look. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. He had heard that the Heaven Realm's heavenly treasures were the real heavenly treasures. Every one of them had divine effects. Now that he had come across one, it would be a pity if he didn't take a look. Search the general location. In the lower realm, this system couldn't be activated. With the system's guidance, Lin Fei was like a fish in water. Even though he hadn't seen the treasure yet, he already treated it as his own. It's quiet inside. Is it over? The people outside the mountain range were all paying attention to the situation inside. After a long time, there was still no movement. This situation lasted until dawn. Who wants to go in and take a look? There were already people who were prepared to go in and take a look. There had been no movement for a long time, and it made their hearts itch. They wanted to see what exactly was going on and whether the Great Purgatory sect had really suffered a loss. We have to go in and take a look. There were many people gathered outside. Coupled with the news from last night, many forces had sent spies over. Their goal was simple: to observe the whole process. Charge in. The Purgatory sect disciples at the entrance of the mountain range were also restless. Coupled with the people outside rushing in, they didn't dare to stop them and let them out. Look, there are traces of battle here. Here, too. These people formed groups and searched everywhere. Soon, they saw traces of battle everywhere. What a terrifying sword chi. It's still lingering even now. A powerful sword expert. Every time they looked, they would be shocked. They were truly stunned by the opponent's sword skills. The remnant sword chi intertwined like a natural barrier that couldn't be crossed. Everyone come quickly. After an unknown period of time, urgent voices echoed in the sky. When they arrived and saw the scene in front of them, they all sucked in a breath. Not far from them, there was a small forest, but now it didn't look like a forest anymore. What replaced it was a mountain of corpses, as well as the heads of those who died unwillingly. Isn't that the leader, Elder Outyin? Suddenly, someone pointed at the head at the top of the corpses. His expression was filled with unwillingness. That's Elder Poisonous Dragon. Such a mountain of corpses hadn't appeared in many years. More importantly, this was a disciple of Purgatory's sect. Look, there's another sentence here. Beside the mountain of corpses, there were a few words left on a huge tree trunk. Revenge has just begun. These few simple words caused everyone's hearts to tremble. Who dared to take revenge against the Purgatory sect? Just who was this tyrannical? Not only did he kill people, he even piled up the corpses into a mountain. Get out! A loud rumbling sound descended from the sky like muffled thunder. The spectating immortals were all blasted away, coughing up blood. Not a single person was left standing. All of them were sent flying. If it weren't for the fact that the one who attacked had restrained himself, all of the spectators would have been killed. Golden Immortal. Chapter 748. Run. The expert from Purgatory sect is here. The people who had been sent flying weren't too badly injured and didn't affect their ability to leave. They crawled up from the ground in a panic, as if they had seen a demon king and left in a hurry. Or rather, they ran in a panic. The person who had attacked them just now was a golden immortal expert. Each of them was an expert and had a certain amount of power in their sect. They hadn't expected that a small matter would attract the attention of a golden immortal expert from Purgatory sect. After a while, there was no one left except for the people from Purgatory sect. Those people had all run away. They were running as far as they could. They didn't even think about it. They couldn't wait to watch the show. It was normal for them to end up like this. How dare you kill people from Purgatory sect? The person who had come was dressed in a brocade robe. He wasn't old, and just standing there seemed to cause the world to revolve around him. A terrifying aura flowed around his body, and no one dared to get close. Rumble, the surroundings exploded and the ground sank. It wasn't hard to tell that this expert from Purgatory sect was furious. What had happened in Immortal Wild Mountain Range couldn't be hidden. Those people ran back from the mountain range and immediately reported the news to the various factions. Thousands of heaven immortals from Purgatory sect, all of them, including the outer sect elders, were killed. They couldn't believe this news. Since when had someone dared to attack Purgatory sect? Very few people in the northern region dared to do so. Heaven Immortal? What kind of joke was this? The first was an accident, but the second was a complete shock. All the major forces were dumbfounded. They thought that it was a powerful expert who could kill so many Heaven Immortals. That was understandable. But now, it was a Heaven Immortal kid who appeared out of nowhere. Was this a joke? If they hadn't seen the strength of Purgatory sect's Heaven Immortals, they would have thought that they were a bunch of trash. Before the various factions could digest the news, another piece of news came. A golden immortal expert from Purgatory sect had come down. Everyone was shocked. Purgatory sect had even sent a golden immortal expert. What had this Heaven Immortal kid done to deserve such anger from Purgatory sect? Then, a golden immortal expert personally took charge and withdrew a supreme immortal artifact to chase after the heavenly immortal kid. Everywhere he went, he killed the people in the mountain range. It was a cruel and bloody scene. He wanted to find the other party and wouldn't give up. Suddenly, the immortal wilderness mountain range became the focus of attention. Many people were trying to find out who the Heaven Immortal kid was and why he was worth the experts of the Purgatory sect. Some people said that he was a powerful swordsman with superb sword skills. There were others who said that this person had an exceptional immortal artifact on him and was targeted by the Purgatory sect. All kinds of gossip kept spreading. No one knew which one was real and which one was fake. Nonsense. They're all talking nonsense. In a courtyard, Xueshan's face was filled with shock. No matter how he thought about it, he didn't expect Brother Lin to be so King awesome to be able to kill so many people in one move. When he found out about the gossip that was spreading outside, he demoted them to the point where they had nothing to do. If they wanted to know the situation, then it must be them. Xiaoshan, don't ever say such things outside. Cheng Fei knew that Lin Fei wasn't simple, but he didn't expect him to do such a big thing. A heaven immortal killed thousands of heaven immortals and Xian immortal experts. Shuaishan nodded. I know, but what about them? Cheng Fei smiled. It's fine. When the time comes, I will bring you guys out to complete the mission. Out of sight, out of mind. This isn't something we can meddle in. Cheng Fei couldn't stay calm when he saw Lin Fei do such a big thing. He was actually very impressed. From the first time he saw him, he knew that he was extraordinary. How many people could face the Purgatory sect alone? For safety's sake, it was better to complete the mission outside so that he wouldn't get involved. The Purgatory sect was one of the top immortal sects in the North region. That sentence of revenge has just begun made everyone know that the Purgatory sect had done something stupid. If they didn't kill him, there would be a good show. In the continuous mountain range, the dragon horse was like the wind, flying across the sky quickly. They dodged all of the giant existences that occupied the place. This was the depths of the mountain range. It wasn't the immortal wilderness mountain range anymore, but another mountain range that was many times larger than the immortal wilderness mountain range. Countless powerful existences lived here. There were even some ancient existences. They rarely showed themselves, but once they did, they were all powerful existences. Even immortals had to avoid them. Therefore, the deeper the mountain range was, the less people dared to enter. Once a powerful existence died in the mountain range, it was a common occurrence. But now, the people on the dragon horse could avoid the powerful existences and go deeper. If people saw them, they would definitely be shocked. This group of people moved very quickly, especially the flood dragon horses, which were top-notch mounts for speed. Master, there's a valley in front of the mountain. The treasure is in the valley. Wanshan, immortal, pointed to a place ahead. Master, there's a valley in front of the mountain. The treasure is in the valley. Wanshan, if we can get the treasure this time, I will bring you with me to Xianxia Academy. Ying Tianhen smiled, his face full of pride. Wanshan was so excited that he almost knelt down. Thank you, Master. Xianxia Academy was the most influential existence in the North region. Countless people wanted to be a member. After becoming a member, they could do whatever they wanted in the North region. Even though Wanshan had established an adventurer group, it was actually nothing much. However, if he could become a study attendant of the Holy Heaven Academy, his status would be different. If he was lucky and learned a profound immortal art, he could graduate from being a study attendant and become an outer court disciple. At that time, even a city lord would have to treat him with respect. As long as you work for me sincerely, you will be rewarded. Ying Tianhen was in high spirits. Becoming a disciple of Xianxia Academy was something to be proud of. F*CK, why are there so many powerful existences in this mountain range? Each one is more shocking than the last. This is a scam. It's all the dam system's fault. In the mountain range, Lin Fei hid in the divine fire space. He followed the system's guidance and went straight to the place where the treasure was. In the beginning, Lin Fei did not doubt the system's guidance. But after entering another mountain range, he ran into big trouble. During this period, immortal beasts kept coming out. At first, he thought it was normal, but as they got stronger and stronger, Lin Fei did not dare to make a move. The immortal beasts were too strong. Even his first transformation God-Fiend body was defeated. If he did not run fast enough, who knew what would have happened? From that moment on, Lin Fei remembered to never take the system's guidance seriously. Otherwise, he would be the one to suffer. Hence this scene. How can there be treasures in the depths of this mountain range? Lin Fei carefully controlled the divine fire space. Even if there are treasures, the powerful existences living here should have sensed it long ago. How can it be my turn? Lin Fei could not figure out this problem. But since the system had already said so, it must be true. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lin Fei pushed the divine fire space to the limit. During this time, a few powerful existences tried to snatch the divine fire space. They seemed to treat it as a treasure, giving them quite a fright. Fortunately, they later learned to be obedient. They walked between the two territories, not worrying about encountering powerful existences. Flood dragon horses? In the divine flame space, near a valley, Lin Fei actually saw flood dragon horses. There were a total of 8 flood dragon horses. My luck can't be that good, right? Lin Fei's eyes lit up. These flood dragon horses were good stuff. As a mount, he would gain a lot of face. There seems to be someone here. After looking carefully, the scene at the city gate appeared in Lin Fei's mind for some reason. Damn, it can't be them, right? Lin Fei counted the flood dragon horses and matched their numbers. He seemed to be deep in thought. Could it be that they are also here for the treasures? Although he did not know how they came here and avoided the powerful immortal beasts along the way, there was one thing that could not be changed. They were here for treasures, not for sightseeing. Damn, how dare you steal my things? I'll show you. Lin Fei snorted. Let's steal the flood dragon horses first. Let's see how you'll return. Even now, Lin Fei was still afraid of the horrors along the way. Lin Fei first observed the surroundings for a while, not daring to release his divine sense. Not seeing anyone, he suspected that they had gone into the valley. As for why they left the flood dragon horses at the entrance of the valley, that was a question. Who cares why they left them here? If I run into them, the flood dragon horses are mine. Controlling the divine flame space, he headed for the flood dragon horses. The flood dragon horses that had been chewing suddenly stopped, as if sensing something, startling Lin Fei. It turns out that the flood dragon horse is very sensitive. The moment there is any movement, it will be able to detect it. Lin Fei immediately understood that they were used as sentries. Those who did not know might really fall for it. Unfortunately, this trick is useless against me. The flood dragon horses reacted quickly, but unfortunately, Lin Fei's divine flame space specialized in dealing with them. He quietly came to the side and released a huge whirlpool, swallowing the flood dragon horse. After succeeding with one, Lin Fei knew that these flood dragon horses were just a guard against the outside world. As for the other flood dragon horses, he was not worried at all. The remaining 7 flood dragon horses were all taken down by Lin Fei. Awesome, 8 flood dragon horses. Within the divine flame space, the 8 flood dragon horses were sealed by the divine flame. As if they knew the power of the flame, they became extremely obedient. Lin Fei took away the 8 flood dragon horses just like that. Only Lin Fei could make them so quiet in a short period of time. They should all be inside. I'll take care of them all at once. A cold light flashed in Lin Fei's eyes. Chapter 749. Just as Lin Fei was about to go in to see what was going on, the sound of something tearing through the air interrupted his thoughts. Someone came here. Lin Fei was puzzled. Could it be that the person was also here for the treasure? Otherwise, who would appear here? Let me take a look first. He had relied on the God-Fiend body and the divine fire space to get here. If outsiders could come, their strength would not be simple. It was best to be careful. Whoosh, whoosh, the sound of something tearing through the air could be heard. Lin Fei controlled the divine fire space and attached it to the rocks. The other party arrived quietly. What a powerful aura! The moment they descended, they were like 2 super helicopters. Their powerful auras transformed into saber beams that whistled through the air. The surrounding trees and rocks danced in the air like snowflakes falling. It was incomparably dazzling. Lin Fei saw 2 young men. They looked young, but their eyes were full of spirit. A glance from them could shock the world. So far, these 2 were the strongest people Lin Fei had seen. They were many times stronger than the 3 mystic immortals he had killed before. I wonder where these 2 came from. What a powerful foundation. Just their auras are so condensed that they can kill heaven immortals. Lin Fei thought. Fortunately, I kept the flood dragon horse just now. Otherwise, they would have benefited. Senior brother, this treasure is useful. We actually made it here safely. One of the short young men took out a golden skeleton and sighed in amazement. The person who was addressed as senior brother was very proud. Of course, this is the skeleton of the white tiger, one of the 4 divine beasts. No, it should be the supremacy white tiger. It advanced from the 4 divine beasts to the supremacy white tiger. Its entire body contains the might of a supremacy. Any powerful existence will subconsciously be suppressed by the supremacy's might. Supremacy white tiger? Good stuff. Lin Fei drooled. He wished he could snatch it from their hands. He had worked hard all the way here, but they easily came here with the skeleton of a divine beast like the supremacy white tiger. It was really infuriating to compare oneself with others. Senior brother is mighty. The short junior brother flattered. The supreme white tiger skeleton is nothing. That person continued. What can our Elysium Academy not have? Right now we are outer court disciples. Once we become inner court disciples, we will be able to enjoy even greater authority. Senior brother, let me tell you, only by continuously increasing our strength, becoming inner court disciples is our goal. Senior brother Zhao, junior brother has learned something. The short junior brother seemed to have been injected with adrenaline and was immediately filled with fighting spirit. All right, let's go in now. There's a divine soul grass here. If it hasn't been taken, it should still be here. Zhao Long said proudly. Congratulations, senior brother. It said that the God Soul Grass can strengthen one's spiritual consciousness. It's a pity that the legendary God Soul Grass is missing in this world. The short Feng Tian said regretfully. God Spirit Grass is just something from the legends. Don't believe it so easily, Zhao Long said nonchalantly. Let's go in. In a flash, the two of them entered a valley not far away and disappeared. God Soul Grass, God Soul Grass? Lin Fei pondered. Could it be that the two are one? Lin Fei had consumed the God Soul Grass before, strengthening his spiritual consciousness and entering the heaven immortal realm. How could he not be surprised when he heard about the God Soul Grass, especially when it was related to the God Soul Grass? It doesn't matter if it's true or not. I have consumed the God Soul Grass before, so I must get my hands on the God Soul Grass no matter where you are from. Lin Fei was afraid of this Elysium Academy. The two outer court disciples were only Xian immortal realm cultivators. They had accumulated a lot of experience and were like war gods descending from the heavens. When they were all in and Lin Fei was about to enter, the two of them came back. Senior brother, other than us, no one will come here, Feng Tian said disapprovingly. Zhao Long's eyes were sharp as if he wanted to see through everyone. God Soul Grass is very useful to me. There's nothing wrong with being careful. This place once had the remnant aura of the Flood Dragon Horse. It's better to be careful. This be asterisk starred. Lin Fei secretly rejoiced that he had not rushed in immediately. Otherwise, he might have been caught off guard and exposed himself. After a while, when no one came out, Lin Fei believed that they had really entered. He then controlled the God Flame space to enter the valley. The two from Elysium Academy had accumulated a lot of experience. It wasn't something Lung Yun and the rest could compare to. Lin Fei felt that it was better to be careful in case he was discovered. If he hadn't discovered the God Soul Grass before, Lin Fei wouldn't have cared so much. However, the words just now reminded him that the God Soul Grass and God Soul Grass had extraordinary effects. Especially when the two were linked together, the effects would be even better. Even though it sounded like a legend, Lin Fei was willing to give it a try. If he was lucky, he might get a huge opportunity. It wouldn't be worth it not to try. There's sounds of fighting. After entering the valley, there were rocks everywhere. The place was filled with a cold and gloomy aura. Lin Fei reacted subconsciously. Don't kill me. This young master is also a disciple of Elysium Academy. Lin Fei approached carefully. After passing through a pile of rocks, he appeared at the end of the valley. It turned out that the valley wasn't big. At the end of the valley, there was a small lake in the forest. The lake water was pitch black and gloomy. In the forest beside the lake, there were a few corpses. One of the corpses was injured on the ground. His chest was heaving up and down as he struggled. You're from Elysium Academy? Zhao Long stopped and asked. When they arrived, they saw that someone had beaten them to it. So, they made a move on the spot. With their strength, they swept through the area, leaving corpses on the ground. As expected, it's that young master, Ying Tianhen. I didn't expect him to come for the God Soul Grass. Lin Fei was quite surprised. When he saw the Flood Dragon Horse, he had some doubts in his heart. But when he saw Ying Tianhen on the ground, he couldn't help but be shocked. Yes, I'm going to Elysium Academy in a month, Ying Tianhen explained. The two of them were simply too strong. With just one attack, they had killed off his subordinates and wounded him as well. That's right. That's right. Humph. Anyone can say that they're a disciple of Elysium Academy. Do you have any proof? Feng Tian's eyes flashed coldly. He took out an item and waved it in front of Ying Tianhen. We're from Elysium Academy. Ying Tianhen's eyes flashed with joy. Senior brothers, we're from the same academy. This is my proof. He took out a token from his storage ring. The words Elysium were engraved on the front. It was as if a saint had come into being. Whoosh, the token landed in Feng Tian's hand. Senior brother, this token is indeed from our Elysium Academy. He should be a new batch of outer disciples. He hasn't sent in his origin divine sense and merged with the Elysium token, Feng Tian said, clearly relieved. Zhao Long's smile disappeared and turned into a cold sneer. The god soul grass that I'm interested in isn't something that you mortals can covet. Ying Tianhen was an idiot. He said in a panic, "You can't kill me. My aunt is an inner disciple of Elysium Academy. If you dare to make a move, you'll definitely die." Chapter 750. You're just an outer disciple who hasn't even entered the school yet. Who will know if I kill you? Feng Tian's eyes gleamed coldly. If you were an official outer disciple, we wouldn't be able to touch you with the Elysium token protecting you. But now, Zhao Long took a step forward, unleashing an immortal art. Immortal energy and runes filled the sky, interweaving together. The injured Ying Tianhen's eyes widened as his fleshly body collapsed, killed on the spot. The immortal art of Xian Immortal Stage Immortal was extremely powerful. It was not something the injured Ying Tianhen could defend against. You dare to covet my soul grass? You're courting death. Zhao Long sneered. Ever since he found the soul grass, he treated it as his own. How could he allow an outsider to steal it? Just as he said, if the other party was an official outer disciple of the Elysium Academy, they wouldn't dare to attack. The Academy didn't allow internal strife, so they left an immortal's power on the Elysium token. Once they attacked, they'd leave their aura on the body. PFFF. Zhao Long let out a muffled groan as he was sent flying. He slammed into the walls of the valley, and a large number of rocks fell down. No one had expected such a scene to unfold. Feng Tian, how dare you attack me? Zhao Long struggled out of the rubble. His face was filled with rage as he pulled out a needle from his back. Soul trapping nail. Feng Tian smiled crazily. Dear senior brother, you didn't think I would attack you, did you? Within the divine flame space, Lin Fei was also shocked. To think that something like this would actually happen. It really was a good show. I'm going to kill you. Zhao Long didn't expect that his most trusted junior brother would make a move against him and even use the insidious soul extinguishing nail. Zhao Long wanted to kill him. Kill me? Ha ha. How are you going to kill me? Feng Tian laughed. You've been hit by the soul-destroying nail, and your body will melt. So will your primordial spirit. Who asked you to bring me here to find the soul grass? Only the fated can obtain such a supreme treasure. Unfortunately, you're not fated to get it. PFFF. Zhao Long spat out a mouthful of black blood. His body started to melt. The soul-destroying nail's power started. Die. Seeing that he wouldn't be able to survive, Zhao Hu took out the supreme white tiger skeleton and activated it. A ferocious light soared into the sky, and a supreme white tiger appeared. Roar. The supreme white tiger was in charge of slaughter. It released a long roar and swooped down. At both sides of the valley, mountain rocks flew everywhere and the great earth split apart. Gung metal aura filled the skies. Bang, Feng Tian was sent flying, crashing into the valley. He had been injured in just one move. I didn't expect you to have such a treasure. Feng Tian struggled to stand up. You have a treasure. Junior brother also has a treasure. This is a top-grade armor. Otherwise, we would really be at a disadvantage. Unknowingly, a silver-white armor had appeared on Feng Tian's body. At this moment, the armor was dented, and his face was pale. Clearly, he hadn't been able to withstand that attack. That supreme white tiger, just now, was really terrifying. Lin Fei was inwardly startled. A piece of skeleton already possesses such might. If the White Tiger Sovereign was truly here, I wonder how terrifying it would be. This Elysium Academy's disciple is truly wealthy. You really hit it well. Zhao Long's aura was getting weaker and weaker. The soul destruction nail had almost melted. It's a pity that you can't use the supreme White Tiger Sovereign anymore. Feng Tian walked over with greed in his eyes. The God Soul Grass will belong to me alone. With this God Soul Grass, I will definitely be able to stand out in the outer sect. No one will be able to stop me. After using the supreme White Tiger Sovereign skeleton once, Feng Tian was no longer worried. Primordial Spirit Ignition. Zhao Long, who was about to die, opened his eyes. His primordial spirit flew out, and supreme power descended. He used the supreme White Tiger Sovereign skeleton for the last time and attacked Feng Tian. Let's die together. At this moment, Zhao Long's primordial spirit completely ignited, and he used a powerful killing move. Bang! The supreme White Tiger Sovereign arrived. Crack, crack! That top-grade armor was shattered into pieces. The supreme White Tiger Sovereign's gung metal aura swept down like sword chi and interweaved. Ha, I'm still not dead. Feng Tian crawled out from the rubble. His armor was already broken. He took out an immortal pill and swallowed it to recover from his injuries. The God Soul Grass is mine. No one can take it away from me. Being able to become a disciple of the Holy Heavens Academy, which one of them didn't have any ambitions. Senior brother, your mistake is that you shouldn't have told me that humans have ambitions. For the sake of standing out, what's the harm in killing you? Everyone looks out for themselves. You are too stupid. Feng Tian had followed Zhao Long for a long time and was always treated as a little brother. Ever since he found out about the God Soul Grass, he had the idea to buy a sinister immortal weapon like the Soul Destruction Nail. The Elysium token was the least guarded against such a sinister immortal weapon. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made a move. Clap, clap, clap. Suddenly, a person walked out from the quiet valley and appeared in front of Feng Tian. I didn't expect to see such a good show in a place like this. Lin Fei walked up to the supreme White Tiger Sovereign skeleton and reached out to grab it. Feng Tian stared at the powerful immortal weapon falling into Lin Fei's hand with a hideous expression. A heaven immortal dares to take advantage of me? You're courting death. Feng Tian's body emitted several immortal force runes. The sky was filled with dazzling lights like the stars in the night sky. Roar! Another supreme being White Tiger slaughtered its way over. It released a tremendous roar, immediately shattering the immortal force symbols that filled the sky. To be able to be called a supreme being, how could it be ordinary? It slaughtered its way towards Feng Tian. Bang, bang, bang. The heavily injured Feng Tian's body exploded. The supreme White Tiger's attack was too ferocious, crushing everything in its path. In this one-sided situation, immortal light descended from Feng Tian's body as the Elysium token was activated. Enter. Lin Fei had expected this. When the immortal light descended, a wave of energy descended and hid in the divine fire space. The trembling energy traveled through the air, and an immortal appeared. He had a dignified expression and could determine life and death with a glance. Once this immortal appeared, even Lin Fei, who was in the divine fire space, felt his soul being suppressed. It was incomparably terrifying. After a few short breaths, which felt like a century, the immortal dissipated. How terrifying! If Lin Fei hadn't been hiding at the side and heard their conversation, he would have been heavily injured by this supreme immortal's attack. I'm safe now. After a full hour, the valley was silent. Other than the stench of blood, there was nothing else. Standing in the valley, Lin Fei put away the supreme White Tiger skeleton. After activating it 3 times in a row, the skeleton was covered in cracks and looked like it would collapse at any moment. What a pity. If I activate it one more time, it will probably shatter. Lin Fei had a supreme treasure refining technique that could refine thousands of treasures. This supreme White Tiger skeleton wasn't refined by anyone. It could be said that anyone could activate it. The reason why Lin Fei came out so quickly was because he didn't want his opponent to get his hands on the skeleton. He activated it too quickly and it could be said that no matter how many people came, he would be able to kill them all. The supreme grade armor was amazing, but it was still torn apart by the supreme white tiger. Lin Fei didn't want to go through the same thing again. He would rather take the risk and attack. Everything went as he imagined. Zhao Long's senior brother heavily injured his opponent. Adding on the fact that he had lost his armor, he was fated to be crushed. After putting away the supreme white tiger skeleton, Xiao Chun found a few storage rings. Unfortunately, the quality of the storage rings was not high. Under the attack of the supreme white tiger's gung metal blade, they were all trash. Not a single one was intact. As for the things inside, needless to say, they were all shattered. After cleaning up the scene, Lin Fei cared about the most was a sacred heaven token. A blank sacred heaven token. On the surface of the token, there were 2 words, sacred heaven, and the back was blank. They found a complete sacred heaven token at the scene with the word Zhao Long on the back. As for the other token, it was completely broken, but the words heaven ceiling could still be seen. When I go out, I will ask around about the Sacred Heaven Academy. If they are powerful, it will be much easier to find a backer. If an outer disciple can obtain a powerful immortal artifact like the Supreme White Tiger, then wouldn't it be even better for an inner disciple? Lin Fei thought, if I want to advance my God-fiend physique, I will need a large amount of supreme-grade materials and immortal pills. The Sacred Heaven Academy might be a good place to go. Whether to go to the Sacred Heaven Academy or not, Lin Fei hadn't decided yet. Therefore, he kept the 2 Sacred Heaven tokens. The only thing he had to do now was to get the Divine Soul Grass. The battle at the scene didn't affect the area. There was a piece of pure land in the middle of the lake. There was an immortal herb glowing with a silvery white light. It looked like a bright moon, and it made people feel relaxed and happy. Ing Tianhin and the rest arrived a long time ago, but they didn't go to collect it. It shouldn't be ripe yet, Lin Fei guessed. Since they came at this time, it shouldn't be far from ripening. Thinking of this, Lin Fei calmed down. The ripening day should be at night, and it wouldn't be too late. For safety and the ripening of the heavenly treasure, Lin Fei took out the array formation of the Sacred Heaven Academy's disciples from his storage ring. They seemed to have expected the change, and specially brought the array formation. At this moment, it had become a free tool in Lin Fei's hands. After setting up the array formation, Lin Fei felt at ease. The power of the array formation from the Sacred Heaven Academy shouldn't be simple. It shouldn't be a problem to isolate the changes brought about by the ripening of the Divine Soul Grass. Therefore, Lin Fei began to wait just like that. The moon was high in the sky. Lin Fei waited until midnight. The bright moonlight shone down, and the temperature of the valley continued to drop. Frost appeared in the surroundings. This lake is also emitting a cold aura. Ordinary immortal herbs won't be able to survive. Lin Fei stared at the Divine Soul Grass in the middle of the lake. Even though the cold aura was dense, it couldn't invade the Divine Soul Grass. Whoosh! In the quiet valley, the black lake began to move. Like a wave, it began to sway unceasingly. Lin Fei frowned, and a bad feeling arose in his heart. The lake water rolled, and a giant snake about 100 zhang long rushed out of the lake. Its black scales flashed coldly under the night sky, and a fishy smell assaulted his nostrils. Hiss! The giant snake came out of the water, and its sinister eyes stared at Lin Fei. Chapter 751. What a scam! While hiding in the valley, Lin Fei attempted to investigate, but there was nothing in the lake. To his surprise, the flood serpent hiding at the bottom of the lake came out just as the Divine Soul Grass was about to mature. It had the ability to fool one's divine perception. Whoosh! Whoosh! The flood serpent treated Lin Fei as a potential enemy. The black water that filled the sky shot down like arrows, instantly corroding the void. The vast void was in an incomplete state. It was extremely terrifying. Lin Fei didn't dare block the flood serpent's attack with his god-fiend body. The spot where he was originally was in a mess. At the same time, there were still remnants of the corrosive aura. This flood serpent's venom is truly terrifying. Even a mystic immortal would be poisoned if they were caught off guard, right? Lin Fei constantly dodged the attacks as he guessed. The divine soul grass in the middle of the lake was about to mature. It emitted a resplendent glow that made the night seem like day. I can't continue. Otherwise, the divine soul grass will really not be fated with me. Lin Fei drew his divine sword. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't use a divine grade immortal sword. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lin Fei's sword art flew out like a wave, landing on the flood serpent's body. Such a fast sword art only left white marks on the flood serpent's body. A divine grade immortal sword coupled with a sword art could kill even mystic immortals. However, it was useless against the flood serpent. Damn it, Lin Fei cursed. He used his movement technique and dashed over. He wanted to be the first to obtain the God Soul Grass. After a short attack, Lin Fei had already realized that the flood serpent was definitely extraordinary. If he could snatch it, a peak mystic immortal would temporarily be unable to break through its defenses. The flood serpent seemed to be very smart. With a flash of its massive body, the black water that filled the sky enveloped Lin Fei like a sky curtain. It wanted to block Lin Fei outside and prevent him from snatching it. Lin Fei had seen the power of the black water. It was extraordinary. Even with his god-fiend body, he couldn't withstand it. Damn it. Don't tell me I'm going to miss this opportunity just like that. Lin Fei wasn't willing to give up. The black water canopy had blocked his way. Was he really going to miss the treasure and the great opportunity that belonged to him? Whoosh! Lin Fei's primordial spirit suddenly flew out uncontrollably. Whoosh! His essence soul rushed through the sky and strangely landed on the flood serpent's body. The flood serpent, which tried to take the divine soul grass, stopped moving. Good chance. Lin Fei activated the divine sword and tore open the sky curtain, charging over. Losing control, the sky curtain lost its power. Return. He grabbed it with his big hand, but the mellow treasure light bounced back. This was the first time he didn't catch it, which surprised Lin Fei. The God Soul Grass had a spirit. Lin Fei used all his strength to uproot the godly soul grass. The moment it left the ground, a godly spirit appeared and disappeared in a flash, shocking everyone. I finally got it. Lin Fei saw the changes in the godly soul grass. Then, he thought of the divine spirit grass that he had consumed before. It seemed to be extremely similar to this scene. The godly soul grass and divine spirit grass belonged to the same body. It wasn't unreasonable, but it was a pity that these two types were extremely rare. After obtaining the godly soul grass, Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at the flood serpent in the black water again. It was motionless, as if it was dead. It's the problem after my primordial spirit fused with the Holy Mother again. Ever since he self-detonated, there was a certain problem with his primordial spirit fusing with the Holy Mother. It wasn't too obvious when he was in the lower realm, but after coming up, Lin Fei saw the difference, but he couldn't do anything about it. If his primordial spirit hadn't come out and stopped the flood serpent, the godly soul grass definitely wouldn't have belonged to Lin Fei. He would probably have been able to watch helplessly. My primordial spirit is absorbing the power of the flood serpent? Lin Fei was shocked. The powerful flood serpent's power was constantly weakening, and it was no longer as powerful as before. White cocoons of light kept appearing beside it. Lin Fei wasn't surprised by the white cocoon. Back in the Holy Mother's space, it was this white cocoon. Could it be that my primordial spirit is about to hatch a species? Lin Fei was secretly alarmed. It had really become nondescript. This process didn't take long. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the flood serpent turned into a pile of bones. Who would have thought that the flood serpent would turn into a pile of white bones in such a short time? His primordial spirit transmitted news that the white cocoon would hatch into a powerful species in less than 10 days. Lin Fei put away the white cocoon, and his primordial spirit returned to his sea of consciousness. He didn't feel any discomfort. The flood serpent's skin should be quite valuable. Lin Fei put away the flood serpent's skin. It was definitely an extraordinary item to be able to block the attack of a divine-grade immortal sword. It was definitely the right choice to take care of it. With a godly soul grass in hand, Lin Fei planned to change locations and consume the immortal grass to see what the results would be. Rumble, an earth-shattering sound followed. A raised hand slapped down from the sky and smashed into the valley. The entire valley was instantly razed to the ground. I will hunt you to the ends of the earth for killing someone from my purgatory sect. A powerful existence appeared in the sky above the mountain. He was the one who had slammed down that huge mountain valley. The huge mountain valley had been turned into flat ground. It was a scene of devastation. It was no longer the same as before. This person was the golden immortal expert who had been chasing after him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lin Fei rushed out from the ruins. He was injured by the palm, and his god-fiend body cracked. He targeted a spot and instantly flew out. He's not dead. The golden immortal expert was shocked. A heaven immortal kid didn't die from his palm. He was really lucky. 10,000ly capture. The golden immortal expert reached out and grabbed. His arm extended infinitely. The Jing Guang was resplendent, illuminating the night sky as it grabbed towards the heaven immortal kid. Lin Fei cursed. He could still catch up to him in such a place. F***CK. Was the Purgatory sect a dog to be able to find him here? This was deep in the mountain range, and there were no traces left behind. He couldn't help but admire the Purgatory sect's tracking ability. Not simple. Slash. Lin Fei slashed out. Sword intent slashed onto the long hand. With his full strength, he slashed the huge hand apart. Divine grade, immortal sword. The golden immortal expert's expression turned ugly. He had failed twice in a row. If word got out, he would be a joke. You can't escape. The golden immortal expert had a thought. His broken arm grew back, and he chased, wanting to capture Lin Fei. Lin Fei raised his speed to the maximum. However, the golden immortal behind him was still unhurried. The distance between him and the golden immortal continued to close. It wouldn't be long before he lost the advantage. The speed of a golden immortal expert is really terrifying. My speed is still not enough. Lin Fei felt the pressure. As time goes on, he will definitely catch up. I have to think of a way to shake him off. The distance between them continued to close. It wasn't a good thing for Lin Fei. His eyes moved, and an idea came to him. Old thing behind me, you could just eat my dust. Ha ha ha. Lin Fei activated it once more, and his movement technique increased once more. Sharp-tongued fellow, when I catch you, I will definitely let you have a taste of all my methods. Chapter 752. Rumble, in the dark night, rays of light shone as bright as day. A tyrannical force rushed over. No matter what it was hit. Dust fell from the sky, fluttering everywhere. You're pissing me off. The golden immortal expert who had been chasing after Lin Fei said angrily. It had been an hour since the chase started. That heaven immortal kid's mouth had not been clean, and he kept spewing vulgarities that were hard to hear. When had a dignified golden immortal expert ever received such treatment? Everyone was respectful to him and wanted to suck up to him, afraid of offending him. But right now, a stinking brat was speaking viciously to him, and his curses were as vile as they could be. It caused this golden immortal realm expert's rage to shoot into the sky, yet he had nowhere to vent it. Brat, you can't escape from me. The golden immortal expert had attacked countless times. The tyrannical force tore through the void. If it was anyone else, they would have been torn to pieces and died countless times. Yet this brat had persisted. He seemed to have cultivated a powerful body-tempering cultivation technique. He had held on all the way and was just a small step away from taking down his opponent. Ha! Old thing, I've heard your words so many times. Can't you change to someone else? Lin Fei coughed out blood as he fled. His first god-fiend body was covered in wounds. It was a ghastly sight. Lin Fei looked relaxed, but in reality, he was under immense pressure. A golden immortal expert was indeed a golden immortal expert. They were extraordinary. If it wasn't for the fact that his immortal power was dense and he was constantly channeling it, he would have been caught long ago. A first refinement god-fiend felt powerless against a golden immortal expert's attack. If he was a second refinement god-fiend, he definitely wouldn't be so heavily injured. Lin Fei had expected Purgatory's sect to pursue him. The only thing he didn't expect was to kill a few human immortals and heaven immortals. At most, they would have sent immortals at the mystic immortal level to deal with him. Lin Fei had never expected Purgatory's sect to take him so seriously. Wrong. It should be the higher-ups who took him seriously and arranged for a golden immortal expert to hunt him down. A golden immortal expert against a heaven immortal was bullying the weak. It would be a joke if word got out. Soon. Just hold on a little longer. I'll definitely teach him a lesson. A cold light flashed in Lin Fei's eyes. I can't spit out my blood in vain. It's important to have something in return. The golden immortal expert, Wuxia, was furious. He attacked from afar, causing the other party to cough up blood continuously. Every time he tried to catch up, the other party would explode with immortal power and widen the distance again, maintaining a distance of a few thousand kilometers. This old man doesn't believe that you're made of iron and can persevere for so long. Wuxia kept activating his immortal power, not giving his opponent any chance to heal himself. He's running towards the swamp. You want to shake me off? Don't even think about it. Seeing that the other party was running downwards, it seemed like he was about to enter a swamp filled with trees. Meteor, fire, rain. The meteors danced in the sky like a fireball, smashing towards the swamp. Wuxia had checked earlier. There were no powerful immortal beasts below, so there was no need to worry about waking them up. Boom, boom, boom. As the meteor, fire, rain fell, a pitch-black swamp was revealed, as well as the battered sky immortal kid below. Lin Fei snickered. You dared to use an area of effect immortal art, like meteor, fire, rain. You're asking for it. Sigh. Your attacks are too strong. You are about to kill me. Lin Fei laughed out loudly and dashed into a dense forest. Wuxia had always had a bad temper, especially when his superiors arranged for him to hunt down a sky immortal kid. This made him very unhappy. Plus, he had been provoked several times, so he completely exploded. Boom, boom. Wuxia kept activating immortal arts, trying to injure his opponent. Seeing that his opponent was about to enter the forest, Wuxia raised his palm. Dark clouds covered the sky. He wanted to slap his opponent half to death. Roar! With this slap, a wave of evil energy shot up into the sky. It transformed into a huge, ferocious beast, boundless and endless. Damn it! There's a powerful, ferocious beast below. Wuxian's expression changed. He hurriedly retreated. In this mountain range, there were many powerful beings that were terrifying. If he was not careful, he could be decapitated. This was no laughing matter. On his way here, Wuxia had been very careful. Coupled with his familiarity with the terrain, he did not encounter any huge beasts. Whoosh, 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 the huge swamp moved, and countless tentacles flew out from the bottom. Even though Wuxia was a golden immortal expert, under the attack of the giant beast, half of his body was destroyed on the spot. The tentacles were invincible in battle. Brat, I won't let you go. A Jingguang shot out and disappeared into the night. This powerful, ferocious beast had not even attacked yet, but Wuxia, a golden immortal, was already panicking. He began to flee. What a pity I didn't kill him. Below the swamp, Lin Fei did not dare to move. He watched the golden immortal escape, feeling regretful. The ferocious beast below was a darkness tentacle beast. It liked to live in the swamp. Last time, it had passed by this place and almost became its prey. Lin Fei remembered this place. Along the way, Lin Fei used the Supreme White Tiger to stun the other party. The people from Holy Heaven Academy all said that it was effective. Lin Fei bit the bullet and gave it a try. As expected, he succeeded. Cursing was just to provoke the other party and make them not calm down and pay attention to the surroundings. I should be safe for now. Lin Fei did not dare to stay here for long. If the Supreme White Tiger lost its effect, it would be very bad. Lin Fei chose to leave in the opposite direction. He didn't want to bump into that golden immortal. Even if he were to be severely injured, that golden immortal was still stronger than him. It was better not to take that risk. After all, it was not worth it at all. Lin Fei traveled thousands of miles before he found an inconspicuous place and hid in the divine fire space. Since the golden immortal could find him, He must have left something on him. He had to be careful. The divine fire space was isolated from everything, so there was no need to worry. Lin Fei took out the God Soul grass and planned to consume it. He remembered the legend. If it was true, it would be a huge opportunity. I should look for clues before I eat it. That would be a huge loss. Lin Fei flipped through the storage rings and started to search for relevant information. It would be a huge loss to consume such a holy grass carelessly. It was not worth it. Lin Fei really found it. He found a jade scroll in a Tianhin storage ring that recorded information about the God Soul grass. So, I can consume the God Soul grass directly. With this, Lin Fei was completely relieved. He took out the God Soul grass again, and Lin Fei swallowed it just like that. The moment he bit it, the fragrance of the medicine filled the air, and it melted in his mouth. He was immersed in a mysterious feeling. This was a feeling that Lin Fei had never experienced before. As he ate the entire God Soul grass, that mysterious feeling surged up. He closed his eyes to rest and immersed himself in that mysterious feeling. On the other side, "Damn brat, you actually tricked me." At the foot of a tall mountain, Wuxian was in a sorry state. The divine grade immortal armor on him had been broken just like that. If not for the divine grade immortal armor protecting him, he would not have just been injured. Wuxian took out the immortal pill and ate it. Thinking about how he was almost killed, he cursed his opponent countless times. He blamed himself for falling for it. "Ha ha! Wuxian, how did you end up like this?" Wuxian had just eaten the immortal pill when a mocking voice sounded. Then a figure landed. He was not far from Wuxian, sizing him up with interest. It was not easy for him to escape. Wuxian did not tidy himself up. Hearing this voice, he knew that things were bad. "Feng Xingzi, will you die if you don't tell me?" Wuxian activated the medicine and changed into another immortal armor so that he would not be in such a sorry state. The immortal who came was also a golden immortal from the Purgatory sect. The only difference was that there was enmity between them. Feng Xingzi would always mock Wuxian. "Huh, who let me see you in such a sorry state? You are a golden immortal expert." Feng Xingzi laughed out loud and didn't seem to have restrained himself. "This kind of thing is really rare. Did you fight with a huge beast?" "Ha ha!" Wuxian wanted nothing more than to slap this guy to death. His mouth was as stinky as that brat's. They were equally annoying. However, at this moment, even if Wuxian attacked, he would not be a match for him. "Why are you here?" Wuxian changed the topic. He didn't want to talk about this anymore. "The higher-ups have given the order for you to capture him quickly. Right now, our Purgatory sect's reputation is very bad. We become a joke in the northern region." Feng Xingzi chuckled out. "I requested to come here on my own accord. That's why I saw this scene. This is really interesting." If you're so capable, try chasing after that heaven immortal." Wuxian scoffed. "Ha ha, it can't be." Feng Xingzi was surprised. "You couldn't have been tricked, right? That's really interesting. That brat is in this mountain range. You can go and find it yourself." Wuxian closed his eyes to rest and began to heal his injuries. He didn't want to waste any more words. It was really a sad thing. This place is full of powerful immortal beasts. Let's go together. We can take care of each other. Feng Xingzi had always been shrewd and cunning. Wuxian's strength was slightly stronger than his, but he still ended up like this. Naturally, he didn't dare to act alone. Feng Xingzi didn't believe that Wuxian was tricked by that brat. How could a heaven immortal brat be so powerful? Wuxian must have encountered a powerful immortal beast. How could he fool me? Feng Xingzi guessed arrogantly. When Wuxian heard this, he didn't say anything. That brat was too cunning. He was as slippery as a loach. Two people would be better than one person to deal with him. Even if that brat had a bad breath, his strength was still acceptable. If a golden immortal expert said that he couldn't catch the brat, he would probably be laughed at to death. Naturally, Wuxian wouldn't say that. When Feng Xingzi said this, he scoffed, "Whatever. Anyway, I alone am enough to catch that brat." Chapter 753. Whoosh inside the divine fire space. Lin Fei awoke from the mysterious feeling and took a deep breath. A bright light flashed in his eyes, as if he had comprehended something. There seemed to be a mysterious feeling at the same time. Ding. Congratulations to player for obtaining a huge opportunity. Ding. Congratulations to player for advancing to the second revolution of the God Fiend body. Lin Fei was still digesting the news when he heard the system's joyful voice. He couldn't help but be shocked. I've advanced to the second revolution just like that. It was a surprise. It was just too surprising. Lin Fei tried to sense it. The demonic aura around him was several times stronger than before. It was a sign of the advancement of the God Fiend body. Second revolution, God Fiend body. Isn't that a little too fast? Lin Fei wasn't prepared for his God Fiend body to reach the second God Fiend transformation. Consuming the divine soul grass would bring him such a huge opportunity. Just as the system had said, he had really obtained a huge opportunity. His God Fiend body had advanced from the first revolution to the second revolution, and his defense had reached an important level. Lin Fei had always believed that it would take a long time for his God Fiend body to reach the second revolution. It would take at least half a year, but it had been brought forward by so much. It should be the help of the divine soul grass. The dreamlike existence surfaced in Lin Fei's mind. Divine spirit herbs and divine soul grass are a natural match. They contain the spirit of a god. Lin Fei thought to himself, unfortunately, divine spirit herbs and divine soul grass usually aren't together. It's rare for the two to combine. I'm one of the lucky ones. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A massive divine sense surged out. A supreme giant stood in the divine fire space. Radiant godhood enveloped his massive body, making him look like a god that had descended into the world. My God Fiend body has advanced to the second revolution, and my divine sense has reached the golden immortal level. It's indeed heaven-defying. Lin Fei opened his mouth. My divine sense contains godhood. It's equivalent to the divine might of a paragon. It's the same for my body. Whoosh. Lin Fei's body trembled as godhood covered his entire body. A divine might appeared, covering the sky and earth. The swaying divine fire stopped moving. What a great opportunity! What a great opportunity! Lin Fei laughed. For Lin Fei, he didn't have to worry about golden immortal experts with his second refinement God Fiend body. At the very least, he could ignore early-stage golden immortal attacks for the time being. When a spirit consciousness that contained godhood broke through to the golden immortal realm, it was countless times stronger than ordinary spirit consciousnesses. It could be said that Lin Fei had a lot of benefits. The fusion of the divine soul grass and the divine spirit grass is indeed a great opportunity. Lin Fei was glad that he had consumed divine spirit herbs in the lower realms. His body contained godhood. Furthermore, my God Fiend body seems to contain a body. My defense seems to be stronger. Lin Fei could feel that the divine radiance wandering around his body could even stop the divine fire. If I ever meet that golden immortal again, I'll definitely teach him a lesson. Even though he was still no match for the other party in terms of strength, just his second refinement God Fiend body alone was more than enough to leave the other party staring at him helplessly. As for his golden immortal spiritual perception, there was no need to even mention it. Go! The golden immortal's enormous spiritual perception rushed out of the divine fire space, rampaging and extending outwards. Damn it, that kid must be nearby. Wuxian's complexion had recovered significantly. He held an immortal artifact in his hand and was heading in their direction. Worried that he would not be able to catch up, Wuxian immediately chased after him after recovering from his injuries. He did not want the other party to escape from him. Feng Xingzi did not believe that the kid would dare to stop. Are you sure? That kid is only at the heaven immortal realm. How dare he stay in a place like this? Doesn't he know that he's courting death? Wuxian ignored Feng Xingzi. If it was necessary, he would not travel with Feng Xingzi. Whoosh! Leaves danced in the air as a shocking spiritual perception rushed over. The divine radiance was like that of a god descending to the lower realms. Wuxian and Feng Xingzi were both shocked. Such a powerful spiritual perception shocked them. Facing such a spiritual perception, they had the urge to kneel down and worship it. The two knew that they had encountered an expert. Such a spiritual perception was most likely a peak expert at the late-stage golden immortal realm or above. The two quickly stopped and tried to retract their spiritual perception. The godlike spiritual perception was extremely strong and forceful. It forcefully shattered their spiritual perception. Puffed, Wuxian and Feng Xingzi vomited blood. It was not easy to recover from an injured spiritual perception. It was not like physical injuries that could be recovered with immortal elixirs. Senior, we are from the Purgatory sect. The first wave of spiritual perception had injured them. Their expressions changed drastically. If the spiritual perception really attacked, they would be killed. They quickly took out the immortal door behind them and tried to suppress the other party. The spiritual perception stopped and turned into a golden armored giant. The overwhelming divine aura made it hard for them to breathe. Wuxian regretted speaking. What was going on? He was tricked when he was chasing after a heaven immortal kid. Now, he encountered a golden immortal expert. Was he too unlucky? The people from the Purgatory sect should die. The cold voice shook their minds as if they had been sentenced to death. Wuxian and Feng Xingzi's expressions changed again. Senior, please calm down, Feng Xingzi said hurriedly. This spiritual perception naturally belonged to Lin Fei. They could not recognize him after the transformation. They felt great. So my spiritual perception contains divinity and produces divine aura. It can suppress the opponent's spiritual perception. Lin Fei immediately understood that they had treated him as a senior. You intruded in my territory and disturbed my cultivation. You must be tired of living. Lin Fei changed his voice slightly. He sounded like an angry senior who was cultivating in seclusion. Wuxian and Feng Xingzi vomited blood again. They were just looking for someone who knew that there would be someone cultivating in seclusion in such a place. Their luck was too bad. Senior, we really did not mean it. Feng Xingzi was terrified. We are willing to compensate you. Please forgive us. His spiritual perception was already so strong that no one could resist it. If his real body appeared, wouldn't he be able to destroy them? Compensate? Can you afford it? Lin Fei was straightforward. First, they were chasing after him. Now it was his turn. I was refining immortal elixirs here and failed. How are you going to compensate me? The two were so scared that they broke out in cold sweat. The heaven realm and hell were huge. Just the north region alone was huge and boundless. Some immortals who refined immortal elixirs liked to be in the wilderness. These people hated to be disturbed. Once they messed things up, they would be furious and fight the person who disturbed them. This was a place where ferocious beasts gathered. Wuxian and Feng Xingzi almost vomited blood. They encountered such a thing. It was no wonder that the other party was so murderous. If things went wrong today, he might really die here. Escape? They were both golden immortals. They cannot escape at all. Senior, please don't kill us. For the sake of the Purgatory sect, we will compensate you. Wuxian struggled and begged. Chapter 754. Wuxian and Feng Xingzi were filled with hope. They wanted to capture the kid who gave the order so that they could make a huge contribution and raise their status and power in the sect. Who knew that they would encounter such a thing midway? Just the spiritual sense pressure alone was enough to make them suffer, and they gave up the thought of resisting. As golden immortal experts, they knew very well that those old and abnormal existences amongst the golden immortal experts would strike like a bolt of lightning every single time they attacked, and they were capable of sweeping through all the experts of this cultivation realm. Not to mention the two of them, they were too weak to even be cannon fodder. They suspected that the person in front of them was a top expert among the golden immortals. Once he attacked, they would have nowhere to run. It was obvious that they couldn't leave, so they might as well fight for him to show mercy and let them go. In the North region, Purgatory sect wasn't a small sect. He had to give them some face. As long as he didn't kill them, everything was fine. Lin Fei naturally saw what they were doing. He thought to himself, I didn't expect these two to be so cowardly. Unfortunately, I can't kill them. Since I can't kill them, I might as well extort them. They must have some good stuff on them. Extorting golden immortals, just the thought of it was exciting. These two golden immortal experts had strong life force. It wouldn't be easy for Lin Fei to kill them. If my medicinal pills were so easily compensated, why would I have come to this desolate wilderness? You people really think well. Even a clay bodhisattva has a bit of anger. The golden-armored giant laughed coldly. Rumbling sounds rang out as the void around him crumbled. The two of them weren't ordinary people. Seeing this, they knew that they had a chance of survival. Don't be fooled by their anger. They didn't attack. This was equivalent to saying that they were afraid of Purgatory's sect. As long as they didn't attack, they had a chance of survival. Golden Immortals had long lifespans. Who wanted to die? No one wanted to die. If they could live, they would definitely choose to live. In their hearts, they hated that heavenly, immortal brat to death. If it wasn't for him, how could they have encountered such a powerful expert, causing them to tremble in fear? They definitely had to take revenge. Senior, this is all I have. Wuxian took out a black storage ring that floated in the air. Senior, please take whatever you like. Xianxia also took out his storage ring reluctantly. Both of them were golden immortal state beings with quite a number of treasures in their storage rings. And right now, for the sake of their survival, they were willing to take them out. Just thinking about it made them want to cry. Who in the world had ever seen a golden immortal state being willing to take out their storage rings on their own accord? Lin Fei stretched out his hand, and the two storage rings fell into his hand. He did not look inside. Instead, he used his tyrannical divine sense to try and erase the divine sense on the storage rings. Pala, Wuxian, and Xianxia vomited blood again. Their faces looked even worse than before. Senior, Lin Fei glared at him. What? Do you have any objections? They were counting on the other party to take away a few treasures. With their divine senses, they did not have to worry about their divine senses being snatched away. But just now, the spirit consciousness on the storage ring had been erased. The two of them were shocked. They had never heard of a golden immortal expert being able to erase a storage ring. Could it be a golden celestial of the great, all-embracing heaven? The two of them looked at each other and revealed a rare look of fear. They were trembling. To be able to erase the spirit consciousness so quickly, only a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal could do it. Thinking of the other party's thunderous power, the two of them were shocked. Could it be that their luck was so bad that they met such a mysterious expert? A bunch of rubbish. Lin Fei snorted coldly. He was also in a state of shock. The divinity divine sense crushed down and erased his divine sense. It was clean and swift, and it was incomparably powerful. This was too powerful. Looking into the storage rings, there were indeed a lot of good things. This was their entire fortune. It was not a good time to count them. This time, Lin Fei laughed. He actually blackmailed two golden immortals. This was so King exciting. A heaven immortal blackmailed a golden immortal. This was the first person in the heaven realm. However, seeing that you are sincere, this matter is not unforgivable. Lin Fei's tone relaxed, and he pretended to be hesitant. Senior, if there is anything you need, please tell me. I will not refuse. Wuxian was scared out of his wits. The only thought in his mind was to leave this damned mountain range. Catch a heaven immortal kid? Like hell. If there was another one along the way, he would not be able to live anymore. The storage rings that he gave out could not be taken back. Who could bear such a loss? His entire fortune was in there, and he had to force a smile in front of the other party. There was nothing more tragic in the world. The immortal armors on your bodies are not bad. They can barely make up for some money. Lin Fei's eyes were bright. The immortal armors on their bodies were valuable. Immortal armor? Wuxian handed over the storage rings. He had already lost everything. Now the other party was eyeing his immortal armor. If this continued, he would really be penniless. Senior, I'll give. Xianxia took off the immortal armor without hesitation. A layer of immortal armor appeared on his body, barely covering his body. He turned to Wuxian and said, "Quickly take it off. Are you trying to get me killed?" Wuxian cursed Xianxia for being a coward. He took off the immortal armor unwillingly. This was a divine-grade immortal armor. He spent a lot of money to buy it. He wanted to cry, but had no tears. If you weren't from Purgatory sect, I would have killed the two of you on the spot. Your sect wouldn't have dared to make a sound. Lin Fei rolled up the immortal armor and snorted coldly. He thought to himself, good stuff. 2 divine-grade immortal armors. Much better than the 9 dragons' immortal armor. Feng Xingzi said flatteringly, Senior, we have done as you instructed. Can you let us leave now? If they could not leave after paying so much, it would be a huge loss. Wu Shan and Feng Xingzi were waiting anxiously. I wanted to kill the 2 of you to vent my anger, Lin Fei said with a deadpan expression. However, seeing that you all did it unintentionally, along with compensation, I can let you all leave. However, this old man's immortal pills are priceless. If I were to let you all leave just like that, I would be letting you all off too easily. However, if you're able to withstand a palm strike from this old man, you all may leave. Cold sweat covered their foreheads. A Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal was going to kill them. Refuse? They would die even faster. They might as well fight to the death. At least they would have a chance. Go. A pitch-black object rushed towards them. It looked ordinary. The 2 panicked and thought it was an immortal artifact. They did not check it out. Boom, boom, the 2 quickly attacked. They attacked the immortal artifact with their strongest attacks, trying to block it. The joint attack of 2 golden immortals was earth-shattering. The night turned into day in an instant. Swoosh! Rays of light filled the sky. An immortal appeared out of thin air. The space collapsed. His eyes were like lightning as he swept across. You killed the disciples of my Sagely Heaven Academy. You should be killed. The immortal slammed his palm down. Thunder rumbled. A vast and boundless aura was like an endless ocean. It lifted the veil and pressed down. Sagely Heaven Academy. Bang bang, the 2 turned pale. The immortal's attack crushed everything. They were crushed in the storm. The area within 10,000 li was leveled. Roar, 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 countless ferocious beasts sensed this powerful force and woke up. They let out earth-shattering roars as if they wanted to shatter the sky. Hundreds of beasts prostrated in the huge mountain range, shivering and not daring to move. Terrifying auras interweaved. F***CK, do you have to be so fierce? Within the divine flame space, Lin Fei revealed a look of disbelief. There were just too many vicious beasts hiding in this mountain range, right? They were all interweaving together, truly terrifying enough. If he encountered them, wouldn't he be chased to the end? He subconsciously shrank his neck. It was terrifying. At the last moment, Lin Fei tricked them and used the Sagely Heaven Order. They would never forget it for the rest of their lives. The roar of the ferocious beasts lasted for an hour before it quieted down. The beasts fled in panic. I wonder if they're dead. Lin Fei did not come out of the divine fire space. These ferocious beasts were in a rage. Who knew if they would encounter them? The immortal of the Sagely Heaven Order contained an attack at the level of a golden immortal. They lost their immortal armor, so it won't be easy for them to just rely on their bodies. If I could improve my strength, I would definitely kill them. They got lucky this time. Controlling the divine fire space, Lin Fei left the place. Somewhere far away, 2 disheveled immortals lay in the bushes. Not a single part of their bodies was unharmed. Their auras were weak. It was a tragic sight. Wu Shan, you're a jinx. Feng Xingzi cursed. After that, he coughed up blood and his chest heaved violently. His injuries were severe. You're the jinx. If not for you, we wouldn't have encountered a powerful being and ended up like this. Wu Shan said resentfully. They had barely blocked the attack from the immortal in the Sagely Heaven Order, but they were also heavily injured. Without the divine immortal armor, their defense was not as good as before. Otherwise, they wouldn't be in such a miserable state. Wu Shan blamed everything on Feng Xingzi. This guy was a jinx. Trouble had come. Feng Xingzi glared. You're the jinx. You're the jinx. The 2 golden immortals kept arguing, insisting on proving that the other was the jinx. They only stopped when they coughed up blood. Do you think we're the scapegoats? Wu Shan coughed up blood. Probably. Feng Xingzi coughed up blood deep in thought. They all saw the immortal that appeared in the end. It was an immortal from the Sagely Heaven Academy. They were in big trouble. Damn, we're in big trouble now. They all knew about the existence of the Elysium token. Within it was the will of an immortal that could unleash a powerful attack. Those who were struck by it would have their aura left behind. Not long after, the law enforcement team of the Elysium Academy would rush over. Wuxian and Feng Xingzi wanted to cry. They finally understood why that final attack was so ordinary. It turned out that it was to make them act so that they would be the scapegoats. If the Purgatory Gate knew, they would definitely kill them as an apology. Wuxian, you attacked first, right? Feng Xingzi asked. You attacked first. Wuxian would not admit it. Chapter 755. By Luo City. This city was under the control of the Purgatory sect. It only had a few million people and could only be considered a very small city. In the northern region, the Purgatory sect was quite powerful. They controlled cities of all sizes and supplied all kinds of resources to the Purgatory sect. Bai Luo City was a city in the outer area of the Purgatory sect. It was located in the wilderness and had never been valued. It was like a child raised by a stepmother. The grandmother didn't care about it, and the grandfather didn't love it. It was very tragic. Get out of the way! Get out of the way! The streets were crowded with people, and it was bustling. At the end of the street, a group of people in black appeared. Sand and pebbles flew, and a murderous aura swept over. The people on the street moved to the side. Many people frowned. Obviously, they knew this group of people in black. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. This group of people was very fast. They whistled through the wind and appeared at the city gate not far away. In front of the notice board, they tore down the previous notice and pasted a new one. This person, Lin Fei, is a serious criminal of the Purgatory sect. Anyone who knows about this will be heavily rewarded. Anyone who hides this information will be punished severely. The middle-aged voice sounded like thunder, echoing in the hearts of the people. This group of people came and left quickly, leaving a trail of dust behind them. The people who were watching the show swarmed over and surrounded the area. They were full of curiosity. What was worth a reward? Does anyone know what this Lin Fei did to deserve a bounty from the Purgatory sect? Someone asked curiously. The Purgatory sect really suffered a great loss this time. I heard that tens of thousands of heaven immortals and hundreds of profound immortals died in the immortal wild city. It can't be. Is this kid that powerful? Are you stupid? If he wasn't powerful, why would the Purgatory sect put a bounty on him? He's just too powerful. F***CK, what do you know? I'm afraid you don't know that the Purgatory sect is in trouble now. I heard that when they were chasing after Lin Fei, they killed a disciple of the Elysium Academy. Right now, the law enforcement disciples of the Elysium Academy are at the headquarters of the Purgatory sect. Haha, the Purgatory sect is in trouble. They're going to suffer. They even dared to kill a disciple of the Elysium Academy. I can't help but admire them. Outside the crowd, a certain person wearing a black robe and a cloak silently withdrew his gaze. The corners of his mouth curled up in a pleased expression. This bro's profile picture has been made like this. That saves me quite a bit of trouble, lest I get remembered. But isn't this gossip a little too ridiculous? This bro has only killed 1,000 heavenly immortals. When did it reach 10,000? This is ridiculous. The person who appeared was none other than Lin Fei, who had come all the way here. In the mountain range, after impersonating a golden immortal and scamming them, Lin Fei left the mountain range and headed straight for the Holy Heaven Academy. After some consideration, Lin Fei decided to head to the Holy Heaven Academy. He needed supreme-grade materials and immortal pills to advance his god-fiend body from the second transformation to the third transformation. He planned to head to the Holy Heaven Academy and sweep the autumn breeze. Falling Jade City wasn't the only way to the Holy Heaven Academy. Why did Lin Fei come here? He was here to understand the situation. If possible, he wanted to take advantage of the situation. I'm afraid the Holy Heaven Academy's law enforcement team is enough to make the Purgatory sect suffer. Lin Fei thought to himself, they won't find trouble with me during this period of time. I can finally relax. Lin Fei was a vengeful person. Even though 2 golden immortal experts had taken the blame, Lin Fei was still not satisfied. He changed his route midway and prepared to make a killing in Falling Jade City. There was really nothing for him to worry about in a border city like Falling Jade City. Coupled with his understanding along the way, the experts in Falling Jade City were only a few golden immortals. After the second transformation of the God-Fiend body, Lin Fei had nothing to worry about. He was prepared to give the Purgatory sect an unforgettable gift after eating and drinking to his heart's content. Make way, make way. Not long after Lin Fei left, another group of people rushed over and moved to the side. Isn't that Falling Jade City's deputy city lord, Xiao Tian? Even though the voice was weak, Lin Fei heard it all with his golden immortal spirit sense. A deputy city lord rushing out in such a hurry. Could it be for something important? Lin Fei stopped in his tracks and pondered. Hua hua hua. Lin Fei's goal was to plunder, so he didn't take this matter to heart. However, when he was eating in a restaurant, he saw a group of 100 people rushing away. I don't know what's going on recently, but the people from the City Lord Manor have been acting all mysterious. I wonder what they're up to. Who said it wasn't? Did you see that? It was the guards who just passed by. I'm not sure what's going to happen. Could it be to arrest that Lin Fei? At the next table, two people were drinking and discussing. Lin Fei drank a mouthful of wine, put down the cup, and his eyes lit up. He called over the waiter, put down the immortal stone, and turned to go downstairs. Make the nearby area a forbidden area. Anyone who trespasses, no matter who, will be punished. There's no need to report. Kill them all. Tens of millions of miles away from Falling Jade City, near a mountain, a black mass of heads surged with killing intent. Xiao Tian had a grave expression on his face as he pointed to a mountain not far away and gave the order to the guards. Hua hua hua. The teams began to surround a mountain. Lord City Lord, our Jadefall City's experts have all come out and gathered here. Xiao Tian tore open the void and appeared on a nearby mountain. We've already sealed this area and given the order to kill. At this moment, there were several dignified immortals gathered on the mountain. Each of them was as dazzling as the sun. What happened today must not be leaked. Otherwise, it will be a great disaster for our Purgatory sect. City Lord Qingguan was dressed like a scholar. His elegant face had a rare, cold expression. City Lord, this mountain is ordinary. Why do the higher-ups want us to seal this area? Xiao Tian asked in a low voice. This question was the same question that the other immortals had. They subconsciously pricked up their ears. Qingguan looked excited. There's an immortal beast living on this mountain. It's rare in the world, and there are less than 10 of it in the entire heaven realm. Now that our Purgatory sect has offended the Elysium Academy, as long as we capture this beast, the Elysium Academy will not be able to do anything. Tonight, we must capture this beast. So important. At first, they were all kept in the dark and didn't know the importance of this beast. The Elysium Academy was incomparably powerful, but they didn't fear them with this beast. This made them impatient to see the true face of this beast. On the other hand, if they could capture this beast, they would definitely make a great contribution. If they were lucky, they might not have to stay here anymore. It was not impossible for them to go to the headquarters of the Purgatory sect. Little did they know, their words were all heard by Lin Fei. Chapter 756. Night fell, shrouding the vast land. At the same time, it enveloped the entire mountaintop in this area. I wonder what kind of immortal beast it is for them to be so moved. Lin Fei had been hiding in the divine fire space and had never come out. However, he could see that everyone was busy searching for something on a mountaintop. If not for Lin Fei's suspicions, he would have missed out on a great opportunity. How could Lin Fei not be tempted by a treasure that could be counted on one's fingers? The more Purgatory Gate wanted it, the more they wouldn't let them succeed. As long as the Enforcer disciples of Divine Sky Academy were around, Purgatory Gate would have a headache and lose face. There was no way Lin Fei would let them get what they wanted. Since he had come across such a good thing, it would belong to him. Unknowingly, Lin Fei himself had become domineering. In reality, it was the Emperor's aura left behind by the Holy Mother that was constantly changing Lin Fei. An emperor saw the world as his own. Everything was an emperor, and others had no right to interfere. Lin Fei was completely unaware of his own changes. In his subconscious, he treated everything as his own. How could he let it fall into the hands of others? Hence this scene. It's out. Quick, catch it. Don't let it escape. The mountain was brightly lit, and the sound of something piercing through the air could be heard. Look, stop it. Oh no, it's burrowing into the ground. Quick, chase it. Voices could be heard on the mountain. Those who didn't know what was going on might think that something had happened. On another mountain, 3 city lords, 1 in charge and 2 in charge, had grave expressions as they paid attention to the progress, wanting to catch the immortal beast. They didn't need to take action personally. They just had to watch over the situation to prevent any accidents from happening. This fellow is too cunning. It's running towards the east. All sorts of voices could be heard on the mountain. City Lord, there's no need to worry. We've already set up a formation to seal off this place. I believe that the immortal beast is very powerful. If it wants to leave, it will be extremely difficult. Sooner or later, it will fall into our hands. This was a meritorious deed for them. Although they were expressionless, they were actually very worried. They really couldn't stay in a small place like Biluo City. If they could do meritorious deeds, at least they wouldn't have to stay in this place. Tell them to speed up, lest any undue delay brings trouble. Qingguan, on the other hand, was not so calm. This place was not far from Biluo City. If there were any experts passing by, it would definitely be troublesome. He had to seize the item as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would always be on tenterhooks. Damn, they're so careful and even set up a formation to seal the space. Initially, Lin Fei was prepared to take action at night. However, he did not expect them to be so cautious and set up a spatial sealing formation. Furthermore, it was augmented by 3 golden immortal experts. I can't go in personally. I won't have the time to catch the immortal beast. Lin Fei did not believe that a second God-fiend body could kill them. At most, they could not kill him. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration. How could I have forgotten about this? Come out, Hairball. Hairball had been tortured badly by little Lolita in the lower realm, so she decisively went to the heavenly realm. These days, Hairball had been eating well. Her fur was bright and extraordinary. Lin Fei gave a simple explanation and asked Hairball to catch the immortal beast, causing the Purgatory sect to be busy for nothing. Hairball ignored the space sealing formation. Hairball was getting smarter by the day. Appearing like a wisp of smoke, that space lock formation that could even stop a golden immortal expert just passed right through it as though it didn't exist. I didn't expect the formation set up by a golden immortal expert to be unable to stop Hairball. This foodie is finally capable. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. In the lower realm, Hairball ignored all array formations and often went out in search of delicious food. Lin Fei was not sure if the array formations of the upper realm could move freely. After eating so many heaven immortals, Hairball did not change much. Lin Fei could not help but wonder how much this bottomless pit would eat. Not good. Something has broken in. Chase it out. Soon, cries of alarm came from the mountaintop in the night. What happened? Xiao Tian had been paying attention and naturally knew what was going on. Capture it. An unknown little immortal beast barged into the mountaintop. It was filled with spirituality, so Xiao Tian ordered to capture it. On the mountaintop, the chickens were flying and the eggs were smashed. It was a mess. Oh no, that fellow ate the immortal beast. With a scream, something unexpected happened. It should have happened right in front of his eyes. A rare immortal beast was eaten? The 3 city lords spat out a mouthful of blood. They had prepared for a long time for this immortal beast. It took them a long time just to gather information. They only made their move recently and were prepared to capture it by force. But now, a rare immortal beast was eaten? What? What was going on? There's a space sealing array here. We have to find that fellow, even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground. Fortunately, someone reminded them, which made them heave a sigh of relief. That's right, they had a space sealing array here, so they were not worried that anything would happen. How could an immortal beast escape? What is Hairball doing? Why is she not back yet? Within the divine flame space, Lin Fei was a little worried that the glutton would be greedy again. The three golden immortal powerhouses were not cabbages. Once they made a move, it would be troublesome. Just as he was worrying, Hairball came out. Lin Fei took control of the divine flame space, sucked Furball in, and left in a flash. If he did not leave now, when would he leave? Lin Fei's movements were very fast. Coupled with the fact that they were all focused on the mountaintop, they ignored the sound around them and did not notice him. Hairball, you are really amazing. Lin Fei praised Hairball first. Who asked him to know Hairball's character? This fellow loved to listen to praises. Once Lin Fei praised, Hairball squinted her eyes and had a look of enjoyment on her face. It made one wonder if this fellow was a human or a beast. Only after praising it did Furball spit out a ball of furry stuff. A mouse? No, it should be a golden mouse. Hairball's action told Lin Fei that this fellow was really cunning. There was nothing he couldn't do. He nearly let it escape. Squeak, the golden mouse, was the size of a fist and had shifty eyes. It scuttled out like a wisp of smoke. It was really daring. Hua Hua, the divine flame, swept over, and many of the golden mouse's fur were burned. A look of fear appeared in its eyes, and it did not dare to take another step out. Hairball was angry. Good fellow, you were caught by me, and you still dared to escape. She rushed up and beat the golden mouse until it did not dare to move. This mouse, why does it look so dirty? There are only a few of them in the Heaven Realm. Lin Fei wondered if Hairball caught the wrong one, or if he had been tricked. Furball was adamant that the one they were chasing was this guy, and that they had not captured the wrong person. Lin Fei slapped his forehead. How could I forget about the system? I just need to scan it, and I will know what it is. After the system was updated, there were many more functions. Lin Fei opened the system and scanned the golden mouse, waiting for the search result. Ding! Congratulations, player. Discovered 1 in 10,000 treasure-seeking mouse. Ding! Treasure-seeking mouse, born with treasures, will eat all treasures. It is cunning and timid, good at finding treasures. Lin Fei grabbed the treasure-seeking mouse. Treasure-seeking mouse? Is it true? The system gave the result. Lin Fei was still very surprised. In the entire Heaven Realm, there were only a few treasure-seeking mice. From the storage ring, Lin Fei took out 2 treasures. Come here and see which treasure is more valuable. As soon as Lin Fei let go, the treasure-seeking rat's eyes spun, and it rushed forward to grab one of the treasures. Crunching sounds could be heard as it gobbled up the treasures in front of Lin Fei. Then it raised its head and hugged its paws. Damn, it's still acting cute. As soon as Lin Fei finished speaking, Furball charged over and sent the treasure-seeking rat flying with a slap. Hairball was very smart. This fellow was her captive, but it still dared to show off in front of her master. She had no choice but to hit it. The number 1 pet belonged to Hairball. Lin Fei sweated. Hairball was really violent. Hey, this was spat out by the treasure-seeking mouse. Lin Fei reached out and grabbed it. When he saw the material it spat out, he couldn't help but be shocked, so fierce. As everyone knew, once the materials were refined and fused, it was very difficult to distinguish them. Although the treasure Lin Fei took out just now was not considered much, it was not easy to distinguish them. In the end, the treasure-seeking mouse did it. It seemed that it was the most expensive kind. How could he not be surprised? I'm rich. This time, I'm really rich. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. He grabbed Hairball back. In the future, it will be your little brother. You can't bully it as you wish. On the top of the mountain, at this time, they were still searching for the whereabouts of the immortal beast. However, no matter how they searched, the immortal beast seemed to have disappeared. There was no trace of it. In such a big mountain, they could not see its figure. The treasure-seeking mouse must be here. Even if we have to dig 3 feet underground, we must find the treasure-seeking mouse. Qingguan roared. Treasure-seeking mouse? Oh my god. The remaining 2 city lords were shocked. The only thing they knew was that this immortal beast was extraordinary. In the Heaven Realm, there were only a few of them. However, they never thought that it would be the treasure-seeking mouse, such a heaven-defying existence. Qingguan was already gritting his teeth. If the treasure-seeking mouse was lost in his hands, it would be impossible to find it again. The treasure-seeking mouse was naturally timid. Once it was in danger, the next time it appeared would be at least a few hundred years, or at most 1,000 years. The treasure-seeking mouse was precious, not because of its ability to find treasures. After all, immortal beasts like the treasure-seeking mouse existed in the heaven realm. The only important thing about the treasure-seeking mouse was that it had an innate magical power that could restore the best quality materials. The best quality materials could be called the best quality. It was a pity that many of the best quality materials had all been refined and no longer existed. The treasure-seeking mouse could restore the best quality materials. Some ancient immortal weapons in secret realms contained the best quality materials. The treasure-seeking mouse became more and more important. In addition, the treasure-seeking mouse ate treasures. After eating immortal weapons and treasures for a long time, it could produce the best quality materials. Chapter 757. By Luo City, I'm back. Lin Fei snatched the treasure-seeking rat and ran all the way back. His eyes lit up when he saw the brightly lit by Luo City under the night sky. The great opportunity treasure-seeking rat fell into his hands and needed to be tamed for the time being. With a violent and foodie hairball around, Lin Fei was not worried about taming the treasure-seeking rat at all. By the way, Lin Fei had already named the treasure-seeking rat Xiao Jin. Who asked it to be called other than Xiao Jin? Lin Fei had always given simple names. After snatching the treasure-seeking rat, Lin Fei did not intend to let them go so easily. He took it as interest. If they found out, they would probably vomit blood. All the major forces in the heavenly realm were tempted by the treasure-seeking rat. Perhaps only Lin Fei dared to treat it as interest. The 3 golden immortals are outside, and by Luo City's defense is weak. Serve you right for making a fortune. Lin Fei's eyes flashed fiercely. He covered his face with a cloak and went straight to Bai Luo City. The 3 golden immortals were not there. How could Lin Fei miss this opportunity? Without the golden immortals, no one in Bai Luo City could stop him. Bai Luo City, City Lord Mansion. In order to successfully capture the treasure-seeking rat, Charles and the others had transferred the elites of Bai Luo City away. There were only a few guards left. Bai Luo City belonged to the Purgatory sect. Even if the defense was weak, no one dared to touch the Purgatory sect unless they were willing to be hunted to the ends of the earth. Tonight, the City Lord Mansion was destined to be weak. The 3 City Lords are all out. I wonder what happened. 2 profound immortals were guarding the City Lord Mansion. To them, no one had ever dared to barge into the City Lord Mansion of Falling Jade City. It's none of our business. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful divine sense descended from the sky like a roaring, ferocious beast. Hua, hua, hua. Whether it was the patrolling immortals or the guarding mysterious immortal experts, they were all stunned by the sudden, powerful divine sense. Puff, puff, puff. The Sky Immortal Patrol member fainted on the spot. The invading divine sense was too strong. Just as they released their divine senses, they were crushed into pieces. Their divine senses were severely injured compared to their physical bodies. Even more disastrous. Who are you? This is the Purgatory Sect's Jade Fall City. The expressions of these Xian immortals changed drastically. The ferocious consciousness of a ferocious beast roared and suppressed them, making it difficult for them to move an inch. I really don't care what the Purgatory Sect is. Lin Fei descended from the sky. His tyrannical divine sense crushed down, and his divinity oppressed them. Return, daring to swagger in like this. Lin Fei relied on his tyrannical divine sense to crush them. The heaven and earth smelt flew out and turned into a bottomless pit, sucking them in one by one, including the heaven immortal patrolling guards who had fainted. Just like that, Lin Fei killed his way in. Activating his powerful consciousness, he crushed everything in his way. The heaven and earth smelt sucked them in continuously. This was such a great resource, and he couldn't let it go. The defense of the City Lord residence was weak, and Lin Fei forced his way in. The Xian immortal experts guarding the place were almost all wiped out by Lin Fei, and all of them fell into the heaven and earth smelt, becoming resources to raise his strength. finally found it. The City Lord residence wasn't big. Under Hairball's threat, Lin Fei found the treasury as he had wished. Lin Fei wasn't worried about such a door that was covered in seals. Hairball used devouring heaven and earth to enter the treasury, not leaving any traces behind. I've struck it rich. The treasury was huge, and there were mountains of resources. Lin Fei was drooling. To a guy like him, who didn't have much wealth, the treasury of Jadefall City was a huge treasure trove, especially the cultivation resources inside. Anyone who saw it would be envious. Return, Lin Fei didn't care what it was, and he kept it in the divine flame space. Hairball didn't stand on ceremony either. She used devouring heaven and earth, specifically targeting the good resources. This guy knew what was good and what wasn't. In addition, the treasure-seeking mouse, Little Gold, had a shifty-eyed look. When it saw such a huge treasure, it immediately hugged a glowing immortal sword on the spot and started to chew on it. Its appearance was extremely comical. Treasure-seeking mouse, Little Gold, had extraordinary teeth. The tough immortal sword was eaten in a few bites, and anyone who saw it would feel heartache. Did I bring back another glutton? Seeing that treasure-seeking mouse didn't look full, Lin Fei couldn't help but feel suspicious. Continue acting. Lin Fei used the divine flame space to keep the resources. The huge treasury quickly became empty. The two bandits were even scarier than a mouse. It's empty so quickly. After collecting everything, Lin Fei realized that the treasury was empty. There was nothing left to collect. Squeak, just as Lin Fei was about to leave, treasure-seeking mouse ran to a place in the treasury and used its teeth to make a hole. It turned out that there was another world inside the treasury. Damn, top-grade materials. After opening the small treasury, he saw that the space inside was very small, and the shelves were filled with top-grade materials. Ha ha ha. It didn't take much effort to get them. There are Godfiend Body, 3rd Revolution materials here. The system immediately sent a notification. Lin Fei waved his hand and collected all the materials, leaving behind the treasure-seeking mouse, Xiao Jin. After all, he was the one who found these things. As expected of a treasure-seeking mouse, it can even find it when it's hidden so well. Lin Fei reached out and grabbed treasure-seeking mouse, in case it slipped away while he wasn't paying attention. That would be too much of a pity. It wouldn't be easy to find it again. I've searched the entire treasury. I think you guys feel heartache. Lin Fei came out of the treasury and scanned the entire City Lord mansion with his powerful divine sense. Suddenly, he frowned. There's a dungeon below. He didn't have a good impression of the Purgatory sect from the beginning. The discovery of the dungeon was definitely an enemy of the Purgatory sect. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Lin Fei simply went down and released all the people in the dungeon, letting them wreak havoc. Finally, he set the place on fire and left. At this moment, the City Lord mansion of Falling City had turned into a sea of fire. The situation could be seen from far away. Lin Fei didn't know that the prisoners he released were all fiendish people. As soon as they came out, they realized that there was no golden immortal presiding over the entire Falling City. Hence, a riot began, affecting the entire Falling City. As the main culprit, Lin Fei didn't know it all. His next target was the Holy Heaven Academy. He wouldn't pay attention to the matters of Falling City. At the same time, the 3 city lords, who were digging 3 feet into the ground to find the treasure-seeking mouse, frowned and paid attention to every movement below. City Lord, something bad has happened. Chapter 758. P.S. Thanks to Mingming44 for the tip. What happened? Why are you so flustered? What do you want everyone to think of our Purgatory sect? City Lord Qingguan was already in a bad mood. It was not easy to find such a heaven-defying existence like the treasure-seeking mouse, but it disappeared without a trace. How could he not be angry? It could be said that Qingguan was currently filled with anger and had no way to vent it. Seeing the Xian Immortal subordinates come, he immediately used them as a punching bag and scolded them. This Xian Immortal was from Jadefall City and had come to inform the City Lord of the situation. But this time he was immediately scolded in the face. The Xian Immortal's heart was filled with bitterness. It was even more bitter than having to suffer in silence. He didn't dare to speak. The city lord was currently in a fit of anger. If he interfered, this Xian immortal was worried that he would be beaten to death or heavily injured. Most importantly, he didn't even have the chance to speak. Qin Guan's scolding lasted for an entire cup of tea's time before he finally stopped. Xiao Wufa didn't dare to speak when the city lord was angry, so he didn't want to be hated. Only when the scolding was over did he ask, "Didn't I tell you to stay in the city lord manor? Why did you have to come personally? Could it be that there's something you can't handle?" In truth, Xiao Wufa wasn't in a good mood either. He had been hoping to contribute greatly, and the city lord would eat the meat while they drank the soup. It was better than staying here. But now that the treasure-seeking mouse had disappeared, how could Xiao Wufa be in a good mood? Naturally, his tone wasn't good when he reprimanded this Xian immortal. The Xian immortal cried, "Lord, our city lord manor was attacked by a golden immortal expert. Not only did he kill us Xian immortals, he even captured everyone in the manor and released all the prisoners in the prison. The entire Jadefall city is in chaos now." Pu. Qin Guan coughed out a mouthful of blood, and he couldn't even stand properly. How is this possible? Qin Guan couldn't believe it. Someone dared to attack Jadefall City? It was like a slap to the face. This was the territory of the Purgatory sect. Xiao Wufa hurried over to support him. "Lord, we should go back now, especially the treasury. Nothing must happen." Hearing this, Qin Guan took a deep breath and said, "You stay here. I will go back personally." A riot in Jadefall City wasn't scary at all. At the very most, they would be reprimanded by their superiors for failing their duties. However, if the top-tier materials they were preparing to hand over were snatched away, their days of darkness would surely arrive. Charles was unable to stay behind to take charge of this place. For some reason, he felt uneasy. A bad feeling appeared in his mind. Please don't be like that. Qin Guan was a golden immortal expert. He left behind his Xian immortal subordinates and rushed back alone. Kill them all. Show the Purgatory sect how powerful we are. That's right, rob them clean. When the brightly lit Jadefall City appeared in their sights, in truth, the entire city was enveloped in a sea of flames, especially the city lord manor. Qin Guan, the city lord, almost fell from the sky. How could this be? The huge Jadefall City. As a group of villains returned to freedom, they started a riot. More than half of Jadefall City was in chaos, causing many people to join in. Qin Guan was filled with regret. If he had known this would happen, he would have killed those people back then. It seemed that after today, Jadefall City's vitality would be greatly damaged. Treasury. Qin Guan turned into a ray of light and rushed towards the treasury of the city lord manor. If the treasury was lost, it would be a huge problem. Boom, boom, boom. Wherever the fury of a golden immortal passed, the bodies of those who caused trouble would explode. They couldn't be more dead. The ground was littered with corpses scattered everywhere. Everyone run. The city lord is back. The voices stopped abruptly. Qin Guan killed his way over. No one below Golden Immortal was his match. When the villains heard that the city lord was back, they immediately scattered, courting death. The city lord manor had long been reduced to ruins. The huge treasury was right in front of them. However, at this moment, there was a group of villains who broke through a large number of restrictions, trying to break into the treasury. Dying. Qin Guan was furious. He slapped down, and the terrifying might crush them all into pieces. The smell of blood was extremely thick. The treasury is not something you can touch. Seeing that the treasury was undamaged, Qin Guan finally let out a long sigh of relief. The restrictions of the treasury were set up by the city lord manor. They were all set up by the 3 city lords. Once they were broken, they would sense it. Fortunately, the treasury hadn't been destroyed yet. Pass down my order. Villains who took the opportunity to cause trouble will be killed without mercy. Not long after Qin Guan returned, a group of elites came back and gave the order without hesitation. In the huge Jadefall City, there was another massacre. As the city lord, Qin Guan was in a bad mood and allowed them to do as they pleased. Treasure-seeking mouse could not be found. The city lord manor was burned down one after another. causing him to have a bad feeling in his heart. Usually, there would be one of the 3 city lords overseeing the city lord manor to prevent experts from coming. Tonight, they were killed, and they were resentful. The massacre only ended in the morning. In this massacre, who knew how many people were killed? The whole street was filled with corpses and rivers of blood. There were countless immortals who participated in the riot. City Lord, treasure-seeking mouse, should have been taken away. Xiao Wufa returned with a dark face. The huge mountain was cleaned up countless times, but there was still no trace of treasure-seeking mouse. Hence, Xiao Wufa returned. The situation in Jade Fall City was even worse. Let them continue searching. Qin Guan believed that treasure-seeking mouse could not escape from the formation he had set up. Xiao Wufa sighed and passed down the order. City Lord, the people who came seized the opportunity while we were not here and released the villains in the prison. I suggest that we check the treasury to avoid any losses. The burning of the City Lord Manor was a small matter, and so was the riot in the city. The supreme-grade materials in the treasure vault were the most important thing. They could not afford to make any mistakes, especially since the treasure-seeking mouse was shrouded in a shadow. If any of the supreme-grade materials in the treasure vault were lost, the 3 of them would really be finished. Qin Guan, the city lord, was shocked. Wufa, you're right, we should check. That way, everyone can be at ease. Layer by layer, the restrictions of the formation were opened. Crack, the door of the treasury opened. The moment the door opened, a huge and empty treasury appeared in front of them. Qin Guan, the golden immortal, spat out a mouthful of blood and rushed in. When he saw the big hole, he collapsed on the ground. Damn it, who did this? This day was destined to be a dark day for Jade Fall City. Lin Fei was completely unaware of what happened in Jade Fall City. At this moment, Lin Fei was riding on a dragon horse, leisurely on his way to Holy Heaven's Academy. The dragon horse that he took from others was now tamed by Lin Fei. With the help of godly fire, taming a dragon horse was extremely easy. After leaving Jade Fall City, Lin Fei returned to the right path. For him, Jade Fall City was a place to collect interest, and he was very satisfied with the interest. Whoosh! When it was almost noon, Lin Fei saw a large group of people flying in the sky. Squinting his eyes, he could clearly see that they were all disciples of Purgatory Sect. Did you guys hear? Jade Fall City under Purgatory Sect was robbed by experts. Not only did they destroy the City Lord Manor, they even stole the treasury. Purgatory Sect is furious. This news spread early in the morning. I have a relative who does business in Jade Fall City. Last night, the City Lord Manor was targeted by a late golden immortal expert. The Great Purgatory Sect, I really don't know what kind of bad luck they have recently. First, they caught a heavenly immortal brat and suffered a huge setback. Then, the Holy Heavens Academy's enforcement team came knocking on their door. Now, Jade Fall City is in trouble again. Do you guys think it's that heavenly immortal brat? You really think highly of him. He is a golden immortal expert. When they reached the next city, Lin Fei heard the discussions of the passers-by at the entrance. He couldn't help but be shocked. Then he smiled. That group of villains is really something. They actually brought disaster to Jade Fall City. Lin Fei rubbed his chin. Seems like after I went to Heaven Realm, I became a disaster. Even Purgatory Sect was harmed to this extent. Ha ha ha. Hearing the discussions of the passers-by, Lin Fei was relieved. No matter what, they wouldn't suspect him. It was equivalent to removing one suspect. As for the same name, Lin Fei didn't have anything to worry about. On Earth, there were countless people with the same name. In Heaven Realm, there were many people with the same name. He could really capture them one by one and interrogate them. 2 days later, Lin Fei was already far away from Purgatory Sect's Jade Fall City. He passed by many cities and was in a hurry. And today, at noon, the sun shone brightly. Lin Fei noticed that the big white cocoon that had been motionless all this time was moving. It seemed like it was about to hatch. From the pipeline, he turned into the forest that covered the sky. Only when he reached a safe location did he stop and keep the Flood Dragon horse into the Divine Flame Dimension. Back in the valley, when the Flood Dragon snake was sucked dry this big white cocoon appeared. Lin Fei thought that it would take a long time to hatch. He didn't expect it to be so fast. At this moment, the big white cocoon was filled with boundless vitality. Obviously, if it could absorb the essence of the flood dragon snake, how could it be an ordinary existence? Walla walla, countless cracks appeared on the surface of the big white cocoon. Like a spider web, they spread all over the cocoon. Roar, the big white cocoon was torn into pieces. Fragments flew everywhere and instantly melted under the divine flame. In front of Lin Fei, a human-shaped beast appeared. It emitted a cold aura, as if he was facing a poisonous snake.